Tell me, for why am I not flying?
No, I want you to address what's being said with regards to gas behaviour and your assertion that gravity is stopping entropy from taking place.
Gas behavior is the same as the molecule behavior. It is correct.
So the gas is going to expand unless there isn't a physical boundary surrounding
Is
the
gas
gas.
a molecule?
Okay. You need to listen to what I'm saying, my friend. Gas will expand unless surrounded by a container. If you remove the container and there is an available volume for the gas to expand into, it will.
Do you think that water is a gas?
No, water is a liquid,
Okay.
and that's
Will it
different
expand in a
from a
vacuum?
gas.
Will it expand in a vacuum?
Sorry, hold on. Why do you keep asking me questions? Right? You've made the assertion that gravity is stopping entropy from taking place. Now, all we need from you is a scientific experiment that shows this. That's all.
That is extremely easy, and I have already proven that multiple times here.
No, you haven't proven a single thing.
Hold on. With a scientific experiment.
Yeah, he hasn't proven anything.
You want me to Google it to find it for you?
Go ahead, please do that. That'd be the first thing you've done today. Go and do that right now. I'm listening.
Okay, tell me exactly what scientific experiment do you need?
Oh, now we have to tell you no. You made the claim.
Hold on. A scientific experiment. That would be an observation of a natural phenomena. In this instance, we'll call it gas pressure. And your assertion of cause of that gas pressure in place of a container, you say it's gravity. So that's the hypothesis that you need to validate with the experiment.
No, I'm simply saying that there are at least a few forces that I can name myself. One of those is being gravity.
No. Do you remember when I asked you what caused gas pressure? About 3 minutes ago.
Pressure is caused by a container, sure.
Cool, awesome stuff. And you're saying that the gas pressure that we breathe on the Earth isn't surrounded by a container, it's surrounded by an available volume. And you say that the reason why we have gas pressure is because of gravity. I'm asking you to prove that.
I think you just did that.
No, I gave you your hypothesis, which basically was the claim that you're making that gravity causes gas pressure. I need you to prove that assertion.
For why is the gas is not escaping the Earth then?
Now that's a question to me. I need you to provide the evidence of your claim.
But I just did that. I provided
it. No, you didn't. You just made another claim. You asked me why the gases aren't. That's ridiculous.
Molecules.
Excuse me.
They consist of molecules.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Now, you've said that the reason why the gas isn't expanding into the vacuum of space, and I'm paraphrasing you, is because of gravity. The reason why we have gas pressure on the Earth is not because of a container, is because of gravity. I just need you to provide the scientific experiment that proves that.
Okay, allow me some time and I will Google it. I'm more than sure that I can find it.
You will Google it. You've seen this before, right? You've seen this thing that you believe in before, right?
I definitely have seen gravity and I can understand how gravity works.
You definitely have seen gravity. We're asking you specifically for gravity acting upon gases.
Right. And don't misunderstand, please. We're not saying that there is an available space for the gas to escape to and it's just failing to do so. We're not saying that. You are. We're challenging that by demanding evidence that the gas is being prevented from escaping into the available volume without a barrier.
Okay, I will just point out a few examples that Google AI just gave me. If you guys will not accept it, then I don't think what else can I provide you. All of them are listed.
I don't want examples, I want an experiment. I don't want you saying, well, let's go to the top of a mountain and we'll notice that there's less gas pressure. That's caused by gravity, that is. We don't want more claims. We want the experiment. You know what an experiment is, right? So you must know what I'm asking of you.
Here is a video that proving that air has a mass that I just sent.
Hello? And
Yeah?
you know
Yeah.
what a scientific experiment is, don't you?
I just sent it in the chat. You can
No, you
watch the
didn't.
video.
No, you didn't.
I just sent it in the chat. You can take a look
Okay.
at it.
Give me the hypothesis for the experiment. The heavy air. Sorry, is this what you've posted? The heavy air balloon balance, the sinking carbon dioxide. The sinking. What's the carbon dioxide sinking in?
You can watch the video, by the way.
What's the carbon dioxide sinking in?
I don't know what it's sinking in, dude. I have no idea.
Oh, it is sinking in something, right? Would that be another gas?
Also a video that
Would that be another gas?
Sorry?
Would that be another gas that this is sinking in?
I think it might be sinking into a vacuum. It might be another
It might be
gas
sinking into a vacuum. All right, let me look.
Have you finished watching the video? It's a wonderful one, by the way.
It's like a minute and a half long. You know that. So give me a minute and a half.
It's the first one in the list that I sent, the heavy air balloon balance.
Yeah,
I can
watched it.
find your video. Did you watch it? You know,
Yeah, I'm
if you
listening
tell
to the lady talk. Give me a moment.
I mean, it has passed definitely.
Right.
So,
every time you talk, right, I'm gonna have to deafen myself, dude.
yeah, but have you seen the video already?
He's trying to watch the video, bro. Obviously, he keeps telling you to shut up so he can watch the video.
It's a minute long one.
Yeah, it's a minute long, but every time you talk, it's like after the last 15 seconds that the interesting part of the video is taking place. So give me a minute, like give me another 30 seconds, dude. You keep interrupting. I'll deafen myself so you don't do it.
You you do know that you're proving our claim and debunking your own claim with this test, right?
Can you tell why?
Yeah, firstly, right, you need the container, right, to have the balloon, right, filled with the pressure. Okay? So if you remove the container, none of that gas is going to fall down. Okay, it's just going to disperse in all directions. Okay, so if the gas has weight, then it should be getting pulled down by gravity, right? But if you remove the container, it doesn't do that, does it? It just goes in all directions.
Aside of mass, it also has density.
What would happen if she popped the balloon?
It would pop, and the gas will escape it.
Yeah, exactly. So the only reason why the gas is there in that fixed volume is because of the container. Now, can you please show me, because we can do this in a vacuum and the gas will spread into the vacuum, distributing evenly. Now, this is a balloon. This has got mass to it. I could rip this apart 7 ways from Sunday, but you've got a balloon. I'm asking you how you have gas containment without a physical barrier.
Why are you even asking me that? At first I was thinking that I was supposed to prove that gas has a mass, and this video is a wonderful example proving that.
Gas has a relation. When you say mass, do you mean within PV equals nRT?
I mean that here on this planet,
are you aware of Avogadro's law?
Affected
are you aware of Avogadro's law? Are you aware of Avogadro's law? Are you aware of Avogadro's law?
No, I'm not.
Okay, give me a moment. I'll find it for you because I don't want to misquote it.
I just don't understand for why you simply deny to disagree with what you just see in your own eyes. When you concentrate,
seen with my own. Seen with my own eyes. Hold on. You've contained gas in a balloon.
Yes, perfect. You concentrate.
Yeah, I've asked you to contain gas without a balloon. Your assertion is that gas has mass. Are you aware of the mixing of ideal gases?
Mic check.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, can I tackle this real quick? This guy seems confused about what's going on here. This is a good old-fashioned trick they pulled on the elementary school kids. Maybe he doesn't understand what's going on.
Please, mate, yeah.
Yeah, so they ripped you off because you can balance an empty balloon with a balloon that has gas in it, right? But you forgot that now you have a container and it's elastic and you can pack more gas in that volume than the surrounding air, which means now you have a more dense object within a medium that will go downwards, right? This is all relative density. You guys didn't figure that out because you were in 5th grade and you were stupid. Well, I'm here to tell you that now you understand that more dense objects in the medium that they're in go downward, and less dense objects in the medium that they're in go upward. It has nothing to do with weight or mass. You understand?
The density of balloon itself did not change. In fact, what happened is
the rubber
increased.
The rubber, not the gas within the volume. You pack more gas within that volume than the ambient air around it. It is more dense. Come on, dude. Figure this out on your own.
That is where you're making a mistake. The non-inflated balloon is more dense than an inflated balloon, which is why it falls.
The air inside it is independent apart from the collisions it's having against the inside of the container. Sir, the gas is not being dragged down. The object surrounding the gas is. The gas has no choice but to remain within that fixed volume. It's not the thing that's getting dragged down. If that's what it is, if it's not the thing that is actually going down. The gas inside is expanding in all directions as gas does to fill the available volume, pressing on the inside of the walls of its container. That container could be in motion. It could be sitting still. It could be doing whatever. It's independent of that thing. And it's what it's doing. Just has to be an enclosure.
Oh my gosh. He's just going to talk right through you. Hey, bro, do you think you could hold up for just a second? People aren't getting a chance to finish their sentences before you go, why? I've already described to you why. You have two balloons. They both have the same weight, right? Because until you define mass, I'm not going to listen to mass from you. No. You fill one of those balloons with the same weight and pack it full of air. Now the pressure within that particular volume is greater than the pressure outside the volume, right? So now you have a more dense object filled with air, which will descend It is more dense than the empty balloon. Don't you get it?
You know, when a
it's not because there was more mass added.
It is because exactly there is more mass added. The amount of
okay, let's do it with helium. Is helium mass? Does helium have mass?
Helium has mass, yeah.
Okay, so we added helium inside the balloon, adding mass to the balloon. Where does the balloon go?
Well, it goes up.
Ah, right. What happened to it adding more mass, and that's the reason why it goes down?
Sorry, Tito. What would happen if we had the balloon in the vacuum?
Why it goes up? It's difficult for me to answer this. I cannot imagine that right now. We can ask the AI, we can ask the internet right now. For me, it is difficult. I don't know the answer here.
Okay, maybe we need to have a definition of mass. Can we have a definition of mass, please, so we can be on the same page? What's mass?
Oh my God, bro. If you're going to start, look, if we want to have a conversation with AI or Google, we can just do that ourselves. We don't need you here.
I think this conversation is going to keep going on for another hour. I did find it interesting in his video how she describes atmospheric pressure as being the force that's being exerted by the gases onto a surface. That's not exclusively just surfaces that are like down facing up. I mean, you could have there's air pressure on the sides of walls of buildings. There's air pressure on the back of my head and on, if I lift my foot, under my foot. So atmospheric pressure is then going to be described as a downward acceleration when we feel air pressing against us on all sides. That's very strange.
Well done. I noticed this about 2 years ago with the atmospheric barometric formula. Sorry, Buddy, carry on. I was mumbling. Carry on.
Yeah, so what Google tells me here, this is something that I struggle with imagining myself. It is about buoyancy, lower density, and the gravity's role when it comes to helium balloon for why it goes up. With buoyancy, the upward pressure exerted by the surrounding denser air pushes the latter helium balloon up, similar to how a boat floats on water. Lower density helium is significantly less dense than the nitrogen and oxygen that make up the surrounding atmosphere.
Isn't that what Says Who said?
And gravity's role, while gravity pulls everything down, the upward buoyant force on a helium balloon is greater than the downward pull of gravity on its mass. For why the air balloon fall is because of density equality. The air inside the balloon is roughly the same density as the air outside. Weight of rubber, the added weight of the balloon material, latex, makes the overall object heavier than the air it displaces. Gravity wins because the total weight, air plus balloon, is greater than the buoyant force. Gravity pulls the balloon downward. I didn't know how to formulate it.
Yeah. Right. So anyways, you realize that you've kind of shot yourself in the foot, and actually Google screwed you right there, because now they're trying to combine gravity with density, and even those two they're trying to confuse you with buoyancy. Buoyancy already begs the question of gravity. We would need to have you prove gravity first off before you discuss anything having to do with gravity.
I just did it.
No, you didn't. No, yes, that's the claim. What I want from you, excuse me, sir, I would like you to go ahead and show me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable so that you can have some kind of effect where you're going to cause it with gravity. You go ahead.
Well, what is a requirement for density to exist?
Weird. I didn't ask you anything about density. I asked you about gravity. So once again, can you give me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable?
I don't know how to provide you with that kind of an experiment.
Well, isn't that what you would need to prove that gravity does things?
I already proved it by any other way.
No. You haven't proved it at all. You've showed us relative density, which we are already aware of. What we need from you is to prove gravity.
It wasn't a relative density. I even read you what I have found on Google myself.
Yeah, you realize that Google...
Sorry.
Google's not going to help you. So what did Google tell you other than another claim? I want you to prove to me what Google said. about that?
I
With an
am
experiment.
as well educated in physics, so I myself cannot do that, but I do understand for what was said there, and I read it to you. That's
Yeah,
all.
you understand what was said because you've already been indoctrinated with that particular rhetoric. What I want from you is to go and find us where gravity is the independent variable in any experiment.
The experiments that I provided you with are not enough.
No, because gravity was not the independent variable and they weren't experiments.
What do you mean by independent variable?
You realize that with the scientific method, the first thing you must do is observe a natural phenomena, and then you must create a hypothesis so that your presumed cause can be varied and manipulated to cause the effect, or the dependent variable, meaning the observed thing. That's an experiment. So I need a hypothesis where it can be tested, and gravity is the independent variable which causes the dependent variable. This is natural science. Can you please provide that?
Yes, acceleration. I've already mentioned that in the channel.
No, not acceleration. You just saying acceleration is not an experiment. I want you to give me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment.
And how is acceleration not proving that?
Acceleration is just a word.
Well, everything is a word. Gravity is a word as well.
Acceleration of what?
Acceleration of mass. Speed of how mass
sorry,
is moving.
In what state? I hope you're talking about gas.
In any state. Gravity
okay, gas.
Is any state of matter.
Gas.
So?
That's temperature.
What's temperature? Gas?
Yeah, that's going to give it kinetic energy. That's the thing that's going to make it vibrate. That's going to make it thing that's going to move. And the reason why gas moves is because it's got temperature.
Not only that, but because it is affected by gravity as well.
Within PV equals sorry, excuse me. Within PV equals nRT, please isolate the G.
Can you explain to me what a constitution is?
Wow.
Is this going to be how this conversation goes, where I ask you a perfectly reasonable question and you completely ignore it and ask me something irrelevant?
I already told you that I did not study physics, so I didn't understand the symbols that you throw at me.
The answer is you don't know, right?
The answer is I do know, because I have already provided to you the examples for where
okay, so you do know where G is in PV equals nRT. Please show me. Because that's what the question I asked you, unless you're going to be dishonest and trying to sidestep me.
You're throwing at me the symbols. I don't even know the meaning of those symbols.
Okay, so why don't you ask?
I'm not asking you.
Why don't you have a reasonable conversation, and if you don't know something, say, hey, I don't know that. Otherwise, it feels like I'm arguing with your ego.
It is not about ego. It is about science.
It is, then why don't you just be honest then and say you don't know something, but you don't know it?
No, I do know it.
Instead of completely ignoring the question like it didn't even take place, pushing mud in my eye and asking a completely irrelevant question. That's rude. Now, if you want to be educated, because that's what we're hopefully trying to help you understand, is within the ideal gas formula that explains how gases behave, there is no G. G doesn't dictate how gas behaves. That's what the formula says. The P is for pressure. The V is for volume. That is very cool. Pardon?
Does velocity exist?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you agree? Does acceleration exist?
Yeah.
Okay. And why do you think they exist?
Is this relative to what I've just spoken about, though?
It is very relative, yeah.
Okay, cool. Carry on.
Well, why do you think they exist?
Why do I think they exist? Please educate me.
No, you tell me.
No, I said I didn't know. Right? So
wonderful.
Please inform me. Remember, I was being honest. I don't know. Carry on.
If you don't know, then why are we even engaging in this conversation?
Okay, so why do they exist? I don't know. Please tell me.
Well, you tell me. You're the
walk
one
me
who's
down the path, my friend. The floor is yours.
You're the one trying to educate me, so go on.
For God's sake.
Okay, what causes acceleration? What causes acceleration to us?
I am asking him what is causing an acceleration.
A force can cause an acceleration.
Sorry?
A force.
Of what
temperature
kind?
can cause a physical force. Temperature.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Not that I'm aware
energy.
of.
Kinetic
Potential
energy.
energy. There you go.
Okay, but the gravity cannot, because the gravity does not exist.
Sorry, excuse me. What's gravity?
It's a force that is affecting mass quality of. You can call those objects molecules, whatever you wish. The mass of matter.
The mass of matter. What's that?
What's mass?
Yes.
Well, I think it's a what's the word in English? Relative physical quality of objects in comparison from one to another, and how strongly they can, sort of be attached to. Sorry, not attached, but what's the word in English? Not even connected, but drawn to each other. Yeah.
So citation, please.
Sorry.
Citation, please. Instead of you making it up on the spot, do you want to get a citation?
No, it's
I was just wondering if he's trying to describe resistance to acceleration. Is that what you're trying to describe?
Yep. I asked for velocity and acceleration, not really resistance, but you can call it that if you wish.
So in some circles, mass is described or defined as the resistance to inertia.
Okay.
In other circles, mass is defined as the amount of substance within a space.
Okay.
Okay.
Which one is it?
You're asking me?
Yeah. You said mass.
Yeah, but it's the same for me as a weight of an object in this argument.
So, weight. So that's a pressure vector in one direction.
A pressure.
It's also relative.
Yeah, pressure vector in one direction, right? So you put something on a scale, it presses downwards. Weight presses downwards, doesn't it?
Yeah, but why does the object have weight?
You said it was math, dude.
Well, I think you'll find that if you consult your oracle, it'll disagree with you about mass equaling weight.
No, I just meant in this conversation. Again, I'm not well educated in physics.
Yeah,
but you keep saying that as if somehow that's going to get you out of this particular conversation.
Yeah, you keep pretending. You keep pretending like you know what you're talking about, and saying that you're correct and you know what you're talking about, right? But you clearly don't, and you keep contradicting yourself and saying you don't know anything. It's obvious to all of us who have been in this debate for many years that you don't know what you're talking about, and you're way over your head, and your ego's running the show right now. You're getting absolutely wrecked. You're getting absolutely wrecked in this conversation. This is being live streamed on YouTube, right? So I recommend that you get the link, play the clip back to your friends and family, and show them how amazing that you did in this debate, right? Because you've been getting wrecked for about 2 hours.
My voice is copyrighted, and I can get you into legal trouble over it. But
that's fantastic. When you entered this particular channel, there was a little disclaimer at the top of it that says, people in this channel may be recording your voice. So you stayed in here while you got your little disclaimer. And if you didn't get your disclaimer, you take it up with Discord. In the meantime, yes, you are being live broadcasted on YouTube for at least 2 people.
In the country that I'm in right now, I have to follow the law of this country. And the law of this country states that you stay out to me.
Okay, so I'm in this country, and the law in this country, so what are we going to do? Just shut up, dude.
I told him several times that this was being recorded, live streamed. I told him. I don't know what he's talking about.
Who are you?
Who am I? Again, CBR1. That's who I am.
This is I don't know. It's like the final death throes.
Death throes?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. You're just trying to, like you're trying to throw out hand grenades and cause explosions wherever you can, not necessarily on the subject, but now you're having to go at the live stream. You've got to take some victim somewhere. You've got to have a small victory, haven't you?
What is happening, but it is up to you.
Yeah. I did say about an hour and 45 minutes ago that he wasn't here in good faith because he wasn't acknowledging any of the good material, proofs, evidence that we were presenting to him. Clean. No, I got you. Look, this is natural law. This is what everybody's living under. We live under these laws. So, but he's not acknowledging any of that stuff at all. He's conceded no points. And like I said, gases do not shapes and gravity doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, which is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning. How did he confirm and validated that he was living on an oblate spheroid? Comes out with gases, gravity. None of these things are proving Earth. What is Earth? He asks. Earth is what you see it as it is. Is it not a planet? No, it is not a planet.
Okay, so what is it then?
You know, if you have to ask what Earth is, you are far removed from reality by orders of magnitude. That's what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, if somebody asks you, what is Earth? What would you answer, ladies and gentlemen? What is Earth? Maybe the first thing is Earth is where I live. Maybe that would be your first answer. Right, that's where I live. Right. Thank you.
Earth is as we experience it. Earth is as we experience it.
Right.
Okay. Is there anything else other than the experience of yours?
Like, for example, the Earth, for all intents and purposes, to you, me, and everybody else, is stationary. Right? You don't feel or detect any motion to the Earth yourself, do you?
To define Earth, please, or describe it. Because definitely you and I will probably live on different continents, right?
Earth is dirt.
Dirt, okay. Well, I have
that
dirt.
Has the equator potential to grow fruits and vegetables.
My plants have dirt. It doesn't mean that this is Earth, right?
Okay, if we're talking about the Earth in this regard, we're talking about the hills and mountains, and specifically, you'll love this one, the water.
Well, there's no dirt in the sky.
Body that you and I.
All right, I have to stop this for a second. Miter, you're here. Hopefully, oh, he just bounced. He was waiting for that.
Oh.
He was hoping for that the whole time, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Good clips. I'm glad he left, actually. That was getting frustrating.
Yeah. Is the other guy still here? Hopefully, maybe not. The other Indian guy, do you remember?
Yeah, he left a long time ago.
Ah, okay. Just thought he might have been listening, learning something, learning how not to be. A lesson in how not to be, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that was. He wasn't honest in any way, shape, or form at all. Nothing. Everything that was presented to him in a most concise and amicable manner was just totally not even considered. Wasn't even considered or acknowledged. What do you do with people like that? I would have muted him an hour and 45 minutes ago and send him on his way, because he's just not here in good faith. But at least we learned something. Well, you, the listeners, have learned something. We have extreme patience here, yes, for sure. And the guy didn't prove anything at all. We showed him how gases are omnidirectional. So when you see that, your chain of thought and the way you carry your life from that moment onwards should change immediately, because it's contradicting what you thought it would have been. Gravity is pulling gases down. We have no experiments that can prove that. We have no observed phenomena of that happening in our lives. So if anyone's making that kind of statement, they should have the experiments ready to go. And he's trying to use the density gradient of the gases we have as proof of gravity. No, well, that's not true. It's been debunked from the very word go. T-Dub gave us an altitude climb from 10 feet to 100 to 1,000, so on, and the molecules are just rising up until they reach equilibrium, and then they stop moving. That's not gravity, is it? So that's what I mean. We gave the best information you could hang on to, whilst the other guy was just ducking and diving, literally, and interrupting.
In the meantime,
well
we do
done,
have
guys.
some new faces. We have Arch, who's here on a sock account. Welcome, Arch. Sintra is in here. I don't recognize you. Welcome. Who else we got? Got Salty Fries. Welcome. Stephen Lee. And Yotan. People that I don't recognize.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Please relax and ask any questions you may have. No matter how strange you might think the question will be, it's always a learning curve for the listeners. So please go ahead, ask any questions you have. Thank you for coming. Well, I might help you along with your cognitive juices, get your cognitive juices starting up and that, or flowing, should I say? And that would be, we're saying that the earth is indeed flat because it is measured flat and utilized flat. We're not able to measure the curvature of the earth to make up this supposed oblate spheroid, okay? So I've lived for 64 years. I've never encountered the curvature in my life at all. And I say that all of you are in the same position. Some of you may not realize it, though. Okay, whilst your cognitive juices are flowing, I can garnish it with we're also not rotating. The stars and the clouds above are moving above our heads, the sun and the moon. The earth, the ground we stand on is not rotating at all. If that were the case, then you'd have airline pilots having to account for the movement of the earth as they're coming into land every time. Maybe not so much when they're taking off. They could get an assist, but when they're coming into land, they'd have to factor that in a moving runway. And then military personnel, when they're firing their weapons of mass destruction, would need to consider the rotation of the earth, because from when the projectile leaves the muzzle, the earth would be rotating underneath. Therefore, would they be hitting their targets? Okay, that's another thing you need to consider.
DJ, can you permaban Love Drama, please?
Oh yeah, I was already typing it before you asked.
Awesome.
I'm sure I already did that the other day. I don't know how they're back again.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, don't hesitate to ask your question. Doesn't matter what it is, we're always interested in all what questions are welcome.
But anyway, yep. That's why we're here. We're discussing the fact that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. If anybody has a question about those particular assertions, please unmute yourself, ask a question, or make a claim.
Yeah, we, the flat earthers, are holding a position of knowledge here, duly because we have gone out to investigate whether or not the earth is curving in any way, shape, or form. And we have found constant horizontality everywhere in the measurements we have made over the distance we've chosen to measure. Yeah, that's a position of knowledge. Those who are thinking that they're on an oblate spheroid, well, that would be a belief system. So when I hear everybody knows the earth is a globe, no, nobody knows the earth is a globe for two reasons. One, it doesn't exist. Earth as a globe doesn't exist. Two, no human being has ever measured curvature of earth. That would include yourselves listening. So there we are.
Well, that was fun. EG, I see that you banned Miter. Is that love drama? No.
Is DJ just banning random people again? So power
Yes,
crazy, that guy.
he's out of control.
He is, man. We need to step in.
And he's AFK, which is even worse.
Dereliction of duty.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, man. There we go. I knew you could do it, DJ.
Well, I'll see if I can try. There seems to be a lot of new people in the chat, names that I don't recognise. Question is, where do I start? Do I start at the top or do I start at the bottom? We've got Duro at the bottom. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, my friend. Car's joined us as well. I do love the hat in your PFP. Yaga Bruno is here. Hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yao Tan, my friend, again, if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, please let me know. But Yao Tan has joined us as well. Toby Dog has joined us. T-Dub is here. What's up, T-Dub? Stephen Lee. Welcome, Stephen Lee. I don't recognise your name. Stark has joined us. Good to see you, Stark. Shut 'em Down is here also. We've got Says Who was speaking a moment ago, is a good friend of ours. Rayleigh Criterion is here. I wasn't going to say Salty Fries because they've got themselves deafened. But Rayleigh Criterion as well, also another flat earther, plain and truth, although with the FE tag. We got Malaxor Del Subnet. I'm not even going to say that, but I'll go with Malaxor. So hope you're doing well, Malaxor. If you want to speak, please unmute yourself, say hi. We've got Mia Plata. What's up, Mia Plata? Hope you're doing well, my friend. We've got Logical Observer who's joined us as well. Kingsley is here. What's up, Kingsley? Casey has joined us. Good to see you, Casey. Haven't seen you for a long time. Jin CBR1 is in the house. It's always good to hear Jin CBR1. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Thank you very much.
No problem, my friend. Good to hear you. FE Batman is always here. Good to see you, FE. House. DJ is here. The Power Crazy Muter and Banner. We got Cider Filer has joined us. Arch is in the house. Good to see you, Arch. And of course, right from 24/7. The flat Earth bit comes from the bit where we say that the Earth is flat. If anybody wants to speak about that particular subject, by the way, the Earth and what it is, its shape and all of those things, what it does, you know, orbits and spins on its axis and all seasons and more, what's the moon? If anybody's got any questions about those things, points that they'd like to raise or discuss, understand that maybe English is not your first language. So as always, if you don't understand things, we will take our time. We will try to be patient, I say try, and we will explain any words if you don't understand them. But like I said, welcome everybody to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the English Hub. I hope we are, because if it's politics, it's a shit show. But welcome one and all. I hope you're all doing well. And like I said, if you want to have a conversation about the Earth and what it is and what it does, please feel free to unmute yourself. Introduce yourself. Tell us what your name is. Tell us how to pronounce it properly, especially me, because I always screw it up. And let's get involved in a conversation. Thanks.
Now, come on, all you newcomers. You've just heard Jedi there introduce himself and called out all your names. Don't be shy now. You have made it this far. Make your visit count. Come on now. Strike whilst the iron is hot, as the saying goes. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jedi, whilst you're here, why don't you tell us why is it that people get the mistake about flat being a shape? Is flat a shape, Jedi?
No, flat in and of itself isn't a shape. It's a surface description. Now, many shapes, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, can be flat, especially the two-dimensional ones, right? But they will have other distinguishing factors to them. Edges, for example, curvature if it's a sphere or if it's a circle, right? So, in and of itself, flat is not a shape. So, understanding that, you must understand that us flat earthers are not making a claim to the shape of the earth. We didn't do that. Someone else did that. We got educated that. That's on TV. That's in school books. That's on the internet, right? That's what NASA says. So, interesting, right?
Yeah. So, Jedi, is it unreasonable then for the globers to say that, how comes you don't know the shape of the earth when you say it's flat? Is that, you know, because sometimes they accuse us of that.
It's a different question, isn't it? Okay, so a shape comes with other identifying factors, like I mentioned earlier, edges, corners, those types of things. So for us to make a claim about a flat shape, then I guess we would have to measure those type of contours. But very specifically, Jin, right? We seem to be talking about ideal shapes like squares and circles and three-dimensional shapes like cubes and, you know, these types of things. I don't even think the Earth has like that type of geometric form, much like a lake, right? That has its own geometric form. Something else like, we don't really get geometric forms in nature in and of itself. So I wonder if the Earth has its own unique, I guess, shape. I guess.
Yeah, right. Then another question for you, then, Jedi, is if we've been given the specifications to an object, let's say it's the Earth and its supposed size, circumference, should we be able to measure that and validate those specifications?
Yeah, it's a consequence of the claim. The consequence of the radius and the diameter and the circumference is a rate of change of slope over the surface, is a geometric horizon for an observer standing on that surface of a known radius. This is geometry. You just need to get your calculators out.
Thank you. So if we wanted to know whether or not the Earth is curving in any way, shape or form, what would be one of the number one methodology? I'd have to ask you there.
Well, the practice of surveying is something that we do all of the time, right? And to make it clear, that's measuring the land primarily before we build on it. We understand what surveyors are, but we would survey the land using surveying tools to measure the land to see if it did have a rate of change of slope.
Right. Good. So when we're given the circumference of the Earth being 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is now 3,959 miles, how do we get around trying to measure that? What would be the methodology for us to use?
Oh, if you talk, we'd need to figure out if it was a sphere to begin with, right? We'd have to measure the surface of the Earth to be curved. You could travel around in circles. That can be a circumference if you've got a central point for a radius. If you want to measure the radius of a sphere, then I guess you'd have to dig down to the middle of it and then come out the other side to get the diameter as well, right? But yeah, you'd have to prove it was a sphere first, and I guess you'd have to measure the surface to have curvature.
Right. You see? So that's it, basically. And that's what we've been trying to do for the past 10 years now, moving into 11 years now, ladies and gentlemen, is to take the specifications that they gave us and try to confirm and validate that. And what we found is horizontality, level, horizontal, no curvature. That's why we say the Earth is flat. That's not saying it's a shape. We're saying that the Earth isn't curving at 8 inches per mile squared in order to detect curvature. That's not happening. For example, we can make observations over 10 miles, for example. Now, within that distance, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight. I shouldn't be able to see 10 miles if the Earth is curving in any way, shape, or form, because the Earth's curvature would block my line of sight, but it's not. I am making observations at that distance, and the same would be at 20 miles. There would be, 266 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight at 20 miles. Okay, so this is the problem we're having. No measurable curvature. We are able to make these observations without any interruption of Earth's curvature. Hence, we say the Earth is measured flat. And geodetic surveyors, those who survey the land, actually measure the land flat. And then afterwards, they add in spherical calculations after measuring Earth level and flat, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they've been doing for years.
I tell you something that
go ahead.
I tell you something that you might find interesting, Jin. Do you remember the construction of the Channel Tunnel from southeast of England to France?
Yes, indeed.
Cool. So I've always had a bit of an interest in that, and along my journey of watching videos and documentaries, and even speaking to people that have worked on the Channel Tunnel, it came to my understanding that obviously when we are surveying the land, we're surveying over distances of water. They're using very accurate range finding equipment, so lasers and signal propagation. Yoda also posted some information the other day with regards to the Channel Tunnel and how they actually surveyed the land underneath the water, how they actually all did this. Now, the Earth's measured flat in this instance when we're talking about a huge construction program that's taking place 25 miles from coast to coast underneath the English Channel. This is, I remember when I was like back in the 90s when this was happening, because it was going through like our villages and so on, the high speed link. So this was happening in my area. So the accuracy that they needed was absolutely phenomenal. Yet they didn't measure any curvature. The
edge is the
really,
vertex.
really interesting. Hello?
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
Good. I'm very well. Yeah. What brings you here?
Well.
It works every time.
The Earth is flat brings me here because I want to know Earth is round, Earth is flat, or Earth is cone.
It works every time.
It's cone or it's cylinder. What is this?
we were just discussing how the Earth was measured flat in the instance of the construction of the Channel Tunnel from England to France underneath the English Channel. And how practically in every circumstance when we construct upon the Earth, we indeed measure the Earth to be flat.
NASA is commenting something. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Lice?
It's all yours, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you talking about? Lice. Can you explain yourself,
Why
please?
NASA means lice?
Oh, why does NASA mean lies? Well, I think it's from the Jewish or Judea translation, if I'm correct. It means to deceive.
Okay.
So NASA has been deceiving everybody since its creation, 1959, I think, or somewhere around about there, 1958. They've been lying to the world. Yeah. So if you want to ask why, go and ask NASA. I am not NASA. I'm aware that they're lying to me, so I don't accept what they put down in black and white or on TV screens. Question everything that NASA says is my position always. Okay. What is your name, sir? Sorry, I didn't catch your name. I'm Jin CBR1 here on the server. What's your name, sir? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were talking about the Channel Tunnel anyway, right? And the length and breadth of the precision they used in order to create the tunnel, which I watched myself right up to the day they got right through. It was amazing, I have to admit.
It really was, dude. It's primarily how they surveyed the area from coast to coast using lasers and electromagnetic signals, specifically lasers and electromagnetic signals, to boats and buoys along the English Channel using GPS and all of these types of things because they needed to be extremely accurate.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Now, you know the last stages of it where they were boring through and they were just about to come through. You could see the soil falling off as the boring tool came through the last section. Yeah. The first flag that I thought I was going to see what it was going to be, but the Union Jack or the French. Yeah. It was the Japanese one that came through first. And I was just blown away. What?
Why was it the Japanese one? I can't remember. There's a story
because
behind
the British end, it was the Japanese boring tool that was being used from the British side. That was why.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the Japanese were assisting the Brits from our side, and then from the French side, the French flag came through. What happened there? But Japan has the best boring tools on earth, don't they? The Japanese. So this is why they were the first flag. That really did shock me because up until that point, I didn't realize that Japan had participated in the tunnel borings. I was totally unaware of that until I saw the flag. So you can imagine my shock.
Yeah. Well, being as it's a couple of minutes, I welcome all of the new people into the channel. I hear lots of bings and dings, so I know people are leaving and entering all. And there are lots of names that I don't recognise. Jin Sebi and R1 and I were just discussing how the Earth is practically measured to be flat, and using the instance of the Eurotunnel example. But if anybody's got any questions regarding the subject of the room, the Earth, and what it is and what it does, and how we can verify and know for sure what it is and what it does. If anyone's got any questions or comments or things I'd like to speak about, then please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, tell us what your name is, and then you can bring up your point for conversation, shall we say. But welcome all of the new people. It's lovely to have you.
Yeah, earlier on today, did I? An individual asked, I think his name was Source. I think you were there as well anyway. And he asked about why is it then that it's dark over in the UK, but yet it's daylight in Japan? How do we explain that? He was saying.
Well, because the light's over Japan and not over the UK,
and the probable distance of thousands and thousands of miles is probably the reason why I can't perceive the sun from that distance, and why the light can't reach me. Specifically, maybe the air has got something to do with it. We understand how light attenuates or distinguishes through the medium of the air that we breathe. But it's probably to do with the location of the sun above the flat Earth.
Yeah. Thank you. I can give you some numbers. The distance between Japan and England, 6,000 miles. Okay. So that's what the sun has got to do for you to see the sun from Japan and see it clearly. It has to travel 6,000 miles for you to see it. The light would have to travel that far.
Wow.
But it can't do that. Can't do that. Yeah. It can't. That's the reason why. You know, the sun's luminosity is limited. It cannot light up the whole Earth. If it were to do so, then you're going to have daytime all the time, no nighttime on a flat Earth. But of course, no, it can't. The sun has to be smaller than the Earth in order to illuminate it through the time zones. You know, good morning to Japan, good afternoon, 12 noon, and at its zenith, and then it moves away from me by 6:30. It's dark. Okay, and then at this point, it'll be giving another country its good morning and good afternoons as it moves away from me. And that's what happens on its circuit. It's that simple. And a famous flat earther, his name was D. Marble, living in Washington State. At 12 o'clock noon, the sun was at its zenith at the top. 12 o'clock noon, we could see it. He's using Skype, and he contacted a guy in England, and it was 9 o'clock, and the sun was just, as they call it, setting. Okay, just about to disappear. You could still see it, only just on the horizon. Right, that was in England at 9 o'clock in the evening, 9 p.m. And then what was it? He was in Washington State. It was 12 noon, and then in Australia it was 6 o'clock in the morning. So the guy in Sydney, I think it was, he could see the sun. So in 3 locations, the sun was visible. Okay, Washington State, 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the evening in England, just on the horizon, just about to set, and then 6 o'clock in Sydney. Now, when they extrapolated all that onto a globe, when D. Marble did this onto a globe using a flashlight to simulate the sun, okay, he could line up England and Washington. He couldn't line up Australia. Australia was in the dark due to the curvature of the Earth, of course. You see what I mean? The curvature of the Earth blocked the light hitting Australia, so Australia was left in the dark. So it's just another debunking of the globe in this case. Carry on.
I understood everything what you said, and that. Did he tilt the globe? Like to depict seasons and so on.
No. You know why? The globe is already tilted, isn't it? On the globe. Yeah. So that's what he used.
Of course it is. Yeah.
It's already tilted. You see. Yeah. That's a good question.
No, I found that fascinating when he did that. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was globe debunked in six minutes, or as he put it, flat Earth proof in 6 minutes. But we can't really say it's proof of flat Earth. What we can say, it's a debunking of the globe. And in order to make the observations that were being made, you would need to be on a flat surface to do that. For a curving one wouldn't allow you to do that, which is what's been proven here. But obviously, the best proof is to measure the surface of the Earth. So it's just like we call it a preponderance of evidence. Just another little nail in the coffin, if you will, which was a really good one. Yeah, great work. He went on to record, D. Marble also went on to record the 24-hour sun at the Antarctic Circle, North Pole, but he recorded it from Alaska. That's where he was. positioned himself in Alaska, set up his time-lapse photography camera, and recorded 24 hours of it. Beautiful, wonderful work. And then following him, 2 guys with the similar name, Sergey, flat earthers, from Russia, from the Russian side, recorded the 24-hour sun. Beautiful spectacle to behold when you could see that, you know?
Yeah, that sounds really cool, man.
I mean, it's quite simple, ladies and gentlemen. Either we are an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a single year. 19.2 billion. It's a lot of mileage there, right? Times that by your 8 and you'll have some distance of that space and how big it is. Yeah. But yet all the stars are in the same place. That's what I've noticed. Nothing's moving. So yeah, that's very odd. We don't notice this movement, this velocity. The Earth's meant to be rotating 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. So if you're in Los Angeles, it's 870 miles per hour. If you're in Alaska, it's 500 miles an hour. If you're in the UK right now, it's 600 miles an hour. All these different speeds, but we're not noticing a single mile per hour. Isn't that funny?
Well, try as we might, my friend, we don't seem to be able to entice anybody into a conversation by anything that we've said. Lots of new people keep joining.
Yeah, that's okay. I think they're listening, though, to the conversation we're having, because we're asking the questions that they would probably typically ask, you see. So that's being asked, and we're answering them. You see what I mean? Yeah, which is good. It's good, you know, we just carry on. So with that being said, what is the problem? Because when we ask the Globers now, who has actually measured the curvature of the Earth, and when did he or she do this? Who was this person, right? In modern times or ancient times. And what comes up is Eratosthenes or Aristosthenes. Same name, different pronunciation. Okay. Now, what's the problem with what he did? Because there are some inherent problems there. Do you know?
No, Aristosthenes. The problems with his. Okay. So the first real problem is he already presumed that he was standing on a sphere. The second one was how the light was being cast upon this sphere he was presuming he was standing on. He presumed the sun was at a, didn't matter, infinite distance away, but was bigger than the Earth that was a sphere. And because of that, the sunlight was coming into the Earth and hitting the Earth at parallel angles to each other. So we must understand that if we're making a presupposition, then our conclusion is already kind of baked within our premise. Don't be surprised that we conclude the Earth is a sphere when we already presume that we're on one to begin with. So Aristosthenes isn't proving the Earth is a sphere. Anything else, Jim?
Thank you. That was very good. That was it. Because that was the problem that most Globers struggle with. That when you're assuming you're on a globe, you're cheating, right? And then you're assuming that the rays are coming from the sun parallel, which no human being has ever seen. We see the diverging rays, crepuscular rays they're called, right? So there's another anomaly in itself. Yeah. So yeah, I like it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions there? And the other question is this: how is it that with today's nanotechnology, we can't measure a single degree of curvature today, but yet Aristosthenes, 2,500 years ago approximately, was able to measure the curvature of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. But today's nanotechnology can't measure a single degree. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense, gentlemen?
sometimes more time has to. Sometimes more time has to pass for things to be proven. That doesn't mean they're false. But I'm not saying that I'm against flat Earth. I'm just saying sometimes just because we can't explain something now doesn't mean we won't be able to later.
That's fine,
Okay.
but that's an appeal to the future fallacy. So,
True.
you know, like they keep saying 5 more years we're going to go to the moon, and then every 5 years they
Right.
say 5 more years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we are talking 2,500 years ago that a man with no technology at all, zero technology, battered sandals, loincloth, stained to fuck, was proving curvature. But we've got today's smart nanotechnology, smart, bristling, shiny, down to the nano degree, and it cannot measure a single curvature. Doesn't that not make any? That's odd, isn't it? Don't you think? No, you don't think that. No, that today's modern technologies, bristling with the latest gadgets and functionality, not able to measure curvature at all. Precision instrument, and yet a man with no technology at all was able to do so, supposedly.
Well, he did have a little bit of technology.
Yeah.
Had a stick.
A stick, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, yeah, I forgot about
That's
that.
basically
Okay.
what he did, isn't it? He
Yeah,
had a stick,
sticks and shadows.
and because the light from the sun was interrupted by the stick, it cast a shadow on the floor.
Right.
Ooh. Okay.
Exactly that. And then you've got to measure the angles. Now, the angles are required of a flat baseline in the first place, you see. So you can't have an angle unless you have a baseline to begin with. Okay, so this is the other problem you've got to be careful of. That, you know, they're offering up these angles, but you don't get curved triangles. Okay, triangles are 3 straight lines. So there we are. But yeah, thanks, Teddy. That was pretty good. Yeah, you know, yes. Sometimes things are proven later on in time, admittedly, or are they just moving the goalposts, ladies and gentlemen? Because that's what I think is happening more so than an actual advancement or a wow, wham, bam, thank you. Here's a discovery. What they're doing is they're moving the goalposts to suit the story, as the story they've told before comes under heavy scrutinization, right? And now we're revealing the anomalies that they have to create a new story. That's what they're doing. That's what's been going on. Resetting. Yeah, that's what we've been witness to. A reset every time. Yeah. And it's funny how in modern times, we don't know anybody in the modern times that's ever measured the curvature of the earth. It's never come up as a modern man with his modern equipment. It's never happened. I don't know anybody. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't measure it. He hasn't measured the curvature of the earth. But he knows that you won't see it from the Red Bull jump, which was what? 24 miles off the Earth's surface, thereabouts. Right? You're not going to see curvature there. It's all flat there, he said. So he knows that much. So the Felix von Gardner jump, the Red Bull jump, there was no way he would be able to have seen the curvature of the Earth from that altitude he jumped from, which was 24 miles, 121,000 feet or so. And the camera he used was a GoPro fisheye lens, which actually facilitates curvature when you point it at an object. It curves the scenery, which is, to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. So in the modern world, no, I don't know anyone who's made the claim that they've measured the curvature of the Earth over a given distance. And that, again, is odd. It's another odd anomaly in modern times, where we have some good technology out there. GPS, very useful. Ground positioning systems. Okay, that'll be the GPS. Then you've got the theodolites, what the geodetic surveyors are using, theodolites. Then we have laser beam tests, observation tests. Longest distance, I think, was 40 kilometers, 24 miles, ladies and gentlemen, thereabouts. Then we have radio waves, radar, and sonar. Now, these instruments propagate horizontally. Couldn't work on a curved surface. Signals won't be met. Okay, radio signals. Then we have the long-range telescopes and short-range telescopes making their observation on a flat Earth. No curvature there, right? And then we have aeroplanes, hot air balloons, ships, submarines, and torpedoes. All these operate on a horizontal linear plane that we live on. No curved trajectory experience at all. Yeah. Makes you wonder, where is the curvature then? In modern times, we can't measure it. So that would be another anomaly that you should be thinking, yeah, how comes? Then you should be asking yourself, where did I see the curvature of the Earth? Actually, now that I come to think of it, where have I seen it? And you're going to realize that you've never seen it. And that should be another anomaly right there. How comes you haven't seen it in all the time you've been alive? Unless you've lived completely in the concrete jungle of Britain or any city and never left, never gone to the seaside, never flown in an aeroplane, we can forgive you for that. Anyone who's just lived and not traveled and been in concrete jungle completely only, okay, we can say, all right, yeah, you won't have a chance. But anyone who's been out there on the ocean or has flown and gone up to a high-rise tower block, yeah, you should be able to notice the curvature of the Earth. And when you look, you will notice that you've never seen it. And that should be another anomaly in your lives. Yeah, Jedi, is it possible to get the God's eye view of Earth in its entirety?
I haven't. I don't know anybody that will be able to. I don't. Yeah, that seems a bit of an impossibility to have God's eye view of the world. No, I don't think that. Do you mean like as in when NASA say that they go to space and turn around and take a picture of the Earth, that type of God's eye view? Yeah. No. No.
Right, there you are, ladies and gentlemen, you see. So we as humans cannot leave Earth to see Earth in its entirety all in one go. You'd have to go at least 6,000 miles off the surface to get that view. 6,000 miles straight out, straight up. Yeah, can't do that. See, when we give you some numbers, you get the idea of how big the Earth must be, right? First and foremost, and how far you'd have to go to we can't go into space. Just no possibility of that ever happening. We don't have the technologies. Our technologies don't work in that environment. Okay, and we can't go there. We can't survive. Instant death for us, instantly. Who was it? There was a guy called LeBlanc, who was a NASA astronaut, and in the 60s, I think it might have been 1967, 68 or thereabouts, he stepped into a vacuum chamber, the value of which isn't even as far as the Kármán line. The Kármán line is supposed to be the edge of space from the surface of the Earth. It's 62 miles, which is 100 kilometers off the Earth's surface, okay? 62 miles. Okay, so this vacuum chamber was less altitude than that, and he collapsed within 2 seconds. Within 2 seconds, So 1 second and something, he was out, collapsed on the floor in the vacuum chamber, right? And he hadn't got anywhere near 60 miles. He hadn't even got like maybe 10 miles off the Earth's surface and already collapsed. Wow. Yeah, what happened was the suit itself, the suit started to expand, and the hose feeding the air supply to the suit disconnected due to the expansion of the suit. So he just fell on the floor. Boom. He fell backwards like a tree being felled. So most of us, if we fall backwards, we try to break the fall and react. He was already out cold. So because he just fell straight back, bang. And then they rushed to open the vacuum chamber, which could have killed him, but they managed to get him out and he was okay. And he stated that the last thing he could remember was the saliva on his tongue bubbling up. That's the off-gassing phenomena that you would witness if you put a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and watch it bubble. 37 degrees Celsius, water starts to bubble in a vacuum chamber, 10 to the -1. So he experienced that for real as he collapsed. And that was going nowhere. That wasn't anywhere near space. So indeed, we can't go there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. The source of this information is coming from the Apollo Detectives. All right, ApolloDetectives.com. Look them up and you will learn a lot. Go to the section of playlists or go to their video section and look up everything to do with vacuums, and you will be educated. These guys are experts. You will be educated. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Yeah, we can't get the God's eye view. Yeah, absolutely right. No chance of that. So we're only left with measuring the surface of the Earth and then trying to detect curved trajectory through flights or sailing of ships. And I've sailed to Nigeria from Southampton. Okay, that was a 2-week journey, no curved trajectory there, and vice versa from Nigeria to Southampton. I've done that journey twice, and on those occasions, I never experienced curvature of the Earth at all. I'm going back to 1970s. 1969, 1970, 71, when I made those journeys, and most certainly no curvature experience. Unforgettable because the horizon was always level from the ship. The MV Oriel was the name of the ship that I went on. Cargo boat built in Clydebank, Scotland in the 1950s. So by the year 2001, it died in India, scrapped. So the ship is no longer alive now, which is a shame. But in 2001, it was scrapped. Scrapped in India. The MV Oriel cargo boat. Really nice one. I learned to play table tennis on that boat as a kid. First introduction to table tennis was on that boat. Built in Clydebank, sailed from Liverpool down to Southampton and then from Southampton onwards. Because I lived in London, we had to go to Portsmouth to pick up the ship, the Oriel. Southampton to pick it up. And that's where we picked it up from, Southampton. And the 2-week journey was beautiful weather all the way. And it was just the horizon, I remember, was just horizontal, looking through the porthole of the cabin and out on deck. Nothing but horizontality. It's an unforgettable experience. When you've lived on land for like 8 years of your life, because I was only a boy, no land is very, very noticeable. You're forever looking for land. And all I could see was horizontality of the ocean. There you are. An unforgettable experience. And leaving Southampton to go to Nigeria, that would be a downward curve all the way to Nigeria, downward. So that the attitude of the ship and the deck should have been following a curved trajectory, which would have meant everyone would have slid off the side of the ship, basically, slid to one end. But that didn't happen. So horizontal sailing all the way. We didn't have a cloud in the sky. Can you imagine that? 2 weeks of pure sunshine. Can you imagine? Going along the west coast of Africa, taking in the Canary Islands as well.
I've never seen 2 weeks of pure sunshine. I have to imagine that stuff.
Yeah. 2 weeks on the ocean, no rain, no clouds. Yeah, it was amazing. That was back in the 70s.
Wow.
Yeah. When we went to Nigeria, we went by Heathrow Airport. That was the first time by the organisation precursor to the what's it called? The British Airways, BOAC, British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC. That was the ship we.
Yeah, it, man. I haven't heard of those for since I was knee. Wow.
Knee high to your dad's nipper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the company that we flew on. Okay, we flew by British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC. Really nice aircraft as well. Do you know what? When I look at aviation, yeah, I really do like the old propeller planes. You know, something about them. You know, the shape, the noise of the engine. You know, and then and the way they just fly through the air, bloody amazing. You know, propeller type aircraft, really interesting. Say that again.
There's a certain grace to them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you know, I can still see the image of me going through the customs and going through the detectors as you walk through. Yeah, still remember that when I arrived in Nigeria and coming back to Heathrow. Yeah, I can still see myself walking through. So that's to tell how long a lasting image memories one can have. And looking out of the window and noticing the difference from leaving England over the ocean and looking at that to when you get to Africa and it's a lot of jungle there. You know, odd shaped buildings. Okay, I remember that distinctive. A lot of land with no roads. Okay, yeah, that's what I remember when I first went.
Jen, question for you, mate.
Yeah.
Apart from flat Earth, are there any other things that you in the alternative dimensions?
That's a great question. Well, again, it's going to be flat Earth related, unfortunately, and that would be like the moon landing hoaxes, you know, because I obviously took into what I learned, what I saw from NASA as the truth when they said they landed on the moon. So in 1995, a friend of mine, I was working at a wine bar, tried to introduce me to the idea that the moon landings were a hoax. And I asked him, what do you mean? Because I saw it on TV. So what do you mean they were a hoax? What do you mean? He said, my mother doesn't think it's real. Okay, what did she say? And he didn't give me any information. So I totally effed him off completely. I said, I'm trying to do my job here. Get the F out of here, you effing, you and your mother can effing go to effing hell. Did you know? That's what I said to him, right? That's 1995. 4 years later, I'm leaving England to go to Japan. So I'm in Japan. 2001, I'm investigating the moon landing hoax, and I find out that they didn't go. I instantly remembered what I said to this guy, David. So I tried to phone him up. It took me about 45 minutes to an hour to catch him because he'd moved around and he changed his number. But I finally got to him and apologized to him for what I said. Do you know what? He had completely forgotten about that day. Don't know how you could have forget a day that I slagged you off. Okay. But, you know, it wasn't a wine bar. He might have been a worse for wear, but he'd forgotten it. He'd forgotten the day completely. But I apologized to him anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so that's one of the conspiracies, if you will. And I won't go into too much because all the other stuff leads away from flat Earth. Okay, so I'll keep it there. What about you? Have you gone into anything?
I respect that. I was giving you leniency, being as it was relatively quiet, but I respect you for keeping it on.
Yeah, I think we need to do that these days, just so we don't bring the sub into disrepute. And I might end up getting into trouble anyway. So, because it heated discussions and that. But what about yourself? Have you come into any conspiracies outside of planet Earth?
Yeah, every day. I should.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, there's some that I just will not even begin to entertain. But the ones that I do entertain are like from the First World War, Second World War stuff. There's a lot of material there that's come to light in recent years that totally blows away what we learned at school. Completely shatters it completely. You know, and some of the unanswered questions are being answered this time round. But yeah, you know,
like,
with the
how did we have steam engines before matches?
That's interesting, isn't it? If that's true. Oh, if that's a true thing. I did like the Stevenson rocket. You remember the Stevenson rocket, Jedi? T-Dub, do you remember it?
Say that again, sorry?
The Stevenson rocket. That would be the steam engine.
Rocket. Yeah. That's in the museum somewhere.
That's right. It's in the British Museum.
Yeah.
Great contraption. Would love to see that in operation today. Would like to run on it myself, you know, to ride on one. Brilliant. You know, when you look at British Rail, okay, and the bridges and that, again, British engineering at its best back then.
Yeah.
They had some good standards. That has stood the test of time. Still there today. You know those bridges that go over the valleys and canyons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean, bridge, and you're talking concrete, bricks and mortar. Wow. Yeah. And they're still there. And then you have
the factories.
Yeah, the factories have gone, unfortunately.
Where's the brick factories?
Yeah.
Where's the piles of rubble? Where's the quarries?
Yeah. Dying industry these days, unfortunately, because you know, back then there was a lot of work out there. And you know, to see Britain in its industrialization years, it was good to watch because, you know, as an engineer myself, you know, I found it fascinating and, you know, moving at the same time. I was going to say, you know, bridge building in Britain is second to none, but then you have India, you know, since 1977 to the present day, they've had like 2,500 bridges collapse. What a ridiculous number to hear in the modern era. And yet they want to tell us they've got satellites orbiting the moon on an elliptical orbit. And yet they've had so many bridges collapse in one country. So, you know, there's a lot to be said with British engineering. It's suffering some now. You know, I do feel standards have dropped and maintenance lacking in places. But hopefully, you know, things will change and not degrade. But I've noticed that standards have dropped. We're moving into so much technology, and sometimes all we need is just the basic, you know, brick and mortar, and that's it, and paint, and you're away. But we're doing a lot of technology and materials that can't sustain themselves in the natural environment we live in. Earth's atmos, for example. You know, I think we're sacrificing a lot for some of this modern technology. There's a cost to be paid. What do you think, Jedi, or anyone? T-Dub. Modern technology.
Modern technology, dude, it's just a cliff, and everyone's being. You know the story of the Pied Piper. It's that story as far as I'm concerned, especially with this AI revolution, mate. I think we've kind of had a bit of a front row seat when challenging people's intelligence and integrity and these types of things. The majority of young people today, especially over recent years, first response is to Google it. Now that just scares the crap out of me. I'm sorry, it really, really does. So as soon as you start talking about technology and more technology and so on, I just think it's all going to lead us off of a massive cliff. I think the Amish might have been onto something.
Yes, I'm glad you said that. The Amish, they've been a standard to observe as a barometer. So I won't say any more than that. But so yeah, the Amish, well done the Amish, because they're a template actually of existing on Earth without being ill. I won't say any more than that. Looking at the technological prison that we're all running in. Well, I'm not running into it, but everyone's pushing us. I'm going against the flow, but I'm still going with the flow, if you will. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm running the other way, but there's so much of the people going in towards the prison that they're carrying me along with them. That's the problem I'm having. Do you get me?
This is the thing about technology. We're coerced into it very quickly, and before we realise it, we're probably using the technology. Just look at the phone that's in your hand, right? Now that came out 30 years ago. Mobile phone technology. As soon as it jumped out of the car, mobile like phones in cars and stuff. Got a phone in my car. That used to be cool, but it's always this technology of convenience. It gets sold to us really, really well. So what we end up doing is begging for it, like saving for it, maybe going without things to afford it. So yeah, I know what it's like to say that I want to, run away from technology, and at the far end is this off-grid behavior, and think about the things that I do and the things that I interact with. But unfortunately, like you described, the wave is so strong that you get caught up in it without even realizing. And that's no blame, because I'm exactly the same. I think we all are. We get caught up in it. We've got these mobile phones and these devices, cell phone hands, right? But and we know that they're spying on us, right? But we still use them. Right? We know Google is this, and we know that we should trust that. And we still entertain ourselves with these things, right? These things can also, be tools. They can help us do all sorts of things, dude. So it's a convenience trap. That wave is convenient.
Absolutely a convenience trap. Yeah, technological prison. And it is unfortunate, but that's the way it is at the moment. I do think they're overpriced, though. Knowing about electrical, mechanical, electrical engineering, and that, when you open up these things and open them up, the lack of componentry is what surprises me. Do you understand? That's what really blows me away. The lack of components, because the image I had before I opened up my iPhone 6 Plus, that would have been in 2016. Yeah, go ahead. 2016.
You know what it takes? You know what it takes to make a microprocessor?
Go on.
You should watch the documentary about it. So it takes a machine the size of a tractor trailer, and the technology in that machine took 30 years to develop. And what it does is it shoots molten tin in micro droplets, and then it zaps those with a laser, an explosion, which causes ultraviolet light to be created. It then uses that ultraviolet light to do lithography that can't be done with any other type of light on a micro scale, which is being focused by all kinds of mirrors into a very small location to essentially do an etching print, which is how they make a layer of the microprocessor. And they do that like thousands of times a second.
And if you watch how they built that machine and how precise it has to be, and how they have to do it in iterations, like it is crazy the amount of technology that goes into that.
Yeah, a number of years ago, I did watch the microprocessors and how they're built, and how much water was being consumed was the reason I was watching it, because water is a resource that we need in order to be a superpower. This documentary said you need to have water in place, otherwise you ain't going to be a superpower, for example. So these technological companies are consuming a lot of water to make these products that you're talking about, and the precision is amazing. What you just described there alone, right? So when I went to just change my battery at the consumer end, right? And the screws are like watchmaker type screws. So you're struggling already, you know what I mean? Trying to get these screws out. When you finally
they had to solve problems with things, much, much smaller than the watchmaker screws, all the way down to the angle of arrival of light, to where they couldn't get it any shallower of an angle. So they're like, well, we can't make any smaller microprocessors. So how are we going to make them even better and better? Until some guy came up with some weird way to get it to basically be a reverse. So you get the reverse angle, which gives you the smaller angle on the other end. But he had to do, it took him 20 years to solve that problem. And they had all kinds of investors that were like, hey, bro, you promised us you're going to solve this. Can we have it now? We gave you like $1 bajillion. And he's like, okay, bro, it's coming, I promise.
Wow, man, I can just imagine. So the image I had in my head when I'm looking at my iPhone 6 Plus as I was about to change the battery, this would be probably 2015. No, sorry, 2014. So maybe 2017, 18. I'm about to change the battery for the first time. I'm imagining breadboards and diodes and capacitors on a smaller scale. Do you understand? When I finally opened up this phone, after getting all the screws out and removing the seal and everything, all I saw was an L-shaped tray which had the components, and the rest was battery. And I was like, how can they justify charging that much money?
Those chips are basically what you described, but on a scale that you can't see.
Yeah.
And in fact, those microprocessor chips, that the machine I just described to you, there's only so many of them in existence, and they're the only machines in the world that can do it.
Yeah. So I was blown away at the amount of room the battery took versus componentry. And then I instantly said, how could they charge $500 for that? That's a ripoff. That's the first thing I said.
Yeah, bro. Well, dude, listen, if you could shoot a molten hot tin with a laser 1,000 times a second out of the air with absolute accuracy, to where you can print something on a micro scale smaller than pretty much anything else we can do, then yeah, you could charge what you want.
Yeah. I was just blown away. Right. And I said, wow, this is what they're charging $500 for. How do they justify that, man?
However, brother, you can go and buy a fully functional cell phone for $4. There is a company that sells a $4 cell phone, fully functional.
All right.
Yeah. You could buy tablets less than $20. You could buy them in the single digits. So the flagship devices that you get from premier companies, they're the ones charging the premium money. But you could get a functional device for less than $10.
Yeah.
Now, is it as snappy as the new ones? Can it do all the programming that the new ones can do? Probably not. Probably not as good. Probably not as fast. It probably can't run, an awesome video game or something. But it's a fully functional smart device.
Right. Yeah.
Well, let's see your microchip. Yeah, someone knocks it. Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, let's see yours.
Yeah. And I
was waiting for the dad joke. When he asked you, I thought it was like, how many people does it take to change a light bulb?
I remember sweating buckets on my head, from my head, as I tried to replace all the screws and get all the connectors back in. And then when I connected it all up, only half the screen was working, so I had to undo everything and then redo it, and then it was only half vertically. The third try. So what should have been like a 30-minute ended up to be a 2.5 hour ordeal to change one battery. And the problem I had was the Gorilla adhesive that held the battery in place to the back of the phone when it should have been just one little belt and a couple of screws. They put this Gorilla type adhesive, and everything that I used to try and get the battery was breaking. The tools you're given with the replacement batteries were breaking, failing under pressure. Snap, break. I had to use a credit card in the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely changed a few iPhone batteries before and other components and screens.
Right, and then those screws are just minute, mate. The one grateful thing you have is that the screwdriver is magnetic, right? And then what I did was I laid down the screws on a brown cloth, so the silver contrast, and you could see it all clearly. But you still had to lay them methodically in the right order because each screw had a different length, minute as they were as well. So if you didn't put them in the right order, you got problems there. Nothing was standardized. What a headache. Yeah, man, I had nightmares. I've changed the battery 3 times on the iPhone 6 Plus. Still using it now. "2014, I got it. It's had 3 cases in that time as well. It's currently on its 3rd case. I'm one of them skinflints. I squeeze every last bit of energy out of every component before I will buy a new phone. I'm one of them. Ebenezer's Ebenezer, if you will.
Well, yeah. A lot of people stick with things until they're completely beaten to oblivion. So I mean, as long as they're working, right?
Yeah, yeah. As they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I just can't accept the prices they're asking as well now. 1,300, for a phone. Stupid money they're asking for it now. It's just become a joke,
Yeah, but like if you just divorce yourself from the idea that you need an iPhone, there's plenty of phones out there that are in the couple $100 range.
Yeah, that's what I'm considering. I was lucky. I was given one last year. Given an iPhone, iPhone 11 Pro Max by my Japanese students, so I'm using that as well. So that's cool. A donation.
Once you expand into the Android interconnectivity and customizability, like you'll realize that iPhone was basically a prison.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've got the iPhone 4, the original iPhone 4, that still works. I'd like to have that customized. I'd like to take that to China, right? Because I like the size of it and that, and have them to update the components, the ones that I need, so that I can actually have it function. Because it works, but the apps are not. The apps are not working.
Jen, you're like a man of character that likes to have a product that mimics his character, right?
Yeah.
You can be proud of it.
You.
So the iPhone does a lot of immoral stuff. So let me explain one of them. So all Android devices have a uniform. They had a uniform texting and multimedia text ability, where they could all send high resolution images to each other, and it'll be the same resolution. So if I snap a photo and I try to send it to you in a text message, it'll come to you high resolution. Now, if an iPhone tries to send a message to an Android device, so for example, I have a flagship Android device. No reason why anybody sending me anything wouldn't be at the highest quality. But when it comes from an iPhone, it's diminished quality. When I send something to them, it's diminished quality. And the reason why it's diminished quality is because the iPhone messaging system picks up that it's being sent from an Android and intentionally dereses it so that when the end user gets it, they get a dissatisfactory experience, and they blame the Android for it rather than the Apple software, which is intentionally thwarting the experience for
That's
the user.
disgusting, isn't it? That's disgusting,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
And the worst part is that iPhone people experience that not as a fault, but they think their iPhone is better because when they send iPhone to iPhone, it's high res. But when they send between Android and iPhone, it's low res. So they blame the Android, not realizing it's really the iPhone screwing them over on purpose.
Yeah. Well, if we go back to 2016, one of my students did an iOS update from iOS 9 to iOS 10 or 11. Okay. I think it was iOS 10. And her phone slowed down. Okay. Now, many people experienced this. And then they complained to Apple, why is my phone slowing down after I updated the iOS to iOS 10? And guess what the interview, Tim Cook said in the interview? He said the reason why we slowed down the performance of the phone is to extend battery life. Then the question was asked, well, why didn't you tell the consumer that? Why didn't you tell the consumer that if they upgraded to iOS 10, sorry, why that the phone would slow down? Why didn't you tell them that? And he didn't answer the question because it was people were complaining like fuck, that their phone had slowed down. It wasn't operating as well when they updated iOS. Yeah, terrible. I didn't do that update, by the way. I'm still running iOS 9 on my iPhone 6 Plus, the original. Didn't update because after my student had problems, I didn't want to have problems with it, and I began to get skeptical that I thought that they were stealing all your data. These updates are stealing all your data, so they know what you're up to on your phone. That's what I felt because I couldn't understand why an update would be necessary if the phone is operating perfectly. I had no problems. Why would I need an update? And then, of course, I'm learning that the apps themselves are being updated. So you've got to update your phone to operate the app. Otherwise, you won't be able to operate that app. So why is it? Well, if the app's operating perfectly now, why do we need to update the app? What's going on? That's really pissing. And then you end up like chasing technology, which I don't like to do. You know what I mean? It's not after 2 years usage. You've got to start getting a new phone.
Unfortunate that Android is following the same steps now. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I
Thank you for putting that in there.
Twice.
Right. Thank you for putting that in there, by the way. Yeah, good. Great input there. Thank you. Because that's how we learn. And, I mean, I've always been, when you buy something, make sure it lasts. But outside of that, people are trying to not make it last. You know what I mean?
Ooh. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had
no problem. Thank you very much.
I just a server that the guy said that pressure doesn't cause heat. I had to tap out. I'm like, I'm done with you. I'm done. I had to come over here and cool down and wind down and listen to some fucking, some reality real quick.
Yeah. Well done, mate.
Jesus Christ, those guys. I don't know what to do with those people like that.
Yeah, you just got to drop them. You got to say, okay, look, you want to carry on believing, go ahead. But remember,
dude, even the Globers started laughing at him. I'm like, he's like, what causes heat? I'm like, pressure. He's like, no. I'm like, all right, I'm tapping out. I'm out. You guys have a good one. We were talking about talking about the Earth. That's why. He's like, where does the heat come from the Earth? I said, I don't know, probably thermal, energy. And he's like, well, what causes the heat? I'm like, I don't know, probably the pressure in the Earth. And he's like, nope, that doesn't cause heat. Even the Globers just started laughing.
Is he trying to imply that the spinning is causing the heat?
Yes.
The
He
friction.
said,
oh my God.
Oh, bro, I had to tap out. I'm like, dude, you're too stupid for the conversation. I'm out. I'm like, it's all right. It is what it is, man. You can't fix stupid.
That's right. You just got to leave them and let them just wallow in their cesspit of stupidity. Yeah.
Questions do help. I mean, if that were the case, the crust or the top of us would be hotter than the core. It won't be hot in the ground as we go deeper, right? That's the first thing. But even before that, For friction to occur, there has to be two substances that actually colliding, right? But the theory is that vacuum is not a substance, it's the absence of a substance. So what is our atmosphere colliding with to create the heat in the first place?
Right.
Solar
Unless
wind.
they're talking about internal workings. But then again, that would
Yeah,
be
that would be
noticeable because we live on it.
there is a theory that the core is kind of I mean, they say two things at the same time, so it's hard to keep up. But they say the core, on one end they're saying the core is molten rock, so it's a liquid. On the other end, they're saying no, inside the liquid there's actually like a ball, a solid that's spinning so fast that it's creating friction and heat, and maybe even driving everything else around it in some direction or whatever the axis.
Yep. And my
Nobody's
theory
gone
is
there.
that
Mere
ball that's
speculation.
inside there, yeah, brother, that ball that's inside there is actually armor of an alien. It's an actual alien in there trying to get out, and he's like a hamster in a hamster ball, and he's running.
He's keeping us
Right?
spinning. AI.
My theory's got just as much evidence as theirs, brother.
He's just running and running and running. He's keeping us moving, bro. We're hurling through space.
That's right.
Wait, when you say alien, you mean like Mexicans?
No, an alien hamster from another world.
He has a cyborg eye.
Yeah, giant hamster.
With a cyborg eye.
Although I reserve the right to change my theory. I've now changed it to he's a not so giant hamster, but just a large hamster. And his little ball that he's doing hamster ball in is going through the universe. And just like a snowball rolling down a snow hill, it builds up more stuff as it clumps with other stuff. So it's actually just like a relatively large hamster with a hamster ball surrounded by a bunch of stuff he's collected on his journey through the universe.
It's just as valid as their claim.
that nonsense.
But every planet has those balls. They say Uranus is the biggest one.
What's the goal of this yapping contest?
We're trying to fit in with the Globers by having stupid stories to explain things.
Right.
Yeah, it's like learning a new language.
Yeah, we're trying to make sense out of the globe nonsense.
We're naturalizing in their world. So of late they believe in curvy water. Interesting. Water curves.
That'd be a good brand name for some bottled water that costs twice as much as all the rest of the water.
Yeah, with the curvy bottle.
Yep.
Probably distilled from the core of the earth. Special distillations from underground springs.
All I know is I'm out of tall boys. That sucks. Beer, that is, guys.
What about how Earth's tides rise and fall?
The dynamic system.
The magic of the moon pulling Earth's oceans out, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say.
Well, let's say it's true. Let's say it's true that the moon has an effect with the tides. Okay, then what?
Well, we're waiting. What is it? 1 year from now, we're supposed to be flying around the moon. Are we that close? They're now saying we're not going to land on it. We're gonna just do a drive-by, homie.
Dude, I actually
They
got my
did that.
fingers crossed that they're going to do a drive-by and then claim that there is no artifacts from the United States left on the moon, and that the United States is a bunch of liars.
That might be a twist that it's possible.
Plausible.
And if they check this out, bro, if they do that, then they're going to be also calling out the previous mission that supposedly flew around the moon and actually took photos of the supposed artifacts left by the United States. So they're also going to be calling out those guys. Be really weird.
So that means the good guys are in power now because they're getting the bad guys.
They're gonna fly Oprah Winfrey up there, and she's gonna say, "You get called out. You get called out. Look under your seat. Everybody gets called out."
Hey, Oprah Winfrey's a flat earther now, bro.
Hey,
2026, she's old enough to be whatever she wants.
did we search the Epstein files for flat Earth?
Yeah, I
I
did
was
see
gonna
that.
search my name.
I did. Wow, I did see that. He did have one was he asked a question like on one of his Google searches or something like that. He's like, "What are the questions for flat Earth or theories for flat Earth?" And then another one, he just like referenced the book about flat Earth, something like that. I did look. I did see that though.
No, Jon Stewart searched his name and he found his name in the files, but it was them talking about him.
Right, right, yeah, and that, yeah, you're right. And then that's why it came up in the
Yeah. So they could be talking about Apocryphon. Dude, you might be found in the Epstein files. Hey, Pop.
But a lot of those
That doesn't
files are
mean you
from
did
like
anything though.
a lot of those files are like from years ago though, right? Like if you look at
Oh
the
yeah.
date, they're old.
There's
You
like
got
3
people-
million files missing still, and each file is over 10 pages.
The mayor of New York City, Mondami, newly elected, his mother is in the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's getting big right now. A lot of social media is talking about that. They have like
I would say
photos
that's
of.
all true. How many of you know who Nancy Schaefer is?
I'm not good with names, to be honest.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, check it out. So everyone knows about Epstein. Everyone knows there's an island with nefarious things going on, which has a victim toll that's estimated to be a certain number, let's say, in the hundreds. Okay.
Wife of an astronaut.
However, Nancy Schaefer is a United States senator, now passed away, who investigated the fraud and corruption in the what's it called? Can't remember the exact name of it, but it's like the kind of like the family system where the government's
Abortion
involved in
stuff.
saying no, not abortion. Is that what he said?
Oh, the
Yeah.
Georgia State Senator from Georgia.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's like families where you're
Family.
gonna say who,
Okay.
family court and stuff like that.
Okay, I got it now.
Child protective services and stuff like that. There we go. That's the name. And so she did her investigation, and she found out that there's like 200,000 missing kids, and there's also very coincidentally the number that they're speculating were sex trafficked. So the hundreds of thousands, and there's also all kinds of kids within the CPS system that are getting moved around and being, manipulated for money. And so she started investigating it, and she ended up wanting to put forth a bill where no one can lose their kids without a jury trial. So in other words, if the government wants to remove your kids from you, you have to have a jury, period. It can't just be some people in CPS, checking some boxes and then getting an administrative judge to issue a seizure order. No, it has to be a jury trial.
Wow.
So
Well, it's not like that here. They can do that here. That's how it works here.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Well. What happened to her? Her husband of 50 years, they're the perfect couple, ended up killing her and killing himself. So they say. We all know what happened.
An example. They made a good that example will definitely sway some people.
She was uncovering billions. Yep, absolutely. She was uncovering billions and billions of dollars of corruption and hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of kids being misplaced and abused and just generally taken advantage of. But almost nobody knows about that. But everybody knows about Epstein, which is basically just a blip in the pool of villainy.
I hadn't even heard of him until about 5 years ago. I was like, "Who's this? What? Who?"
It's like a branch or a branch of a tree.
Absolutely, but the weird thing about it, real quick, is most people that are interested in Epstein in any serious news or anything, they're almost always interested about who's being named in the files. So they're more interested in the perpetrators than they are in the victim.
That's right. And are those people necessarily guilty of anything? I'm just saying, are those names necessarily guilty? Right. Because
they're interested in
hired out his facilities, for functions and things, and they just flew over there to do conferences or business meetings or whatever. Like, doesn't mean that they were always involved. Every single person on that list was involved in something bad,
Right, and even so, a lot of the people who are interested, they don't even care that the person did something bad. They just care that other people will be politically against that person if they can, assuage their character with that guilt by association, basically.
Right. But what's in it for me? Right, yeah, I get it.
Now, there's another factor that events like this do for the population and the government is that they allow the masses to live vicariously through these events. So, for example, they caught this really bad guy, and these other politicians they're gonna go to jail maybe or get called out or yada 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 blah blah blah. Okay, it's all good now. Now I can go back to my life. But meanwhile, there's still hundreds of thousands of kids at risk, and the person never lifts their finger to do anything about it because they've been inoculated. They had their little booster shot of inoculation from the horrors of reality by watching it on TV for a few months, and then it fizzles out.
Yeah, there's actually a really good video. I don't know if you guys know who Defender of the Republic is. Some female. She has like a 8-minute long video where she's just like stating like so eloquently, like explaining how the cartels have like infiltrated and they're now like a mirroring government themselves with lawyers and with accountants and the whole premise of like everything that's going on right now in this country, it's based upon they're trying to drum up this the people of this nation to support their cause and then like from within our own establishment they're trying to topple it with our own people. I'll post the video of it. It's actually like really really good. If you guys want to take the time later or save it or something and watch it later, but it's so well put.
It's like the old Englishman's duel, you know. They expect you to act honorably, but they know they're going to cheat.
She even says that she even makes a point. She goes, "There's so much money like flowing in off of child trafficking, like human trafficking, you know, like rape houses and gun sales, you know, and drug sales that even our own government doesn't like, or those that are corrupt within it, they don't even want to stop it. So that's why they're supporting. Here, I posted the link. Oh wait, I posted the wrong one. Oops. Hold on, give me a second. But if you guys have time, I suggest you guys watch it. It's fucking. I literally like commented on her fucking video. I was like, this should have been a fucking Super Bowl commercial, so that way everybody in America is aware. Like this is ultimately what's truly going on. Really, really good.
What you're trying to say is that modern civil society is a healthy looking body surrounding an innards full of cancer.
Driven by corruption and greed.
Brainworms. It's a good looking body full of brainworms.
Yeah, driven by corruption and greed. And they allow it. And it's funded. That corruption is funded and spreading like a virus, like a cancer. Like a disease.
It's like licking the life out of.
Oh, well, Apocryphon, if there was a crusade against it and they were asking able-bodied men to join, would you join?
I'm not an able body. I'm disabled at this point. I was injured. I have a really bad disc.
What
But
can
I
you
can
do?
hold
You
a
could
gun.
sit in a chair.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
could
say I
sit
can
in a
hold
chair.
a gun though. Yep.
You can operate the drone.
There you go. Yeah, that's where the world's going to anyway. Drone warfare, for sure.
A lot of damage operating the drone.
Oh, and by the way, the link, the first video, it's like a shortened version. It's 4 minutes. It's the second video right under it. It's like 8 minutes long. It's the full, like it's really good. I implore everyone to listen to it. Not right now, or unless you want to do right now, but somewhere down the road, listen to that. Like I said, it should be a Super Bowl commercial. The world needs to hear it. She did it so eloquently, just laid it out, explained everything.
Right, and that the only cure for that is mass resistance, right? On a fundamental level and a societal level.
Yeah.
Which requires essentially militia style vigilantism, right? That's endorsed by the government. So you have to have virtuous leaders that say, "Listen, these are the laws of our land. We're putting this into effect. You know, we've been playing by the rules. You know, we've been playing nice. People are taking advantage of us playing nice. So now it's time to not play nice. So we're going to suspend certain things, and then we're going to allow this other, this kind of stuff to happen. And they might even do it by a draft or something, like I said. But because it's going to be so much violence, it's going to be very hard for the common person to accept it because, especially in the United States, like we're really not used to violence in the streets, really. I mean, it is in some cities, sure, but like in general, no.
Right.
Whereas other countries, they have periodic, violence, and they have
Civil War.
expectations of, certain, yeah, or even just like the idea, like if you mess with this family, you're going to have blood in the streets. All these different types of ways that people live in different countries.
Yeah,
Like
especially like
America's
where,
cut.
especially where cartels exist. Like the cartels will take out a whole
Yeah.
family. Yeah.
Yeah, but like in the Western world, and especially the United States, like we're really spoiled in our, except in certain areas, but the majority of the land, like we're kind of spoiled.
Yeah.
Very
Spoiled
peaceful.
in our coziness. Yeah. Our cozy peacefulness. Yeah. They
Do
don't
you
want
guys
that.
think Donald Trump's involved with the mob at all? Whenever I hear him say anything about the mob, that's mob talk. I don't do mob talk.
He's a scam artist.
I don't know. I guess proof is in the pudding.
So you're saying they're pushing, obviously the nation, kind of like in the public side, is divided, and you're saying they might be pushing this. Okay, we're gonna fix certain problems
Fuck
by
you,
suspending
guys.
certain rights.
Fuck you.
That's like military takeover that has been in place.
Ooh.
This guy can't control himself.
You're a fucking man.
This man's
You're
the
Egyptian.
guy.
You're a fucking man, Egyptian. I'm from Israel.
Okay.
That's awesome. Good for
So
you.
AI, if the civil situation happens, and then at the same time the U.S. is kind of like facing an economic isolation from the rest of the world, in a sense, like our neighbors are kind of like laughing at the U.S. in certain ways, the way that Trump is behaving, in a sense. So you're saying civil war, or maybe some type of fighting in the street, and then economic collapse. It sounds like the Beagle prediction of the U.S. population reducing in extreme numbers. That's kind of like sounds a little more truthful there. I mean, you're saying civil war, economic collapse, then you get a winter like this that everything is frozen, that half of the nation is frozen, or more than half is frozen for several weeks or months.
Yeah, that would be the prime time to also do an EMP attack. That'd be lights out, literally. But it's all a catch-22. It's like the Overton window. So we got what's going on right now. There's all kinds of corruption. A lot of it's being blamed on, illegal aliens and immigrants and stuff, which is partially true that they're being exploited for votes and for districting and all this stuff. And then they say, well, now we want IDs for everyone to vote, which is good, and it should be the case. But then you have the other opposite prong on there, which is now everyone's going to have the impetus to get the real ID and be numbered, So now everyone's going to be volunteering to go into that system. So they had the super extreme, right, which was basically tricking everyone to go to the other extreme, which is to have a super serialized society. Where the government's like knows everything about you, and you're proud to have them know everything about you because you want to be counted amongst the the legit ones.
Yeah.
So it's all a scam, and it's all I mean, it is the Overton window, but there's another name for it which I can't remember at the time. But it's basically like they take it to the left to bring it back to the right, but you never go fully back to the right. You only go so far to the right, then you go back to the left, then you go back to the right. But the boundaries of the right and the left are restricting around you. So each time you go forward, your left and right get more narrow. So you're actually losing freedoms, even though to you can't tell the difference.
Yeah. the powers that be have it down to a science, dude. Like they know what they're doing. They know how to manipulate both sides of that aisle, and they end up accomplishing what they set out, even to the extremes of letting things happen, because they know it's going to bring them on that target that they were trying to hit for decades to get to.
Yeah, brother. So check this out, bro. Oh, check this out, Pirate Fun. If you follow some work that's been done when you think about universal suffrage, specifically incorporating women's voting rights, all the way up to today, and you look at all these different groups that they gave voting block rights to, which include illegal immigrants and non-citizens, which I don't even know how anybody thought that was a good idea, but of course they did it to be corrupt. And the same reason why they wanted women to vote. And if you actually look back at it and you study the math out, if women didn't have just a universal right to vote and they actually had to earn it, same with men, and if they didn't count all the illegal immigrants in the census, then the Democrats would never get more than 30% of the vote. Ever since the women got the right to vote. That means we'd never have a Democratic Party power that passed all these crazy laws. It never would have happened. So if it wasn't for corruption and stupidity, the American experiment would still be going strong. And we wouldn't have all this nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say that that gives the Republican Party a pass on the corruption that they have. But it's obvious that, you know, when you expand what you have to include a bunch of people who really aren't invested in what you have, and they're only out to get benefit for themselves, and they're really not part of your culture, then you're basically just asking for your culture to fail, especially in light of the fact that the indigenous culture, if you want to call it that, is also losing their ability to procreate to the next generation because their birth rate is going down. Then you're basically being replaced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
Eventually.
funny enough, dude, our enemies told us, hey, America, this is what we're going to do to you. And then America was like, okay.
We're going to infiltrate you. And before you know it, we're going to have elected officials that agree with us, and you can't do nothing about it because you voted them in. That's exactly where we're at right now.
Yeah, and they have to do that because America had been the city on the hill, right? That had the power and the will to police the world. And if they take America out, then that's gone. And then the whole idea of policing the world with any you know good old American way virtues is gone. And then it's basically just the end of humanity setting in.
Yeah. And then corruption thrives.
Now you have mayors with names with upside down letters.
Crazy. Crazy world we live in.
Yeah, so that's the thing right now going on in the political sphere is whether or not the Speaker of the House is going to put forward a vote, which has been waiting for like 10 months to make it to where only validated, identified citizens can vote in the United States, which is a no-brainer. I mean, it should be obvious that is what any society should do. You know, only people who are actually eligible to participate in the vote are allowed to vote. Duh. But it's got a lot of controversy around it that has far-reaching implications. Because if you can just, you know, change a society by importing 100 million people that don't belong to the society, and then they just vote the society that's already there out, and boom, they're done. It's over.
So you could be having an experiment that is going pretty well, and then you replace the whole laboratory with someone that knows nothing about the experiment, and they just mess it up.
Yep. What's crazy to me is that there are people who are traditionalists when it comes to the United States. Then there are people who are like progressive when it comes to the United States. Then there are people who come to the United States and they couldn't give any crap about the United States at all. They just care about taking advantage of what they can get. You know, kind of like the whole Somali thing going on, where they're basically just defrauding the nation for bajillions of dollars. So they could care less. But then there's people who defend that. They're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with people coming into the country and just milking it dry and sending all the money back home. Nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly the way it should be. It's like those people are just crazy. They'd never allow that kind of stuff to happen in their family level.
Like a perpetual downfall that happens over generation of a time.
But one of the things that's required for that is for the men, for the progeny of men to no longer be interested in the continuance of their society.
Yeah. That's probably why they try to demonize masculinity.
Yep. That's why the precursor to all of this apocryphon was empowering women out of the homes as mothers and out of the authority of a husband as the head of the house that is leader of the children into the next generation. So that the boys that are being raised are basically being raised by an effeminated culture and a statist agenda, and they're not being raised by their fathers anymore. So they're basically milquetoast losers. So the countries with actually masculine men, right, are just going to run roughshod over. And the women of the nation are going to welcome it.
Yeah.
Women instinctually know that they need men to survive, and they instinctually know that they need strong, virile, definitive, capable, competent, decisive men. And sadly, America doesn't have a lot of those because they're all a bunch of milquetoast losers raised by an effeminate pre-generation.
Where are they?
Where's who?
She's looking for a man.
Oh, you want one of those? You want one of those?
She wants a strong man.
Yes, you want one.
I was just adding to the humor there.
I know, that's a good one, though. You're right, though. Exactly.
Yeah, you're proving his point.
They're with the conquering hordes. That's where they are. They'll be coming soon enough.
Yeah, wait a while. They'll be here.
Well, you guys never watched NBA? You can find one of those guys there.
Negative.
Even a lot of those guys are a bunch of mama boys.
Well, I mean,
completely.
There's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made that they're just show ponies
and paid to do it.
Exactly.
It's crazy to see the slow decline of the nation. Looking back, you know, as they say, hindsight is 20/20. But looking back, you just see the collapse of a nation that was once so strong. Like if you go back to like the early 1900s, just men just doing things that were just amazing and awesome, and the growth of this country is accounted to that. And then you just see this decline, generation or decade after decade.
Wait, you're talking about when they wore top hats and smoked pipes and said, "Allow me to hold the door for you, madam."
When chivalry wasn't dead.
Exactly.
Well, the declination has been worldwide. You're saying it more near home, because that's the situation in the U.S. But this game has been going on for a long time, and the effects that we are suffering right now, and people warned about.
Yeah, you're right. It's an
These effects
ideology that was spread.
have been coming because of the recipe of certain groups that have been prescribed, and people applied into the governance of the nations, and that's why I guess this is the situation at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
look at
maybe the
the movie
creator will just
industry.
do like an upgrade. Maybe the creator one day will just do, like can inject an upgrade into everybody's soul, and that's it. No more problems. I don't know.
Good luck. I was just thinking about the movie industry growing up. Like there was a reoccurring theme where the jock picked on the weak, right? So your big macho guy was the bad guy, right? I just realized that like there was so much of that, right?
Yeah.
And then the weak guy somehow finally becomes the hero and gets the girl or whatever at the end. It's like, So yeah, you're right about the demonizing of masculinity, right? They've portrayed that stereotype as being something that's not desirable, or
Yeah.
they've tried to at least.
Yeah, it was an ideology that really set out not only the demasculating, but also just tearing up the family unit altogether. Just like AI was speaking about, when women started to vote and then to work and join the workforce, that also started destroying the household, because then you have kids being raised by your schools and after school programs where your kids are now spending like 12 hours with
Wait, hold
an
on. Didn't
authority.
women start working during the World War II, or did I get that wrong? Or was it World War One?
Yeah, they were working during when they were like making all the
Yeah.
bombs and stuff. Yeah.
Now his point wasn't too much about working, because working can mean many things, but voting, making decisions that the nation will have to follow after.
Yeah, all of it together was it's a accumulation of like an ideology that ultimately destroyed the family unit, where the man's the bringing home the bacon, the woman's raising the children, and then the pay is also another part of it, like where they started to increase taxes. That's another part of it. And then you're giving less money, so where they're having to work longer. Then actually it made sense to like, hey, the wife has to work too, just to be able to afford the mortgage, because the job doesn't pay as much and I don't make as my pay isn't increasing with the cost of goods. So like it's just a huge overall umbrella of like an ideology that had an agenda, and they accomplished it. And that's the sad part about it all. Like they completely accomplished what they set out to do, the powers that be. And now here we are, where just everything's crumbling by the wayside, left and right. It's just destroying it. And that, you're right, it's not just America. That ideology spread into even other countries, and they followed suit, and they too are also being destroyed, locally in their own countries. But it's just sad, man. Like,
but don't be too sad for those countries, because I mean, so some people can argue that the fall of America will be for the benefit for other countries.
yeah, until you realize that America was funding 97% of those countries to even flourish for themselves. So if in other words, if the husband loses his job, the family collapses. Just like if America collapses, the world, the economy collapses, because we pay so much money from our tax money to serve 97% of the other countries, to help them out, just to keep the market stable and volatile, whatever the word is.
But
They're tipsy
isn't
right
our
now.
biggest export our dollar, like the dollar and treasuries, and that
Yeah, bonds and yeah.
what
Lending
benefits
money.
do the other nations get from that? If they're producing and they give us the product, the fat guy here in America just ordering everything, and I just send the dollars, and they give me their goods.
Yeah, but imagine if that gets cut off. Imagine if we stop buying, and then that means they stop working because then they're not needed.
Well,
it's a shutdown.
Can a nation produce and do the exchanges for other goods that are valuable? Because right now many of the nations are exchanging, instead of for dollars, they exchanging their goods for, other goods of more value.
But what ends up happening though is that
they're trading their dollars for other goods of more value.
Yeah, but what ends up happening though is like they end up selling out their own people, because then all that money that's flowing into their country just starts being dispersed amongst their fat cats and greed, corrupted peoples and families.
There's many examples of that. Many.
Yeah. So ultimately the people suffer because it's the consequence. So it's kind of sad, dude. But
yeah, but a lot of what they benefit from, a lot of those other countries, is our power projection, because they don't have to worry about international enemies, because we're got the lasers on our backs, and as soon as America's gone, all those lasers are on their backs, and then the conquesting starts happening.
Yeah, matter of fact, there's a lot of countries.
Conquest.
Yeah, there's a lot of countries that they are safe because we're keeping them safe. Like it's like the big bully on the block. We can call America a big bully, but the bully is actually protecting everybody from another bully. So like,
we send them the good medicines and stuff. Yeah, we make sure they're up to date on everything. Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting historical point, which I think could only actually be said about one particular point in time recently. That is like after World War II and during the rebuild era, and when America had, the power projection of nuclear weapons, America could have took over the entire world, and nobody could have stopped us. Nobody.
Yeah.
But we quote unquote we said no, we're not going to take over the world. We're actually going to help the world rebuild. Yes, we're going to make alliances. Yes, we're going to make pacts. Yes, we're going to get our interests. But we're not going to say, hey, we're king of the world now because we say so, and you're all going to die if you don't agree. Which America could have done at that point in time.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the like statistics, even like in modern times, like they say that it's because we've put so much money into our military industrial complex. They say that you can take the next 10 countries combined and they're still not as powerful as America is by ourselves. So with that alone, like we're still kind of in the same, like we're in the same boat where we can do that. It's just that this country is kind of on the foundation of this, no, we have God, and we're not going to be, what you would think a power would be, because we have this, this innate capability to have this kind heart as a country. But obviously, there's a lot of corruption in the horrible
that's
things.
why they got it. That's why they got to sacrifice America in front of the whole world, agenda to continue.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Without America, the hope of resisting the world order, whatever the heck, gone. It's gone.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I said if we fall, everybody falls, because we're kind of like holding it all together at this point. That's why we fund so many countries. We're holding it all together. That's why you have so many governments like praising America. Thank you, America. Like you see the people in the street.
We are holding it all together, bro. Come on, bro.
America is, as a nation.
Bro. You know how big the world is, and how much work and effort and sweat people put into many different things that have nothing to do with the U.S.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But in the bigger scheme of it, even the economy itself, the markets themselves, the processing of minerals and the developments of technologies is all based upon a network that is generally controlled by however America sways their hand, the world follows. And if we say this goes, then that's what goes, because we have this huge military behind us to dare you to say otherwise. So yeah, definitely America controls what goes on in the world. And obviously there's a lot of things that you can argue, like, well, they don't control this. Yeah, true. But in the grand scheme of it, the big brother, the big bully, he's holding it together.
it's. I think the U.S. is a big example that the big militaries and conquering the whole world doesn't work because the U.S. is an economic projectile example that is an image that doesn't necessarily require physical taking over of all of these nations. It's just that the nations will follow based on the projection of power that the U.S. has.
Well, if you think of it this way, I think it's in the powers that be of America, it's in their best interest to not take over the world because they've probably learned from previous empires when you start to spread too much, you get weak, as we actually are right now. We have bases in so many countries, and we ourselves are spread thin. So we don't have room to try to be like, well, let's just make it all us. No. That's counterproductive.
Yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. It's better.
Logistically, it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. It's better to just be like, no. We'll stay where we're at, but we're gonna help you guys when we need to help you, and you're gonna help us, obviously, because we're not just going to help you, but it's going to create a stable environment across the world, so that way
That's a better argument, I think. Yeah, the environment is a little more.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. You know what, guys?
Go ahead.
The only reason that we need an international power projection, in particular, is long-range weapons, because technically, with our advantages of the Navy and all this, and being away from all of our serious enemies, like America could literally just focus on the Americas, South America, North America, and Canada, Mexico, and just leave Europe and all that continent to go to heck. And they could never touch us if it wasn't for long-range weapon systems. So that's like one of the only reasons America needs to police those areas is because of ballistic missiles and stuff like that, is to keep certain enemies from getting those who have designs against us, because those are the only kinds of weapons that can really reach out and get us, because none of them have the capability to field their military across the world like we do.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd never be coming to us, and even if they did come to us, it'd be a train wreck for them, because they'd be bringing their logistics to us, and we already have so much, as well as our armed populace and all these other reasons that are well known amongst our enemies of why they're never going to attack us in that manner. So we could just play the whole, hey, we're going to be an island and let you guys all burn yourselves to the ground. So that's one thing to consider.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember them talking about how our military, within 48 hours, we could have a presence anywhere in the world, a strong presence if we need to conquer anybody or, fuck some shit up. Within 48 hours, logistically, we can be anywhere in the world, in any country, and we'll do it. And we have everything we need, but they choose not to, because that's not our, our goal.
So let's put an American official in every seat of power in every nation. We go military, we do what we did with Maduro, and we seat someone from the U.S. in each seat. You think that's gonna work?
What do you mean? What's gonna work?
Like, we take over the nation. The U.S. We're gonna go with our military, take out this president from this nation, and put a U.S. guy, right?
Oh, that we've been doing that for decades. We've toppled. That's why I say read that book, Economic Hitman. We've been doing that to countries for decades. And
but you see, we don't have the U.S. We don't have the actual. We don't have someone from the U.S. doing it. It's like projected. It's not. Venezuela is the Venezuelans doing it in Venezuela. It's not someone we're gonna put. We are the U.S. empire. We're so powerful, and we're gonna send this a guy that speaks Spanish, U.S. guy, and we're gonna see him in power because we own you now. We cannot do that.
Right. Well, technically, we're not supposed to do that. Yeah.
But I don't think that's even possible. I don't think that's possible.
Well, I think it's
that's why we do it economically, and like I think a good example was the nuclear power that AI brought up. Oh, they have nuclear powers that can explode cities and complete nations. All right, we better stay on their good side.
Yeah, it's almost like we went to Venezuela and we fought them with a knife, and we're like, we have bombs still, right? I mean, obviously we use bombs on their military complexes, but I'm just saying we have bigger bombs and we could do more bombs, but we just showed them a blade. We showed them a tip of our power to topple their their guy.
The interviews with the guys that were on the ground that were witnessed the Americans come was pretty telling.
Yeah. Did you see the technology we used? Did you see how we literally made the hundreds of them like shit themselves and vomit? We didn't have to shoot them. We crippled them.
It's against U.S. citizens too, and against people.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's kind of like a cool thing to celebrate that kind of stuff, because it can be used right here in our soil.
You're right. If
I was in charge, I would use it here.
It needs to be used here right now. There's a lot of idiots right now.
Yeah, I just don't want it on me because I'm looking for trouble.
Well, here's some.
Bro, are you telling me you wouldn't crap your pants insanely for the greater good?
I'm feeling like crapping my pants just thinking about it.
Well, here's some words of wisdom.
Hey, no, bro, hold on now, bro. This makes perfect sense. So what you do is you go to Taco Bell, you pig out, and then you go to the riot and get blasted with the pooper gun.
Oh my god! Here's words of wisdom, right? When there's a gunfight, you don't go around that gunfight. You stay away from it because you're not a troublemaker. You're not even in agreement with whoever's fighting against whoever it is. Like, it's just really simple. So all these people that are rioting, they're putting themselves in a situation where they might get the pooper gun on them eventually. We'll see what happens. But you're right. It might be used on our own citizens, but it might be a necessity because there's a lot of idiots, right? Domestic terrorism is a real thing. And
it was brought to you by your dog Golf, and it was brought to you by the television. Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
You got to consider a lot of these riots going on right now in the United States are fake.
Yeah, they're
a lot of the people are paid. They're an organization. It's not grassroots. The amount of people who are actually real rioters is like less than 10% of the amount of people that show up.
Yeah, that's why so the video I posted, she discusses that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the video I posted, she covers that stuff, how it's all being funded because and she explains the reason why it's being funded, and it's actually a really good video. So yeah, check that out.
Right, and there's this illusion that there's this great amount of people in the United States that have the same sentiments as those people, but when you really look at the facts, like when actual people are polled, it's like no, the majority is not for this kind of stuff.
Yep,
that's true.
On both sides, by the way, there's a lot of people that are
even
left.
Let me say this real quick. Rewind to something we mentioned earlier, like women's getting the right to vote. A lot of people don't know that women were actually given a vote about whether they wanted the right to vote. And when they voted against getting the right to vote. It was a government kind of like shadow op with a whole bunch of women who were not actually women who wanted to vote. They were just political actors that did all kinds of subterfuge and eventually got it passed through legislation, not by the actual will of the women of the United States. It was against the expressed vote of the women of the United States to get the right to vote. Women said, no, we don't want it. And they said, no, you're getting it whether you like it or not.
Because they had an agenda.
You're getting this freedom down your throat, either you want it or not.
Yeah, because it served their means of what they're trying to accomplish in their agenda, their overall agenda of destroying the family unit.
Take your freedom.
Yeah, they destroy the family unit.
See, even phrasing it, I'm going to make you take your freedom it's not freedom.
Yeah, they just wanted to enslave them so they could get more taxes and destroy the family unit.
Yeah, so imagine this is freedom. Here's freedom for you. Hey, woman. Do you want a husband that loves you? Too bad. You need to go to work. Hey, woman. Do you want to be able to raise your own kids? Well, too bad. You have to pay somebody else to raise them because you need to go to work. Yeah, that sounds like freedom.
Yeah.
Well, it is nonsense, but how can you put making sense and woman in the same sentence?
Oh wow.
What? It's about to get real racist in here.
I mean, at the same time, you could take a step back and be like, man, that was pretty fucking genius of what they did. I mean, the corruption and all, like they accomplished what they set out in a very ingenious way. It's not right, but they did it, and here we are today. It's the consequence of it.
First part is, brother, it's well known that that's how other societies operated in the past, and like, you know, anybody who was a student of any type of history knew that was coming down. And so when they were told, oh no, this all these things we want to do to you guys is going to be the greatest thing ever, it'd be like, well, what didn't it destroy the cultures that tried it before? Oh yeah, but we're going to do it right this time.
Dude, that totally reminds me of, I want to say like around 2015 or 2016. There was this one dude, I forgot what country he was from, but it was a socialist country. And he put a video online and he like literally was telling, like he was warning the West. He's like, you guys are fighting for like these socialistic, ideologies. He's like, let me tell you. And he breaks, it's like a good like 4 to 5 minute, little video. They literally scrubbed that from the internet, dude. I can't find that video anywhere. And believe me, I've searched and tried, but that dude made way too much sense because he exposed the plan that they had in place they infiltrated our capitalistic society with this socialism / communist ideology, this Marxist ideology. And that dude, way back in 2014-15, he was 1000% right, dude. Everything he was saying, we are seeing today happening, dude. And I'm like, wow. I remember about a good 5-6 years ago, I was like,
you were surprised if the number of people making sense and talking about this it's a lot of people. And I don't know, guys, this is either the creator is fucking with us, or I don't know what it is, because what the hell?
All by design.
Man. Creator was very explicit in his instructions. Very simple, very obvious on its face. Right? The children should be raised by their natural parents. Duh. The natural parents should be the mother and father of the children who created the children, right? The progenitors, the mom and the dad, of which the dad should be the one in charge and the mom should be the mother. That's like just basic biology.
Yeah, we had our place in creation, and it worked. And corruption,
tribal family identity, right?
Yeah, but corruption couldn't have that. Not for them to get away with their corruption. So many elements to it, and so many variables. It's big. It's huge. A lot of different.
Now, in case anybody took offense to what I just said, or why the men should be in charge, it's obvious the men should be in charge, because men have the monopoly on force, and therefore what they decide is what goes. So you require the benevolence of men to enact a society in which force and leniency are measured, right? And he can only do that if he has responsibility, because with authority and responsibility go hand in hand.
Yeah. And here we are. A long way from that. Now you have women saying, we don't need men.
Yeah, they do.
What?
Wait, listen, a nation with women in charge is a conquered nation. That's what the Romans did. They conquered a territory. They killed off the strong men. They took all the women, lined them up, took a few of the boys, slaughtered the boys right in front of the women, said, "This is your fault. It's your fault, women. You, women, are responsible to raise your children up to be loyal to us, the new bosses in town."
Yeah. And every great empire has always fallen from within because of ideologies like that they allowed to cripple their own governments.
If you never heard of Camille Paglia, she studied these societies that fell, and there's hallmarks like tempos of this happens, then this happens, then this happens, and then it declines and goes away. And the turning point where it really is about to go away is gender confusion, and primarily because the men no longer act like men towards their role of protecting women and children, because they're no longer invested in the society anymore. And so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where the very thing you need to protect your society no longer cares about protecting the society and is no longer capable because they've been effeminized so much that they don't have the decisiveness to act or the power to act. And so your society has no strength anymore. Nobody cares. Nobody has children. Everything's debauchery. There's no family. There's no loyalty. And kaboom, your society's over.
If it was just feminized, it will be something, right? But men have been reduced to oxygen carrying, oxygen machine carrying, heel carrying. Like it's not a pretty picture though. It's not pretty.
Yeah, and the irony of this all is the feminists are doing this for free.
When you have a population of people that can't even tell you what a woman or a man is anymore, I think that's a very telltale sign that we are definitely collapsing quicker than we
Yeah, but
thought
they
we
can't,
were.
dude. They can't even tell you whether curved is straight or sorry. They can't even tell you whether level is curved or straight.
True.
That's true, but they holding the keys. So they're gonna be like, haha, and you can do nothing about it, even if they don't believe what the senses that you're bringing to the table. So you get either you
There you
take
go,
the key
brother.
by force, you take the key by force, or you let them get away with it. Like it's been happening for a long time. They've been getting away with it for a long, long time.
Exactly. So check this out. We all have the same information available to us from the natural world and our natural experience. So some people ask, well, why would they lie about the globe? Well, your natural experience is a flat, stationary Earth, and so if you're living in an imaginary world, one step removed from what you experience, you're already establishing that you live in a world of suggestion, right? So what you're told about how things are is what you believe they are, not how you experience them. And so when you start going down that track, it becomes very easy to say, well, I know, that families work this way, but what if the story that I'm told that they really work this way is true? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can deconstruct somebody's entire reality by starting them off living in a false reality.
Yeah, like telling women that their biological imperative to have children isn't important.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. It's like the 3 biological imperatives are, for people who don't know, eat, defend yourself, and procreate.
And across the world, everybody's seeing population, growth staunched, and that's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that there's actually 8 billion people on this on the Earth right now. Those figures may be exaggerated.
I think there was way more people in the past. Way more.
Well, there would have to be, because just the amount of ancestors you would have to go back like 30 some odd generations would have to be 500 million people.
No. You just had to have a lot of cousins getting it on.
Oh wow. What's her name? The one that's in deep trouble right now, Alana, or how do you say her name? The one that married her cousin. She's in government right now.
Oh, Ilhan Omar.
Yeah,
Omar.
Ilhan. There you go, Omar.
Married her brother.
I thought it was her cousin. Oh, maybe.
No,
Oh, yeah,
married her
you're right.
brother.
Yeah, you're right. It is her brother. You're right. Yeah.
They say that 8,000 years ago, that for every one man that procreated, 17 women procreated.
Maybe. Or maybe one man got 17 women pregnant and they each had 18 babies.
That's possible.
Yeah.
It's like these retroactive thoughts about how people were in the past. You know, are they forgetting Octomom? I mean, come on now.
They were like rabbits.
You got to think about it this way. Look, if Octomom can have 8 babies at once, then 7 years later she could have another 8 babies.
Crazy.
In fact, what is the woman on the record of having the most children? I think is above 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems impossible.
What's the oldest man?
What are you talking, dude? A woman can have a baby every year as soon as she's fertile, and she can have multiple babies in one litter. Let's say, even though they're not, we don't call them litters. But.
I know, but it's estimated it takes 3 years to regain all the nutrients lost in having a baby.
Hey,
how do everybody I know have multiple babies within a period of 6 years?
I had a Laker moment, bro. Back to back to back. I ran it back 3 times, bro.
Dude, almost everybody I know in my circle of friends that I grew up with, including my own family, the babies are within 2 years of each other.
Yeah.
So the pregnancies are within 1 year of each other, ish.
Yeah, my 3 of my 5 kids at one point they're all 1 year apart. Like when one turned 15, they're like 15, 16, 17. And then like a couple months later.
What I witnessed, dude, is like each of these families, they have a period of time where they start having their kids, and then they basically have them in like a tempo, and they have like 4 or 5 kids, and then they stop having kids. Whereas the one family, their older parents had 8 kids, so they had like a very newborn when their other kid was already out of the house. So their oldest kid was out of the house, and then they had a newborn.
Yeah, my neighbors like that. They had a boy. He was 18, and then they had another boy.
I said, if you just get rid of all the drugs that they give women, and all the nonsense food that men eat, right? And you just get it on like Donkey Kong, you're gonna have some kids.
I don't know how old woman will be, but I know men. I know the oldest man I know that has children. Still, like he was like 85 years old, and he was still like going at it and having children.
Well, John Tyler, the 10th president of the United States, still has a living grandson.
Hey, dude, if you want a wild time, brother, watch these videos where they say things that were happening at the same time that you didn't know were happening at the same time. It is crazy, dude. So they'll be like, oh, remember this Wild West gun shootout that you watch movies about? Well, did you know that this was happening on the other side of the nation, you're like, wow, it makes you feel like the time is much shorter. Like there's a period of time within the past 100 years, like where there was very ancient ways of life and very modern ways of life in the same time in the United States. But then, that's not that weird because even in the world today, there's very ancient ways of life going on.
AI in the side chat, I posted a photo. The record in the world is this Russian lady. She had 69 children.
Yep.
That's the largest number of children ever attributed to one woman. Her name's
Well, getting to
Valentina
69.
Vasilyan. You're
Getting
right.
to 69 children definitely starts with 69. Never mind.
Yeah, she had 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of
Hey!
triplets. She had 7 sets of triplets and 4 sets of quadruplets.
Wow. Boy,
That's
she must be
crazy.
tired.
We're happy.
Russian. That was the 1700s.
Yeah, but see, that's hard to believe because, like I said, the human body just can't do that.
Based on what? Modern women?
Because look at how many women these days can't conceive. They're all malnutritioned. Been
But
eating
there are
junk food.
examples of women alive today that have like 15 children, I think, or 16 already, and that's today.
Oh yeah, dude. My ex-wife's dad came from a family of 23, dude. And then her mom came from a family of like 14. That's just 2 people,
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a lot of people. That's a big party.
I think diet has a lot to do with it, and staying away from drugs, which are intended to screw up your reproductive systems, has a lot to do with it.
And sunlight,
And there's
getting good sunlight and good food.
another thing too is
family
that
environment. Go ahead.
oh yeah, another thing that a lot of people don't realize is it also matters how early you start. So if you wait till you're in your 30s to have your first kid, it's harder. But if you have a kid young, you could even wait a longer time and then have kids and you'll be healthy. So it's like women waiting until they're in their 30s to have their first child. That's like the worst thing they could do if they want to have a lot of kids.
They can just be the octomom.
Well, she was on tons of sessions of fertility drugs.
Yep.
And IVF, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, because in the IVF, they do sometimes implant multiple embryos, and some will be viable and others will not.
Correct me if I'm wrong. She was trying to have tons of simultaneous pregnancies. That was her goal, right? Like that's the way I remember it. Like she was actually, I want to have 13 kids popping out of me at once. So I'm going to take all these drugs, get a million little eggs shot up in me, and just see how many babies I can have, like to win the Guinness record or some crazy whatever.
Wow.
You know what's crazy though, bro? You ever think about it this way? You know how babies kick sometimes? Well, wouldn't that be like a whole taekwondo match in there?
Yeah,
I think that's called a battle royale.
Well, hey guys, real quick. Let's just all agree that there ain't no vegan having this many kids.
I don't know if they are then.
Funny thing about the Octomom is she already had 6 kids from before.
Dang, man. Dang. Yeah, but didn't she get tons of money? Sponsors and
Oh,
stuff?
yeah. And she had all these frozen embryos, and normally they do like 2 or 3. She asked for all 6 or something like that. It was he transferred 12 embryos, 6 fresh, and 6 more. And then Suleiman pressured him to implant more, despite his initial recommendation of fewer.
Dang.
If she was over here in the backyard, she was in Orange County. She lived in Fullerton, just close to where we lived. She used to be spotted all the time around Orange County. All her kids. Then she got paid to do some porn, I believe.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, let me ask this question. How many of her 8 were her 8 like identical twins in any way?
Not likely. I don't think so. I think they're all separate eggs, fertilized.
Speaking of eggs, any glow proof?
That's right. The divine egg, brother.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the moon egg.
I got lots of eggs.
Yeah.
How do you store your eggs?
In my ovaries.
Oh yeah, put them to good use.
I will. I'm trying to get pregnant right now. I want another baby. I love being pregnant.
You sound like my ex-wife. We had 5. We had 5. She loved being pregnant.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
That's how women should sound, contrary to what a lot of women say. No, I don't want to have babies. I don't know. It's like,
Jimsy. Yeah, they're all like, I don't want kids because I'm selfish, self-absorbed, and don't know how to handle stress. That's what that says to me.
Yeah, the dating apps are full of women who think they want long-term relationships, but nope, don't want any kids.
Yeah, they just want to go to the club and fucking be slags. Let me stop. Excuse my language. Sorry.
No, you're right.
I don't get the party culture. I don't. I tried even when I was younger.
No, most of them are alcoholics, so
Well, dang.
that's their scene.
I don't understand that.
Then consider yourself a gem, because you're a rarity.
Well, I mean, more recently, I'll have wine with dinner and stuff, but when I was younger, just the smell of alcohol or liquor would make me want to throw up, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little wine in the belly, as it's written in the scriptures.
Oh yeah, you love Jesus.
He loves me.
Amen. That's cool. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
No, you're
I think
good.
you guys are always pretty friendly. One of the more friendly groups. So
We try.
hey, what was the name of that guy that has the profile picture of the Asian-looking guy with the white mustache and hair. He's a really smart man too. I forget his name.
Indio.
Oh. Hmm?
You're talking about Indio.
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Indio 007.
I think that's him. He blew my mind the other day.
Look at this guy. This is an English channel, and he dares to say 007 when it's actually 007. Come on, English.
You know what's funny, Chumsy? I've never thought about that. Like growing up with watching James Bond, 00. I've never in my life, in all my years, I've never thought about that. He just kind of like made me be like, wait, you're right. What the hell?
If he was English, it would be 000.
James Bond, 007.
A
You
lot
say
of
two
people.
zeros and you call them O's. Pretty smart.
Yeah. My mom did that with our home phone number. She was like 420. I'm like, wow.
420.
420. I didn't know that when I was
420.
a kid though.
420.
It wasn't until I was like 22 that I learned weed would not kill me. I was trained that drugs were going to kill me, so I just never did it.
Maybe you are dead. Maybe you're a brain in a jar.
Do you know
Don't scare
what the
me.
most deadly drug out there is?
Sugar.
Okay. Meth?
Aspirin.
Fentanyl?
Ooh, aspirin.
Oh, intestinal lining problems, maybe.
It's killed over 100 million people since its invention.
Wait, what do you mean? In what way? Like, huh?
Because remember the people who died from the Spanish flu?
Yeah.
They were all given aspirin, the ones who died. And it causes them to develop pneumonia, and they died from the pneumonia.
I can't take aspirin. I have high blood pressure.
You can't. I mean,
No, I'm
you
supposed to just
can,
take
but
Tylenol.
you shouldn't.
No.
You still can. You're capable of doing it.
Yeah, I'm capable of swallowing a lot of things, you know.
Whoa, hey now.
But I would never, because drugs are not cool.
I believe they do say that. I think it increases stroke. You could have a stroke if you take aspirin and you have high blood pressure, or even
Yes, it
ibuprofen.
does.
If you take ibuprofen, you could have a stroke if you have high blood pressure.
Mhm.
So,
Well, mhm.
I think it might be feeding the worms, and the worms are kind of like having a fest.
What do you mean the worms? Like the parasites in our intestines?
yeah,
You guys are smart. I'm not gonna give it to you. I'm just
that's why. That's
not
why
as.
you should. That's why you should take charcoal. That's why you should take charcoal supplements.
Oh, really?
Yeah, charcoal draws out stuff, all the stuff that's bad in you.
I used to use charcoal
We should
toothpaste.
actually move away from this one, because
Oh yeah. You're right. Discord doesn't like when you start talking about medical stuff.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Why?
YouTube.
Oh yeah. So it's streaming on YouTube right now, and when you start talking about health advice,
Oh, my apologies. I didn't know it was streaming. I hope I didn't say anything
Just
inappropriate.
talk about the stuff, but don't recommend it.
Right.
Just keep it short.
Right.
And yeah, don't say do this and do that, and if you do this and do that, then you're gonna be, like.
Yeah, you're right.
Now that I know I'm on YouTube, I'm suddenly embarrassed.
You're good.
I shouldn't say nothing.
Cat's out the bag.
How did the cat get in the bag, though?
Magic.
Magic trick.
Gravity, thanks to gravity. When you sit down on a table for lunch, you say, "Thank you, gravity, for keeping the cup of water on the table."
Yeah,
And the
just like the
and the food.
Chinese space station.
Right.
You guys.
Everywhere else in space, water floats, but not on the Chinese space station.
Those magic Chinese water cups.
What do you mean? What is that a joke about? I haven't seen Chinese footage in space. What do you mean?
So on the Chinese equivalent to the America, ISS. Well, actually, it's actually international, but Chinese have their own little space little machine apparently. So when they were recording video, they had a cup of water on the table, and it was like a cup of water in your room. It was just right there. So everyone pointed that out. What was their explanation, by the way? What was their oopsies? Like, let me correct that.
Gravity knows what to do and when to do it.
Oh man, what was their damage control they said on that?
I got that from Heliosceptic. Gravity knows.
Isn't it? Well, obviously we don't believe in space, but if isn't there a way when you're in space where you can do? We don't have like, let's think of this like space. Like, let's assume that we're a glober, right? What do they believe that space is doing to? Can they? Sorry, my articulation is bad because I'm so sleepy.
All right, English.
Can you turn off? Yeah, exactly, English. What is there a way to make it when you're in the spaceship that you don't have the same effects of gravity, or were people floating in this video, but the glass of water was regular?
Rayla, he posted the video. You can check out the video on the side chat.
Oh, I got you.
Ugh. Show that to a glober. See what happens. Watch them spiral. It's like taking a toy from a child. They hate that. When you point out their reality, they hate it. They don't like when you tell them that space is fake. It hurts them in their core.
Yeah, the Globers love to see. Oh, see when they do that water trick on the ISS, what shape does the water form? And it's like, yeah, that's because there's air pressure in the ISS. That's the only reason why it forms into spheres. Because when you do water in a vacuum on Earth, the water forms the shape of whatever container it's in.
Are there any globers in here right now? Anybody that believes that the Earth is round? Like a globe? No. Did you watch it? Security?
Yes. Yeah, that's something.
Just
You
just
can't
show that
really
to
come
somebody
back
next
from
time.
that.
No.
Yeah, you can't come back from that one.
They were caught. There's another video for the ISS they have of the actor. He throws a baseball and then he darts and he floats to the other side and he picks up a bat off the ground and he hits the ball and then he throws the bat down and it falls to the floor. That wouldn't be happening in their environment. That's not the way it works in their own paradigm. That's not the way it works. So
Well,
it's
where do
kind
you
of
think they went wrong in their deception compared to the ISS? Like their mistakes are so what would you call it? Amateur.
you would think as much money as they get all the time, you would think they wouldn't make mistakes like that. What they do
Yeah.
because they're fallible. That's why, and I feel like the reason why people are still that way, you can just have discernment of what is true and what is fake, and you can find that in people's fallibility, in their errors that they will make, maybe not even thinking about it. They don't even
They're in this
realize.
space race of some sort to try to compete. Weird. Fake space race.
Yeah.
Well, what I question is, what do they have to benefit from this deception?
Well, do you have to benefit or they?
They, like in general, like the space deception. Is it just money?
If you can convince someone to believe an absurdity, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
Yeah.
What is the flat Earth belief in? Like, I watched a video. What was it? The 200. Can't remember the name of it, but it says that the sun moves and the moon moves around. Is it that we're staying still? Like, we're not in space. What are we in?
In the confinements of the place we find ourselves in, to the limitations that we can go to, and then beyond that, maybe more of God's creation, construct, the mechanisms behind, and then God's realm behind that. Who knows? It's a thing of wonder.
Yeah, that's a huge question when you think, where's the floor of his creation? Like where, what, like how, like all that is just like,
Or is the gear that connect to the other gear and makes this gear move and close and open the door of the container to manage the pressure and
it's
move
like
the sun around?
it's unfathomable. It's just mind blowing to ever even
We
try to
just don't know.
ponder on that. Yeah. And then if you think about it, like if there's waters below in the great deep, and then they separated and there's waters above, and the firmament was placed like a tent stretched out, and the heavens, they contain the stars and the sun and the moon and the wandering stars, which we call planets. And they were placed in the firmament, but essentially they were in that water. And when the great flood happened, the windows of the heavens opened up, and the waters of the deep flowed up. And I'm sorry, the windows of heaven, the water came down, and the waters of the deep came up to flood the place. But so essentially, you'd be like, well, then we're just surrounded by water then.
Yeah. That's what always puzzles me is the water aspect of it
Yeah.
because it's so deep.
Have you ever? Here's something really cool and puzzling. Have you ever seen the ocean in the ocean?
What do you mean?
There's this guy. I forgot his name, but he went in a submarine and they were exploring and they found like a puddle in the bottom of the ocean, like a huge vat, like a lake, if you will. And when they try to put their like tool or instrument to like test it, it bounced off of it and it couldn't penetrate it, but it was water. And then they were like scooped it up and then it fell back down. Like if you pulled up water in a jacuzzi and let go of it and it went back down. So it was water within water, but they ended up discovering like it's just filled with sodium something, a lot of salt, which makes like a layer. And that it's just like a super heavy water that's way at the bottom.
Salty water under salty water.
Yeah, saltier water.
Saltier water under salty water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, and then the whole claim of we know more about outer space than we know about our own sea. I hear that a lot.
Are you guys talking about a recipe for a soup?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can only get it under the ocean. The best
salt water.
the best seasoning you'll ever find in the face of the world. It's under the ocean.
Is there a specific ocean?
Actually, he posted the video. Thanks a lot, buddy. He posted the video of it. Discovery of Underwater
Let me
Lake.
see.
It's by Mike DeGruy.
Okay.
That's a really interesting. Yeah. DeGruy. It's in the Gulf of Mexico.
You see, it's
Yeah, I'm
Mexican.
watching that one now.
Good Mexican seasoning, I'm telling you, the best.
It's Gulf of America. Now it's Gulf of America. Remember?
Yeah, Gulf of America.
Alien seasoning from Mexico. Made in Mexico. Because he's out of
Oh my
this
god, he
world.
lost his life. Oh my god.
What?
He lost his life in a helicopter crash. That's crazy. That sucks.
Yeah. They killed him.
Oh, you were
Oh my
spoiling
God.
the video. No.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
I kind of hate how it cuts there because it's like he lost his life in the crash and then boom.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was something I was gonna say right after that, but then he asked if we were talking about soup, and then I lost my
You
train of
want to
thought.
watch again? There is something weird in the water.
Soup is flat.
Forgot what I was gonna say.
Horizontal. And you need a table for the soup.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. If you know, or if you don't know, but NASA originally started as a company that was exploring the water, the water, and I forgot what year it was, but for some reason, apparently, here's the story: they discovered something in the ocean, and then they just stopped exploring the ocean.
Yeah.
You want to know what they
really good
discovered? They discovered caverns that will bring you to the lakes in the US. And that's the case
wow.
for they discover that under those layers there's caverns that the water they can go through and they can come out in these submarines they got. They can come out of the lakes in the US.
Like Michigan Lake or?
Yeah, the lakes. Yeah, I mean, the one that I've heard
so
people
there's like
talking
these
about this, it
layers
was
that can get into other layers, go underneath the land
Yeah.
mass and come back up.
Yeah, you go either inside on the ocean and then come on the other side.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm so dehydrated. Whew.
Speaking of all this water.
All that salty water.
That's probably not what APOC meant, but I'm just saying that might be related to that topic, the water under the water, and how to penetrate it. And yeah, there was some military people talking about that kind of stuff, seeing submarines in the lake, and those submarines were like the ones that go in the ocean, and they were talking about caverns under the lakes that will connect to the ocean.
So how can you see that the water is so dense over there?
There's air pressures. I mean, I don't know.
Pressure.
How is it so dense? Yeah, good question. It's a brine. It's a very dense brine.
Well, for a submarine to bounce off of it, that must have a lot of salt.
Yeah. But maybe it's not water.
Yeah.
Maybe something else.
Yeah, it might be a liquid. Well, when he discovered it, and then apparently he wanted to go back and do some more exploring, and killed him. He must have seen something he wasn't supposed to, and he probably knew something, and yeah, maybe he was, I don't know, who knows the true story. But he died. Sucks. It's crazy to think, like, after all these decades of people like adventurous and wanting to explore, like, why haven't people gone into the ocean and explored as much as they probably maybe should have or should be?
Because it's deep.
Yeah. But I feel
Well,
like
we've been
it's,
taught that we can only go so deep, right?
yeah, I was just gonna say that. I feel like we live in a world though where it's actually even discouraged. Like, oh, it's way too dangerous. Don't go down there. Let us do it only.
Yeah, the other day I saw a submarine that went.
Nigga.
I think it's 5,000 meters, and they found out a new species that is that lives in the bottom of the ocean and feeds off because they say it's odd, and they feed off. That is a small life form that feeds off this weird new species of I don't know what it is. I'll have to search it up.
Just post a link.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the these vents that are at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, that's it. Yes,
yeah,
that's it.
and they found like these species that they can live in this environment. It's so hot.
Yeah, yeah.
But yet they could live in
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and it's like, whoa, that's crazy.
And yeah, and they feed off something like sulfur, or I don't know, something like that.
I don't remember what exactly they feed off of, but that was a really cool video.
Yeah,
Cool
so they even said, oh, that this species probably exists for a long time, maybe before humans. That's just speculation.
Yeah, but it's interesting to think that how dynamic the creation is overall.
to where maybe those, vents way at the bottom are a way to keep the deep waters from freezing completely because the sun's heat can't reach it. So to keep the dynamic of it, so that way there's currents and like to keep everything cool and flowing. It's just amazing how creation is.
But wait, I don't think it's cool. It's cold.
No.
Because,
I mean cool, like awesome cool.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. And it's not cold per se, or as cold as you would think, because they exist. It keeps the temperatures from
Yeah.
freezing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
What is
Yeah,
this
or else
prime coal made of? My apologies.
What was that? What'd you ask?
Oh, it's okay.
The eel video with the eel getting toxic shock. It reminds me of what you were speaking on earlier. The pool. I
Let me see
mean,
if I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT because probably not.
Oh yeah. So in that, I know you're talking about the first video we posted. So they
Yeah.
found this eel that was like down there, and I think it like ate something that was in it, and it killed it. It literally, it even prevents like animals from going into it.
Yeah. What's that all about? Like, is that like the bottom of? Do we know like where that was filmed or like
Yeah,
how
that was
deep
in
down that was?
yeah, it was in New Mexico.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
the
the Gulf
Gulf.
of
Yeah.
Mexico. Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico.
Or now it's called Gulf of America. LOL.
Right. Right.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so it
They
went
don't
down
respect
into it, and then it
issues.
died.
They're
So in
not
other words,
respecting
it's
Trump.
toxic.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the other one.
Sent it into toxic shock, it says, because it went into it for too long.
The waters above and the waters below. What the earth is within the waters. It came out of the waters. The ocean water has all the elements. So the waters below might have all the elements too, And then the earth came out of the water.
Yep.
So the earth is not the whole of it. Water is a big part of it too.
Wait, how do you know that there is water? What you mean? Water above?
Yeah.
You have the periodic table of elements in the water, in the ocean.
Yeah.
So
But
Earth came out of the waters.
But what you mean by water above?
Oh, the waters above? Yeah. Now, these guys were talking to you about the waters below, right? The ocean and the waters below the V. So, waters below, then the waters above will be the medium that is above us, the luminaries, mediums above, the waters above.
Have you ever seen the video where they're filming like either the moon or like space, like the stars in the sky, and then you see like this ripple across the screen on the camera, and at first they're like, "What is that?" And then they're like, "Wow!" And then you see
A
reports.
glitch in the matrix.
And then you see reports from NASA, and they're like, stars are shooting out water, and that's why. And they almost like they had to say that because they realize that there is water above. So they're just hiding it from you, dude. But there's waters above, up in the firmament.
Oh.
You could even go search for that report. It was on NASA.com years ago, and it's like a star spews out water like 14 Amazon, size. If you take the Amazon, how big of it as land, and it can fill up the Amazon 14 times over per second. That's what they're saying, how much water is coming out of stars. It's like this crazy, it's NASA, so it's always crazy. But it's just their way of reporting the truth, in plain sight, but yet still convincing people that it's a vacuumous area and all their other mumbo jumbo. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. If you want to look for it, it's called water macer. So to give you a mathematical equivalent to that fills up 11 Amazon rainforests per second, and it mathematically comes out to 60 trillion cubic meters of water per second comes out of this star that they were observing. Again, they're just literally telling us the truth in plain sight, that there is water up there. That's a lot of water.
It's just that they kind of sneak in and tell, but that water is 17 trillion quadrillion miles away. I know you're talking about the, because I know there's obviously there's water in the medium that we're in, and there's like an ocean in the air, or multiple.
Is there any evidence
Of what?
of what you are saying?
No, I'm talking to what he was saying. So, what are you talking about, APOC?
Here, I'll post the link. It's from National Geographic. This was back in 2011. Let me see. You kind of see the shot of it. We found this star and there's shooting water bullets, they call it. This water jet stream shooting out of a star. And they calculated as the amount of water coming out of it was like up to 60 trillion square meters per second is coming out of the star. That's what they are saying.
Yeah, so they're observing water from above. It's just that they sneak in the distances.
Yeah. Yep.
It's probably all just they're probably just making stuff up, but yeah.
Like I said, they're telling us the truth in plain sight, but then they're correlating it to their paradigm, the Narnia, deep space, all that stuff.
Globert fantasy.
Yep. The lore. This was all the way back in 2011.
That's why they gotta show you cartoons, even with this paper you posted.
Mm-hmm.
Can't show you the real thing.
No. Can never show us the real thing. We want the goods.
Shouldn't that star be shooting out water vapor?
Yeah, they say it is. The gas.
Because it's so hot that you don't get steam; it goes straight to vapor. But at extreme temperatures, water actually explodes. Steam explosions.
Yeah. Yeah, like when you're cooking and you throw water in the oil and it blows up on you. You're like, ah.
That's a little different, but similar.
I'm just joking. Have you ever, like, for instance, have you ever been cooking like with oil, and let's say you have like let's say you wash your potato and there's water on the potato, and you put in the oil and it just pops at you. You're like, ah, damn it, I forgot.
Yeah,
water pops. Makes it pop. The water and the potato exploding on you, shooting oil at you. or hot water, I guess. You learn a lot just hanging out in the 24/7 Discord about just random stuff.
Yeah, but I used to work in a place that they made abrasives. So the one little furnace there made like a magnesium kind of abrasive or something. But the pour spout on it wasn't exactly 100%. So when we were there the one time and the delivery truck driver had come and delivered the raw materials, right? And we heard the siren for the pour. So we knew as soon as it started pouring that some of it would fall off the edge, drop into a pool of water, cause a steam explosion, right? So sure enough, that's happened. So you get the molten metal hitting the water, go boom, really loud. This delivery driver must have jumped like 3 feet. And we didn't even react. We're used to it.
That's dangerous too.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's loud and noisy, but it's. I heard that previously that they had a steam explosion there so bad it blew like some of the metal off the building.
Yeah. Matter of fact, one of the refineries here in Southern California, there was an explosion in one of the units, and this is, I mean, we're talking pure steel. So imagine the amount of freaking like, of that the force of that explosion to blow open the side, of the unit, which is just pure steel.
Yep.
That's intense, dude. So then what happened was, luckily that unit wasn't the alkaline unit. So like the refinery was like, we better protect, the alkaline unit, because they didn't have the only thing that saved the refinery is because they had that it was enclosed in a steel casing. So what we ended up doing is we call them turnarounds. And then we did so you work 24 hours a day. So there's 2 shifts, 2 12-hour shifts, Monday through Sunday, like for the full 30 days. And they do a shutdown on that one unit, on the alkaline unit. And we had to wear the hazmat, rubber suits and everything. Because if you got that, if any of that alkaline would fall on you, it would burn down to your bone. Like that's what it does. If you get on your skin, it eats away and it searches for your bone. Kind of weird. When I was in my class learning the safety on it before we even got on the job site to get my RSO card, they teach you that the alkaline, that chemical, when it touches your skin, it will search out bone. I was like, how the hell does that happen? But that's just what they said. And they showed us graphic pictures of people that had accidentally been contaminated, like because they didn't for whatever reason they weren't being safe with the suit. Like let's say they took off their glove to do something real quick, and it just dropped on them like a small little drop, and then it just disgustingly just ate away their hand, dude. Like it was gross. They showed us those photos on purpose to teach us like, hey, make sure you're always being safe. So then what we did is we built a whole frame around it to enclose it, the alkaline unit, and that was a fun job. And yeah, that was good times, dude. I think I have photos of it. Let me see if I can find some photos, old photos. Good times. Oh, I don't have them on this phone. I have them on my old phone. Womp womp. It's on my old phone. It would get so hot in those rubber suits, in the hazmat suits that we wear from head to toe, and we would have these like overalls, and we would sweat so much that every break that we had, they had a full change of clothes for all of us. So we all had to put on the new overall setup, which covered us from from head to toe, or well, neck to toe. But man, you sweat in those things. Luckily, I was on the overnight crew in the nighttime, and you would still be completely drenched, sweating, because it gets so hot in those rubber suits. And we were hanging iron in those suits. Man, one of the most difficult times I've ever hanged iron, bro, was doing that. That was crazy. But it was like a good 40 to 50 feet high structure that we built around it. Fucking, it was cool. But it was real meticulous because when we had the crane bringing in the iron, and you couldn't let it hit any of the pipes, or you couldn't mess up anything. So it was like a really tedious task, bro. But we got it done though. I was really happy on that job. Good times. Miss doing iron work.
Greetings, y'all. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Mm.
Hey, AG.
Hey, man. Hope all is well with everybody. Hope everybody's kicking ass, taking names, or at least still moving forward.
You too. You too. What you doing?
Yeah. Nah, I'm still hanging in there. I'm good.
Yeah, lately I sort of feeling the same.
I've been busy with life stuff, so I didn't want to bring that here. Non sequitur. No, we're doing good. Everybody's good. Oh, we got hit with a ton of snow. We had like 14 inches of snow the other day.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Everything's okay. This Yemsi, I sleep and I come back and he's still here. He's hard working, very great. Yemsi, how are you?
Well, you only sleep for a couple hours? Sleep for 8 hours, bro. Come on.
Yeah. It's
Hey man, Gemsy's awesome.
Yeah, he's so hilarious.
I actually heard Gemsy raise his voice earlier. I was like, what?
No,
Who
no.
took Gemsy and replaced him with his imposter?
Yeah, I don't believe it. Never.
No, the guy deserved it. He wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't stop talking over the top of people.
Fair enough. Hey, a man can only have so much patience.
Yeah. No, but maybe he look like kind.
Yeah, man. Well, I promise you, everybody here is kind. I mean, they may not be nice all the time, but everyone here is kind.
Yeah, and them explain everything with all patience. So guys, all of you from United States, all different country.
I'm from America.
I'm from Australia.
I'm from Earth.
I'm from my mom.
No, I'm from my dad. I live with my dad. No, my mom.
Actually, that's fair enough. Everyone's from their dad, whether they like it or not.
Ah, yeah. Flat is.
I'm sure your mum played a hand in it.
Yeah.
So guys, I wanna ask a question. I'm studying physics, but I won't be perfect in physics. I have a test after 1 month.
All right.
So
whoa.
Yeah.
Well, you're at the best possible place you could be because that's exactly what we like talking about here.
Yeah, I like when you discuss those things. But have you ever been in US or your college or your life? They take the test of physics. Have you get the 100%?
No.
It's kind of non sequitur. One thing that we promote here is autodidactism, which means self-teaching, self-learning. We want to encourage people to go out there and educate themselves on their own accord, do your own research, and double check. And just because you find something don't necessarily mean it's true. So fact check yourself and make sure that the information that you have is good.
Oh, thank you.
What is the chemical symbol for iron?
Chemical symbol
for iron?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, Game C.
It's Fe. Like flat Earth. Just remember, chemical symbol for iron, flat Earth, Fe.
Posted something in the side chat that makes a reference to the nice versus kind thing that I said earlier. There's a reason why I said that way. The triggering triangle has arrived.
That's right. It's time.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's time. It's time for what?
Emotional damage.
It's time for emotional damage.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy.
What's up, sweets?
Yeah,
welcome, Rajiv.
Hey, bro.
Just
What's
joined.
up? Hey, bro.
Word.
What are you
How's it going,
doing?
man? Hope all is well. What's up, dude?
What's up?
What brings you here?
What do you say?
What brings you here?
Mm, no, I don't know.
Just curious. Oh, Andy's going.
Well, we still have Rodri and Aimer. Aimer's still here. We have Arch. Newish sort of names. Malaxor's been here for a while, like popping in and out.
Yeah.
Seems genuine.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Nobody's going to bite your head off or anything.
So I'm will ask. About the topic flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Why this is logic? With all technology, with all silence, we need to talk about this because the Earth it's
Take your time, bro. It's okay. Speak your mind.
The Earth is elliptical. Yeah.
Well, we observe the horizon to be horizontal, and we measure the Earth to be flat. In order for it to be an oblate spheroid, there would have to be some kind of measurable curvature. And when we don't find that in the real world, that's problematic.
Okay. But move away from the microphone to clear voice, please.
Sorry, I don't understand what you said, man.
I see we don't hear clear. If you close the way of the microphone.
Yeah, my mic's crap sometimes. My bad.
Uh,
Hey, T-Dub, you want to take this? You're coming in loud and clear. You should be able to handle it.
Yeah, sure. No worries, man. So what's your query? What's your question? I feel
my
like you want
question.
to. Oh, sorry. Go on.
My question.
Yeah, man.
Yes, your question. Oh, he looks like he's having some connection troubles. There we go. You're back, I think.
Yeah, I have a problem with VPN. This app don't work with this web work with VPN. Is not work by himself.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So did you have a question to ask?
When I were ready, I will ask. When I were ready, I will ask. It's, thank you, guys.
No problem, man. We understand. The internet can be trouble. Lots of
problem.
latency and connection issues. It's all good. I know a lot of folks are here on this server to practice English. So something I've been into a long time is etymology. I'll always encourage people to dig into that. I feel like it really helps, especially when one is trying to learn English as their second language. And obviously practicing chatting in here helps too. So feel free to talk whenever you want. Welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well today. What brings you here?
I don't know. I just saw the title and thought it'd be a curious conversation.
Fair enough. Well, if you have any
But
questions, feel
yeah,
free to.
seems like I was wrong. There's nobody here talking.
So I'm just chopped liver.
What?
Feel free to ask any questions you may have, man.
Okay.
He sounded a bit biased to begin with, so that's why I didn't really give him anything.
Yeah, I mean, does there have to be a conversation happening? He could have made one.
That's what I'm saying. Be the conversation starter.
Yeah, exactly.
People don't realize that just because we're quiet doesn't mean we're not doing anything. Just about every single one of us is working on something right now. T-Dub, look what Alex posted. That's hilarious. So if it's flatter than we thought, we must be looking at the wide side of it. The broad side of Jupiter.
It's flatter.
I don't think making it smaller is going to make it flatter.
Yeah. Thinking about it, if they keep on changing little things, like what they did with Pluto, they keep changing everything. Within 100 years, their heliocentric roar would be unrecognizable to how it currently is. Welcome. How are you doing, Jeremy? Goodbye, Jeremy. Quiet night.
Pretty sure Jupiter translates to Godfather.
Dios Padre. Ended up falling asleep a little bit early last night. His life stuff. And I woke up and it felt like kind of the middle of the day or early morning. It's 2:30 for me. This sucks. Perfect time to work on something though. Get back to work on one of my projects. Yeah. We should have a contest. Like a meme contest. We already have a place to submit them. We should do an actual meme contest every month. Welcome to whoever just joined in. How's it going? And goodbye.
I think originally it was like a competition they used to run, but just I guess it faded off and it just became like a general memes channel.
Yeah, dude. I'm just thinking of ways to encourage more engagement, and we can always use more memes. So having a meme contest like once a week or once a month could be fun. I may be wrong, but I kind of feel like in the winter it ends up like activity ends up being weird. Like you would think it would increase, but it slows down instead. I would think it'd increase since it's colder, more folks would spend more time inside, but it doesn't seem like that's what happened.
I remember a school teacher telling us kids once that if you'll be warm if you stay still and cold.
How does that make any sense?
I don't know. I think people remember teachers telling a lot of stupid shit.
I mean, I can okay, staying still in order to get warm. If the kid keeps on like if they have a blanket on them or something, a sheet, and keeps lifting it off of them, then yeah, they lose all of the heat that they're building up. But also, shivering is literally the purpose of shivering is never mind.
Shivering is what? Is that like a reflect like a reflex action to like generate heat or something?
That's what I always figured. I mean, it causes an involuntary movement. It would build up friction, and that would warm one up.
I thought it meant that a ghost touched you.
Yeah, that could be it. I feel like you're walking through cobwebs, but there's no cobwebs. I don't actually believe in ghosts like that, by the way. I'm being snarky.
I believe in ghosts.
Well, to clarify, I said like that.
Right.
There is
And
phenomenon that happens, especially some kind of residual phenomenon that people seem to have shared experiences around. So
yeah, I tell people like just like randomly, I'll just like flail my arms in the air and go woo, just in case, right? Just in case ghosts are actually, moments in time that have been like imprinted on the background fabric of space time and get replayed in the future.
there's something called the Pactolus Light that's nearby. It's a local legend. It's like ghost story. I think North Carolina has lots of ghost stories. I went there, and there was this weird, like me and 3 other people went there, like my bro and my girlfriend at the time and his girlfriend at the time. And when we went there and we looked out down that path where that railroad was, this blue light appeared and started weaving in between trees. When I first saw it, I thought somebody was effing with me, a laser dot or some shit. I'm like, no, I would see a beam though. And this shit was going in between trees in a way where that's impossible with a light like that. That just would not work. That shit freaked us out. We zoinked out of there like Shaggy and Scooby. I've seen
That's cool.
I won't call it a ghost, but it's certainly something I cannot explain at all.
Yeah, I've had strange experiences I can't explain, can't rationalize away.
I've also seen a light in the sky take a 90-degree angle. Like it was like a plane or something moving in one direction, and then it just suddenly turned at a very sharp angle that no plane can do. That's impossible. So I saw that as a kid, and I was like, "What the heck?" And it kind of freaked me out. Nobody else saw it. I've seen some weird shit. I'm not going to call it aliens or ghosts or anything, though. It's just weird lights. I don't know what the hell it was.
Same.
Hell, it could be like classified aircraft. I could have seen some shit that I wasn't supposed to see. I don't know. But the Pactolus light, I cannot explain that at all. I have no idea what that blue dot was. Anyway, I digress. It's all non sequitur.
Welcome back, Insan.
Who are you? Hello. Thank you for talking to you.
How are you? I am fine, thanks, and you? This is Pastor. It is a book.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you? Thanks, fine, and you? It is a pencil. This is a book.
Well, I hope
you doing all right?
I hope you continue to study English, and you get very well. Keep trying.
Earth is a globe. You fucking idiot.
Okay, your
Cool.
English just improved a lot. No, it's not. It's measured flat.
At what point do you experience it as a globe?
I always on it. And several times I circled around it.
Yeah.
Like a human.
It has nothing to do with the ground.
It was real. I can assure you. It was super real. I had been teleported to a spaceship. An alien abducted me, and then
All right, buddy, you're done.
I'm talking real thing. It's a real deal. Let's say I abducted, and then made me speed around the globe. I don't know how many times, but several times. I completed.
Like what? Like 700 times?
I don't know, not 700 times. Come on, I said several times.
700?
Come on, I'm not lying, by the way. I'm not joking.
No, not at all.
This is my real experience, by the way. You asked and I answered.
Oh, that's lovely.
Believe it or not, this is real. Hello, how are you? Fine, thanks, and you? This is a pencil. It is a book. And you?
The earth is flat. You observe it to be that way, and you experience it that way. You treat it that way in your life every single day. At no point do you treat the earth like a ball.
I am.
Yeah. Write that in your book.
My experiences to someone else. This was my experience, and I know for sure Earth is a globe. I'm sorry to have that kind of experience. What can I do?
I'm done talking to this guy, but I won't mute him. Y'all can carry on. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I totally believe you.
I know you don't, and I don't fucking care. By the way, I missed the point. I was dreaming at that time when I was teleported to the spaceship. It was like trans-dimensional experience, but I know that was real because I saw my town, my city, from the top of in the sky, and it was really real. It was a lucid dream, you know, lucid dream.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Some call it astral travel. Astral. What do they in English? I don't know.
This
It
is a
was
pencil. It is a book.
yes, it was a lucid dream.
Astral projection.
No. That is not that thing. Astral travel.
Projection.
Oh, that is something different. Let me check in dictionary. I
I'm putting
can't
my
talk.
money on T-Dub.
Astral travel. If that's
Astral travel.
Oh, okay. Astral traveling. Yes. So that's basically the same thing.
astral projection is the same.
It's the same thing.
It seems something different. No.
I don't see how. One may be intentional, one's more accidental, maybe.
People go there. People go some different dimensions by using astral travel. Places they where not Earth.
Yeah. They see heaven.
I don't know. People say it, but it was my town, my neighbor. You know, me and my mother was going to supermarket, and then I saw a cloud in the sky. There was a picture between clouds, and I understood that it is a dream. I figured it out. It is a dream. Then I rose up to the clouds, and then something
Are you a
made me.
compulsive liar due to medical condition, or are you choosing to be a liar?
No, I don't think I have a medical condition. This was lucid dream,
So
and
you think you're funny then? You
I
find yourself to be funny and you like wasting time.
since 2014, 13, I don't, maybe 2012. I am having these kind of dreams.
So you've been wasting people's time
Oh,
since
okay. It's a
2012.
dream. Okay, you're talking about a dream. My bad.
Yes, but there are different things to justify the experiences. It was real and it was a real abduction. I don't know how should I call it, abduction or something different. I don't know, but it was
Nightmare.
real.
Well, I hope you don't have any more nightmares, man.
Nightmares?
Yeah, I hope you don't have any more nightmares, because that's what it sounds like. Is you had a nightmare, and that sucks.
Hello.
Having those kind of dreams. But now I got used. When I realize it is a dream, then I don't. Rarely, I really rarely afraid of having those kind of dreams. Sometimes, yeah, I got afraid, and then I woke.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level.
Welcome.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
That was a clip of Elon talking about when he sent a car up in space, how it looked fake, and that's why you can tell it's real. Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Or
There's
not.
nobody talking.
Well, I posted a link and tagged folks back on the home server, so maybe a couple people will join in here. Get some more activity in here. What's up, Star? Hope all is well, man. Same stuff, different day. Can't complain. Wouldn't make a difference if it did. Gonna mute up for a minute, but I'm still around. Welcome. I always do that. So many people you say welcome or hello to them, and then they immediately leave. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Zoe. What AI voices are you talking about?
The one that was there before you when I joined in. I thought that was some AI voice. Maybe not.
No.
What's going on here? Everyone's so silent.
Oh, they're waiting for someone nice like yourself to drop in and start asking questions.
Okay. Right. I just got curious looking at how this one has been going on for 140 hours. We see, I mean.
Ah, right. Yeah, the only reason it's at 140 is because it reset. We dropped out and went
Oh,
somewhere
so
else for a day, and then came back and it reset. It
so
was
it
up a lot
has
higher.
actually been going on for longer. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Yep, we're here 24/7.
Interesting.
Usually.
I haven't been on this server before. I mean, this is like my third time joining a VC here.
Well, welcome.
Yep, thanks.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I actually thought there was a stream going on. I see there are like 3 bots in here.
No, they record from here and stream what's going on here onto YouTube.
Ah, okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming, did we? NASA has delayed the Artemis 2 mission beyond February after a wet dress rehearsal at Kennedy Space Center exposed a persistent liquid hydrogen leak at the Space Launch System's core stage umbilical. Well, there you go. I was going to say NASA. Remember what happened last time there was a little bit of a leak? 20-cent O-ring? And look at all the memes we got out of it. Oh man, I'm so gonna lay this on somebody. Scrolling through Facebook, as you do when you're bored, and it comes up. I don't care if you lick windows, run into walls, or occasionally pee yourself. You hang in there, sunshine. You're freaking special.
Hola, ¿cómo estás usted? Mi amigo.
Oh, wow. He's ordering tacos. I want some.
I order a quesadilla with extra jalapeno. Jalapeno in the fajita.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We got a Pirate King. What, you copy CDs or you're a bit of a sailor? Which way you going?
Sorry, what?
I'm just having a joke, mate.
Yeah, I do get that actually. I don't get the reference now. That's it.
Well, you're either a sailor, so pirate, or you like copying CDs.
No, this is actually a
No.
completely different reference. Like it's a One Piece reference. It's an anime.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Alright, you guys carry on. I just joined to see if there was any conversation, or I guess it's not. So I'll just go have lunch. Bye, guys.
You wouldn't believe it. You're in it at the moment.
In the conversation, you mean?
Oh, yes. So, while you're here,
Yes.
what do you
I
think?
just came to.
Earth is
Think
flat?
about what?
Earth is a ball? What do you think?
I have no idea actually. I'm open to suggestions.
You're open.
I mean, yeah, from whatever we've been told, apparently a lot of things are conspiracy and propaganda. So I'm open to suggestions. Yeah.
Just so you know, you are very hard to understand. Your volume
It's
was
fine.
going
It's
up
fine.
and down a little bit. It's like you were turning away from
Yeah.
your phone, like you're doing something in the kitchen and you turned away from your phone.
No, I actually came to have lunch, so I just came here if there was any background noise, but that's fine. I'll just go eat
Right.
lunch. That's fine. I'll come
No,
back
that's
later.
all right,
Bye,
mate. And now we can think about it over lunch.
You might be having flatbread.
That's right.
I'm gonna go cook pizza soon.
Yeah, I just chucked some air fryer. Didn't know what it felt like, so I just chewed on them. Keep the worms at bay for a while.
What was it?
Oh, just chicken tenders. We had a nice little storm here this afternoon too. Took us from 30,
Oh, really?
was it 30,
Happy luck.
38, 39, and it dropped us down to 19.
Nice.
Yeah. There's no complaints, that's for sure. I don't know what it's back up to now, but I'm not going outside to find out. Third time lucky.
Or is it going to be a hat trick?
Welcome. Welcome to those that have just dropped in.
Hello.
Yes, hello. We got his hello in. That's a good start. Need the mad Obi-Wan voice when they drop in. Hello there.
Hello there.
That's the one.
Hello, little guy. Welcome to space.
Thanks, crit. I nearly shit myself then. Had me volume turned up from that last Indian fella.
Did that second one didn't play, did it? Or the last one?
Something spice, but it was loud.
Oh, okay, that
was
one.
only because I cranked me volume.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, little guy. Welcome to space.
Okay, that's the last one that played.
Yeah.
Because I just clicked this random one that looked like a robot voice that said hello, and it was just a string of slurs. Like I was like, holy crap! I hope that one didn't play.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that. Admirer's back. Welcome back. You've spoken before. Don't be shy. We're not going to bite you. They do feed me. Occasionally. Welcome, Nika. Oh, Nika nicked off. Welcome, Vasco.
Hello.
What brings you here today, my friend?
Why all the people is silent?
Why are they in silence? Oh, they're just listening, waiting patiently for someone to come to talk to. And I got in first. But they are there. Don't panic.
That's right. I'm just watching and waiting.
Lurking is the word I'd use.
Did I just scare 3 people away? Oh no.
Yep. That is very uncool. I was just thinking to myself, you know what? I might go and watch a movie if the next one bails out on me. And we just lost 3 in one go.
Damn, I was just joking. That's my best American movie trailer voice. Coming to theaters this summer. I can't do it like Helio though. Helio just does it naturally. It's just his voice. It's so smooth too. You're listening to 24/7. I just love it.
Do Globers get offended when we watch stuff like Star Wars? Does that mess with their heads, or?
Yeah, you're not allowed to enjoy that. Damn it!
Oh, shit. I was just thinking that what I was going to chuck on, what movie I was going to chuck on. And I was just wondering, I wonder if Globers get dicey at us watching space movies.
I watched a couple the other day. What did I watch? Life with Ryan Reynolds, who dies halfway, not even halfway into it. He's like half an hour. He's dead. What else?
His name's not Matt Damon.
What was the other one I watched? Can't remember now. What was it about? Oh, yeah, that's a Cloverfield paradox. Cloverfield paradox. That was alright.
I heard someone else say that wasn't too bad, too.
I think it's like a spin-off or a prequel or a sequel or something to Cloverfield. Isn't there a movie just called Cloverfield?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cloverfield something.
I think it's I think it's in the same kind of storyline thing. Yeah. It's like kind of like The Mist meets Lost in Space or something.
Lost in Space. Warning, Will Robinson.
I was not sure what's going on here. Yeah, I was never really a big fan of Lost in Space. I liked Land of the Giants better. I always liked that when that came on, the repeats of that. Well, yeah, hell yeah, I love this show. Little people
Where I work,
living in the alternate universe.
one of
Hey,
the oldies up where I work, is his voice is exactly the same as the Doctor on Lost in Space, and he walks around like he'll eat something that'll stir his guts up, and he'll walk around. Oh, the pain of it all, exactly the same. It cracks me up, eh? That's what I said to him up there. Like, it's all made off Lost in Space, and a few of them are like, "Huh?" They didn't get it, and others just cracked up instantly. It was great.
what's his name?
Smith.
No, the actor's name.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue.
I know it. You can know it. Smith. Dr. Smith or whatever his name is from Lost in Space. Oh, he's famous.
Can't be too
They did the whole
famous.
Simpsons episode for him. Oh, freaking hell, I can't remember his name now. Never mind.
Harris. Jonathan Harris.
Right.
Oh, wow. He was in a fair few things.
Yeah, because like maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Didn't he host some sort of like thing like Ripley's Believe It or Not? But it wasn't that. Like it was some other like other sort of similar thing. Some sort of horror house thing or something. I can't remember.
I'll just
I
go
might be
through the
thinking of
list.
someone else.
All the things that he's been a part of. Studio One in 48, Lights Out in 49. Was it Schlitz Playhouse of Stars in 51? Hallmark Hall of Fame in 51. Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet in 52. Omnibus in 52. Botany Bay in 52. General Electric Theatre in 53. Climax in 54. Telephone Time in 56. Zorro in 57. Shirley Temple's Storybook in 58. Big Fisherman in 59. Bonanza in 59. Twilight Zone in 59. Third Man in 59. Outlaws in 60. Bill Dana Show in 63. The Rogues in 64. Bewitched in 64. Lost in Space 65. Get Smart in 65. Three Musketeers in 68. Land of the Giants in 68. Lancer in 68. Love American Style in 69. Night Gallery in 70. Once Upon a Dead Man in 71. Funny Face in 71. Stanford and Son in 72. Lost in Space again in 73. My Favorite Martians in 73. Monster Squad in
Oh,
76.
of course, yeah, he was my favorite Martian. Yeah.
Arc 2 in 76. Space Academy in 77. Escapade in 78. Battlestar Galactica in 78. Vegas in 78. Rainbow Bright and the Star Stealer in 85.
I'm surprised he had no parts in Star Trek as a guest role.
Witches, Warlocks and Wizards in 86. Pinocchio and the Emperor of the Night in 87. Knights of the Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light in 87. Happily Ever After in 89.
I'm thinking of someone else then.
Adventures of Don Quixote and Sancho Panda in 90. Darkwing Duck in 91. Problem Child 93. Spider-Man in 94. Freakazoid in 95. Superman the Animated Series in 96. The Angry Beavers in 97.
Yeah, so he was on The Simpsons, but I'm thinking of the guy that does the, you know, the episode of The Simpsons where the was it Marge and Lisa are at home and the I don't know, were they off doing the truck thing or something? Bart and Homer, and then they ended up they played some board game and there was a piece missing or something, and they had to ring the number and they got him, but it was a message and they left a message and then he rang them back or something. I thought that was him.
Sounds right.
I can't remember.
Right. We've been sitting in here for the last 3 hours. And people don't come in here and talk. And all of a sudden, when we're talking, a whole pile of them want to come in and make a ruckus. Very uncool. Well, for all those that are in here, Admirer, Murian, who else have we got? Down the list. Malaxor, Nick Hill, And Nick. Who else we got? Hopefully you've got another name hiding behind that thing. Rora. Mayolika. If you have any questions, please don't be scared to ask. If you've got your background radio on, I'd probably suggest, yeah, it's not going to happen. I'd probably suggest turning it off so we can hear you better.
Or go to the part of the house that doesn't have everybody screaming in the background.
That could do it too. And around all this, I've lost.
I have a question.
Oh, one's got a question. Yes, go, question.
Yep. So you guys believe that Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, we know it's flat. Yes.
So could you give me proofs that how can I find the edges of the flat Earth?
Why would you think there would be an edge?
But because you believe that Earth is flat, right?
It's not a belief. You experience it this way. You observe the horizon to be horizontal, and you, for all practical purposes, treat the Earth as flat. You certainly don't live your life treating it like it's a ball.
So what does a flat mean?
Well, flat's not a shape. It's a property that shapes may or may not have. And to be clear, we're not saying that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee out in the cosmic void. We do not subscribe to the heliocentric model or lore.
No, you, because you're not listening.
Yeah.
He's giving you a clear.
You guys are.
What do you mean?
You don't have any idea about what's real thing is. You don't have any single clue about.
Okay, Admira, just a quick question. Except for your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, where have you ever seen the curvature?
Where have I have seen the curvature? You asked me.
I don't know how I've lost you. You think you live on a ball. I would like to know where you've seen the curvature outside of the television, outside of the mobile phone, and outside of your computer. Where have you seen the curvature?
I can give you 100 reasons that Earth is spherical, in fact.
No, I'm not after reasons.
That wasn't the
I'm
question.
after where you've seen the curvature. Where have you witnessed the curvature?
Science has given already proofs
Have
for
you
that.
just we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Put a pin in that. Let's just get this question answered.
I'll write it down, science, so we don't forget. Science. All right. So I just put a little dot there.
So-called would have given is a proof of curvature. We want that one.
Right. So, Admira, except for your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, where have you seen the curvature?
I can give you 100 reasons.
Most
for
probably
example,
you can. I hope you can, but I just want to know, except for your computer, except for your television, and except for your mobile phone, where you've seen the curvature.
So, do you know that Earth's shadow on the moon is always round? A shape only a sphere cast consistently, right?
Holy shit! So you've been to the moon?
No, I don't have to go to moon in order to prove that.
Well, how did you know that from the moon Earth looks round?
Because we all have seen that.
We all have seen that. No, I've never been to the moon, and I can put my hand on my heart and honestly say I have never been to the moon, and I'm pretty sure I'm never going to be going. What do you mean? Am I blind? I have never been to the moon to look back at the Earth and say, "Oh my God, it is round." Because that's what we've just got out of you. From the moon looking back at the earth, it's round.
You don't have any reasoning in your talking.
Okay, you still haven't answered my question, which I asked a couple of minutes ago now. Except for your computer, except for your mobile phone, except for your television, where have you seen the curvature?
Okay, let me provide you some more clues, more evidence.
No. Why do you not want to answer my question?
I'm answering your
Give
question.
me a reason. Give me one reason why you cannot answer my question. It is a very basic question. You are being exceptionally rude by talking through me and not answering the question asked. So I'm going to ask it again, just in case you're not understanding it. Maybe you're not understanding because not very good English.
You guys don't have a brain. You guys don't have a brain to grasp that.
Well, how about you use your brain and answer my question? Let's try again. Except for your computer, except for your television, and except for your mobile phone, where have you seen the curvature? You're a very rude little boy. Stop that.
Fucking crazy man you are.
Why are you not answering the question? Why can't you answer it?
You will never understand that. If I give you 100 reasons, you will never understand.
I don't give a fuck if you give me 10 zillion reasons. I just want you to answer one question. One question. Except for your mobile phone, except for your television, and except for your computer, where have you seen the curvature?
As I've already told you, you will never believe that thing, that Earth is a spherical object. I think you have, I don't know about you.
Why can't you answer the question? Do you believe you're answering the question now?
What is your question again, please?
Again, except for your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you seen the curvature?
Okay, so you are asking me to provide you evidence, right? So you give me evidences that Earth is.
I don't have to give you anything. I asked you a question. I'm hoping you can answer it.
And why do I need to prove you?
Because you're the one playing.
Because I asked your question.
You guys are discussing that Earth is a flat.
No, I'm not discussing the earth is flat. I'm asking you a simple question, and you seem to be exceptionally rude and not answering the question and rattling on with everything but what I asked you. Don't say no, because if you had said yes, you would have answered the question by now, and we would be talking about your science and your 100 reasons. Because I wrote those down so we would not forget.
You guys literally made a...
So, how about we try again? Obviously, you're having some kind of brain breakdown here. Hey, Admira, you still haven't answered my question. Except for your mobile phone. Okay, Admira, maybe you don't understand. Do you know what a mobile phone is? Do you know what a mobile phone is? Yes or no?
Oh, I'll not answer to your question.
So, you're not going to answer our question, so you're just here to preach. You're a bigot.
You guys are crazy. As I've already told you.
How did you get you not answering my question? How did you come to the conclusion that we're crazy because you won't answer my question? How did you link those two?
Then answer my question as well. Why don't you?
I will. As soon as you answer my question, you can ask whatever questions you like. So let's try again. Except for your mobile phone, except for your computer, and except for your television, where have you seen the curvature?
I already provided you enough evidences for that.
No, you haven't provided anything. You said to us, science is proof, and we pulled you up because we wanted you to answer. Why are you still talking? Seriously, that is exceptionally rude. Like, Admira, you're just babbling and talking through people. This is fail. I wrote down science so we could go back to that. We're not just going to sidestep it and forget about it. I wrote it down so we couldn't forget it. You also said you have 100 reasons why we live on a ball. Okay, we can get to that also. But all I want to know is, except for your mobile phone, your television, and your computer, where have you seen the curvature?
I asked you that do you believe in science? That you told me that you believe in science.
You have to
But how
believe.
come you come that?
Why doesn't he answer the question? Has he got me muted or something?
I don't know, dude.
Do
He's
you really believe
he's sidestepping like a crab, doing a crab walk.
Yeah.
He already knows that his experts will say that the Earth is observed flat. So if you ask him where's the curvature, where did he see it with his own eyes, not on an electronic, he's going to have to say, I never seen it. And he doesn't want to concede that he's never seen the curve. That's why he's avoiding answering the question. I mean,
Oh.
unless you've got your own answer to the question, I'll accept that.
I think he should look at the side chat, the animated GIFs that I posted. Of course, pictures have nothing to do with what Matrix was talking about.
I just want to know where he's seen the curve so I can go for a holiday there and check it out. Get a few photos, bring it back here for the panel.
He also claimed that he provided
At least
evidence,
we have
but I don't see anything anywhere in the side chat. There's no
we
links,
have
there's
that
no
proof.
pictures.
You don't have any proof. You don't have any proof.
And he's just going to reset. We don't have any proof.
Yeah.
I'll do an experiment. Check this out. Check this out. What science have you got that proves the ball? Okay? You don't want to talk to me anymore? What about your hundreds of reasons that you live on a ball? You've been talking to Matthew Loans, haven't you?
Provide me your proofs.
What proof of what, mate? What proof would you like?
That Earth is flat.
That it's measured flat? Easy. Hold on.
The horizon is observed to be horizontal. The Earth is measured to be flat. And for all practical purposes, everyone treats it that way. At no point does anybody treat it like a ball. You walk outside, you treat the Earth as it's flat.
There you go, admirer. 18 minutes past the hour. FE Core experiment and the PDF document that goes with it. Measured flat. Or if you don't like those, just underneath that, you can see the GIF windmills or wind turbines.
You don't have to say thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can digest that.
But big bro, you also providing me photos of Earth.
Yeah, and when I did, had you been listening, you would have heard me say that it doesn't matter.
You mentioned
Because that has nothing to do with what Matrix was asking you.
We have photos of Earth that Earth is spherical. But you
Yeah,
guys are
did you
also
see the
providing
last
me
one?
photos.
Do you understand what a
How
fisheye
come I
lens
believe in
is?
those photos?
Do you understand what a fisheye lens is? How a wide-angle lens functions? And to reiterate, as I said when I posted those,
Why should I believe
that
in
has
your
nothing to do with Matrix's question, and you still haven't answered it. You interrupt often in person? Do you interrupt people like face-to-face?
Yes.
Okay.
His mom is not to do that.
Well, you still haven't answered Matrix's question, so feel free to do that at your earliest convenience.
Our photos are from outside where you can go and observe yourself. His lack of proof of curvature is what we're looking for, right? We're looking out into reality around us. This is where we're going to find the evidence we're looking for, which is required for the Earth to be a sphere. He's believing that the pictures from outer space are real, all right? These pictures from outer space that he believes are real show the Earth to be a sphere. He needs to then prove the curvature rate aligns with the sphere that they're showing him. But he cannot. If somebody else can pick up the baton, feel free to do so.
Did he leave? Yeah, I reckon he did. He didn't even get muted or anything. He just left.
Pretty sure he was in here recording so that he can make misleading clips.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get it. Gotcha.
I didn't think my question was such a difficult one.
It wasn't. He just was. He was sidestepping.
Wasn't he?
Good morning to everybody who just joined in. Feel free to ask any questions.
Stingray, can you open your microphone and chat? Well, in about 30 minutes, I'll be leaving for work. So, if relative density or specific gravity exists as we experience it, then all of the materials that sink to the bottom of the air, like dirt, they belong in a material that's above the air, like a beach ball belongs above the pool. Or if it's non-physical, then it doesn't exist as a material and there's no reason for it to float. There's no necessary required mechanism to keep it aloft. I gave you a this or that. Pick one. I should have better signal in 2 minutes. Or right now. I'll say it
It's good
again.
now, Jimmy.
Alright. If the sun is made of a material, then whatever material it is made of does not belong on the ground. Since we experience specific gravity or relative density in reality, then whatever the sun is made of, that material sits above the air, like a beach ball sits above the water. Or the sun is non-physical and it's not made of a material, and then there is no required mechanism for the sun to be aloft in the sky, flying, floating. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know what its size is. I've never taken a sample of it to know what material it's made of. I've never tasted it, smelled it. There's no answer to these questions. There's only what you look at and see.
Hello, guys. How's everyone doing? How are you doing, wonderful people?
What's up?
Hey, it's good, man. So, do we have any Globers here? Anyone? Any Globers? Oh, someone is muted. Head is muted. Wow.
No, that's a bot, and it's deafened.
Oh, okay,
It hears the music
Yeah.
and playing quotations.
Oh, damn.
People only end up muted if they don't have any self-control. It's kind of the control yourself or somebody else will sort of deal here.
Interesting. Yep. Right, guys. It was nice meeting you. God bless Godspeed. See you soon.
Hey, you're welcome back anytime. Peace out.
Thank you, bro.
If you come back and turn your mic up.
Yeah, for sure.
I can open my mic now.
Alright, cool.
So I'm having a debate with my friend. He thinks the Earth is round. I'm saying it's flat. I said that gravity was nonsense, and he's asked for my explanation, and I said that it's buoyancy. But he asked how buoyancy can work without gravity, and I was wondering how that works.
Just have them
Gravity's
define.
the word.
Yeah, have them
Yeah.
define gravity. Just say, hey, what is that? And if we can't define it, just say, well, you don't believe in his magical space forces.
But I can't say that because
Yeah, you
he'll
can.
just ask me.
You can really
Yeah.
can. You can say, hey, can you define the term you use? You said, how
Yeah.
does buoyancy work without gravity? Can you define gravity?
If he can't define it, he's not even qualified to discuss it.
But that's regardless because I know that
No, just
theirs
have
is
him
wrong.
define
How
it.
does
But he
ours
can't,
work?
dude. He's just saying words that he doesn't even know the definitions to. So say, hey, what is gravity? If he says something
I
that
can
other than I don't know, then you could say right for there. There you go. There's your
I can make
answer
a
for
pretty
how it
good.
works.
I'm
Just so
guessing
you
he's
know,
gonna say it's a
Stingray.
force.
Stingray, just so you know, science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. Okay, so he can say it's a force. He can say it's all these really cool things. The description of something going, if he says gravity describes something going downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared on average, then I'd let him have it. Outside of that, they don't know what the causational mechanism is.
Telling you,
But
he
do
has
we
no
know?
idea. In fact, you could take it as an opportunity to try and teach him, but I highly doubt that he would listen because all flat earthers wrong about everything.
Yeah, but you're looking at there, you're having a debate where he's invoking things that he doesn't know what they are. It's basically a belief system. You're trying to debate objective, observable, measurable reality. And he's coming in with a faith based belief system in dark magical forces that he can't even define. Dude, this isn't a
If
debate.
it's
This is like a expose.
side chat, the side chat, he shows me stuff like this. He asks me what's keeping the water down in the cup, what's choosing the direction.
Another
Nobody, no one has a clue. Not even the globe. Scientists have answers as to why the water chooses to be underneath the air and reverse.
Look
No
what
one knows.
Look what happened there. He says there's a downward force that you're observing there. which are not, because the water is evaporating and going up right now as you're watching it. That water is slowly evaporating. It's going up. But he's too stupid to realize that. His ability to process information is so badly, destroyed by a faith-based belief system in
Crit, real
dark
quick,
forces
you're
and magic.
sorry to interrupt, man, but you accidentally turned your camera on.
Oh no, I wanted. This is a lava lamp demonstrates buoyancy and density.
Oh, now I see. Okay, I got you. That's what you had on before. My bad. I had only looked at it for a second.
Yeah. This is what you could do. I was going to get to it. Show him a lava lamp, and ask him where the gravity is.
He has a lava lamp, and he says that the warm air pushes it up because warm goes up, and then when it cools down at the top, it goes back down.
Yeah, you add heat to the system. So is gravity heat?
That's a good point. But how does heat add to buoyancy?
It causes the
density.
wax.
It changes density.
Yeah.
The wax inside becomes less dense as it heats up.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but basically I should tell him that we both don't know. And if he doesn't know, then we don't have to give him information.
He doesn't know. You know.
But we say it's
You have
buoyancy, but
and density
buoyancy
moving
doesn't
through a
work
medium.
without gravity.
Well, how is that the case? Gravity's
So when he says that, hold up, Crit. So when he says that, Stingray, buoyancy doesn't work without gravity. That's where you just, please define gravity. And let him deal with it. If he's going to use the big words, he's the one that's got to define them to you, explain them to you. He doesn't get to go, aha, Flurfers don't know what gravity is. What's gravity? Well, hold on a second. You just told us we don't know what it is. So act dumb. Don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Drag it out of him. Pull it out of him.
But
and real
if
quick,
you
dude,
understand
look at
where
the
I'm
side
coming
chat.
from-
Just check the side chat real quick, bro. Because people try and lay claim over words that they don't understand the meaning of. And here, just have this. It's the etymology, the root of the word gravity. It's weight or seriousness. It has to do with stuff being heavy. Now, he doesn't know his own theory of his worldview of what the hell the mainstream claim is about gravity at all.
It's not
he's
just about
invoking it
winning the
like
debate,
magic.
though. It's about me figuring out this stuff as well.
I think it's very likely the case that the lava lamp, they've made the solution close enough to the density of the wax that all that needs to happen is the wax needs to be liquefied and then caused to expand with heat, and now it becomes neutrally buoyant. And then now the fluid is flowing because of the heat from the lamp, and the flowing of the fluid is pushing the wax up. And since each blob is its own independent temperature and its own independent, amount of pressure and density, they don't want to blend with each other and become a really big blob unless they're both at the bottom, which is the blob at the bottom. You're not changing the material of the object, so you're not changing the gravity of the object. You're changing the relationship of the object. It can happen in real time.
Let me give you a hypothetical example. This is not real. This is just hypothetical. If you had air and water and you brought it out into space, if say the round Earth space was real, if there was actually space and you're not within a gravitational pull, if you could put the air and water together, what decides where the air goes and where the water goes? One is more buoyant than the other, but what decides which way is up in that situation?
Remember what I said earlier about science to date not knowing what the causational mechanism is? Ta-da!
But
I wasn't
do we know?
joking. No.
But do we know?
I don't know. You don't know. And anyone that claims to is a liar. That's why there's so many different theories on what gravity is. If they knew what it was, it would be gravity is X. And they tell you what the X is. They don't know. That's why there's all these claimed theories. There's, 83 of them or something like that.
So basically, I should tell him I'll tell him our solution as soon as he tells us his.
Yeah,
what
if
you
that's the way you
shouldn't
want to
do
take
is
it.
have an argument you don't have answers for.
Better still, if you
you
really
don't know
want to
how
rattle
to
him,
answer the question,
bring him in here.
yeah, if you don't have the answers to the questions, just say I don't know. But he equally does not have like an answer if you was to ask him what's the cause of gravity.
Yeah, exactly. And Flat Earth is not an attempt to explain it anyway. Flat Earth is a description of the surface geometry. If he thinks that somehow the reason why things go down has something to do with the shape of the Earth, and that's his burden to bear. You're not making that claim, are you? You're saying that the reason things fall is due to the Earth's geometric shape? No. Then why bother? Why do you have to answer that question? It's just an attempt to to reverse the burden of proof onto the opponent.
Exactly.
Hey, just
Reversal.
let them prove their shit.
They're trying to make their problem your problem, and it's not. It's not your problem, dude.
All right, thanks.
You should ask him though if he knows what a four-dimensional manifold is.
To be quite frank, though, I don't know what that is either.
X, Y, Z in time, basically. Height, width, depth, time. And math
Yeah, I
isn't a
see that.
force, but it explains things within reality. They don't understand that it's just a mathematical framework, a construct. And they try and invoke that word, gravity, but it doesn't do anything. They think it has mystical powers, but it's just math. And math in which you can substitute your frame of reference for certain things, like inert for a non-inertial reference frame based off of your perspective. But that doesn't change reality.
Yeah, but I might be ending the debate with him because he's not being open-minded. He's being very closed-minded. He says all these random things about no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He says stuff about the moon not being correct in one part of the world and the other it is a different direction, and all these
Hey,
random
Stingray.
things, and none of
Stingray.
it makes sense.
Excellent. Out of all the things he says, question him why he has to point away from the Earth in order to describe the Earth. Isn't that interesting how all the things you just said that he says are all pointing away from the Earth and have nothing to do with the Earth itself?
But to be quite frank, if the Earth is round or flat, the sky should point to that.
No.
In all fairness.
The sky does what the sky does.
If the floor in my house is flat, it doesn't matter what the shape of the light bulb I choose to use in the ceiling is. If I choose to use a cylinder for a light, like a fluorescent bulb in an office room, it doesn't mean that the floor is a rectangle, and it doesn't mean that it's a cylinder. If I
Well,
choose
based
to
on the
use
shadows, it might
doesn't
actually
mean
point to
the
what.
floor is spherical either.
But if you have a sphere floor, the light will show that in the shadows,
Actually,
and if
that's-
it's a flat
If I
floor,
had
it will
That
also
was
show
debunked
that.
by Globers, actually, dude. I think it was like a Mythbusters thing or whatever. They did a thing on that, and you can get the same results on a sphere as you would on a flat surface if the lighting is right. The shadows don't prove anything. Sticks and shadows have been debunked.
If the floor was a sphere, you could still have flat lights.
It was
Whatever the
Globers who
lights
did
are
the
in the
episode.
sky has
Yes,
nothing to do with the ground.
exactly. And we already have measurements of the ground. Doesn't matter what's going on up above us. That's not going to change that.
Okay. Well, I got to go now. So,
Look, dude, to use discretion, because it may turn out sometimes that, this is not worth losing a friend over. I mean, if you guys get along well outside of this discussion, maybe you should leave it that way.
we've had so many debates on so many different subjects, and at the end of the day, we just shake hands. It's all
That's
fine.
good. I'm glad. That's a good friend.
Anyway, I got to go to class now. So, thanks for the chat.
Study hard. Pay attention. Answer the question. Eat healthy. Have fun.
Regurgitate. Like the Daleks. Exterminate.
So you had the Daleks, right, which were the R2D2s, and then you had the hive-maned bipedal robots. What was the name of the bipedal robots?
You've got me thinking. I can't remember.
Yeah, wasn't
Yeah,
the
I
same
like.
thing? I thought weren't they just like past versions of Darlocks?
No, they're two separate races, and they hate each other, and they call each other inferior.
Yeah, they're the ones where like they like you downloaded like human consciousness into them, right? Like it, and they got really cold or something like that, and then they died. I'm trying to remember the episode. Like, it's the one that has like a weird crown head, right? There's got like a bunch of fins on their
Right.
head. They're metallic.
Yes.
Okay. Cybermen? I don't think that's right.
Yes, Cyberman.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Cyberman.
It's a dumb name. Yeah, I just googled what was a Doctor Who robot that would get cold and died. If they got too cold or if they got too emotional, they would glitch out and shut down. Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, the show used to be so good, but like lately, it's like, hey, Doctor Who is like, hey, Toots, I got a time machine that's also a spaceship. I'll take you anywhere in the galaxy at any point in time. How about 20th century London? We're already there. Yeah, I kind of like it here. All right, sure, let's hang out 20th century London for a little while. Next episode. All right, where do you want to go? Can take you anywhere in the universe at any time. Literally, this thing that looks like a phone booth is a time traveling spacecraft. Let's go to 20th century London again. Really? Really? You're gonna I think you're missing the point here. Okay? We can go anywhere. Anywhere
Anytime.
at any time. Okay? You can go like anywhere in the known universe. Okay, anywhere.
Earth.
Yeah.
Earth. 20th century.
And then London. And then
London. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. You don't want to see Jesus born? Take him a gift, maybe? You know? Like want to see maybe the construction of the Eiffel Tower? No? No? Okay. We could get a croissant while we're there. No? Okay.
Yeah. Doctor Who is the only person who can feel the movement of the Earth.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that episode. He
Really?
could tell. Yeah, because there was like something like some sort of black hole or something, and all of a sudden he's like, oh, like the Earth just slowed down by like 1/8 of a second. He was able
Yeah,
to
you
detect
also got the introductory episode for, I don't remember which blonde actress. There was a bunch, but she was like, "Who are you?" And he was like, "I'm the one who can feel the Earth moving right now through space." So it's like he feels the axial rotation, he feels the orbital rotation. It's speeding up and slowing down. He feels it. Nobody else does, only him. Oh, the Ninth Doctor, episode. Doesn't matter. My phone's not searching it up. It's too slow.
So you said the Cybermen freak out when they get like cold or something. They glitch out.
Yeah, that's how the last episode I saw was them. He was able to defeat them by like they got too cold. Apparently
So they're just like futuristic advanced versions of an iPhone.
Yeah, kind of. Or if they get too emotional or something like that too. They tried to say that Doctor Who fans were racist because they stopped watching it. And sexist because the Doctor Who had like a race and gender switch. Like, no, dude, the episode started turning to absolute horseshit. I mean, they had like a social media episode where like people were like they would only listen to what other people said on social media. Like, you're fucking kidding me? Like, really? Like, your phone had to tell them to walk, 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 turn. Like, it got so bad, I don't even remember which episode I just stopped watching. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, this is what the hell is this shit? I remember, I think it was the finale. It was like some sort of like plant super evil queen bee Venus flytrap thing that he was going to somehow bring back to Earth for some reason or another. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Can I trigger you guys? I want to trigger you guys. I want to tell you what I just did. Especially Crit. I just put pineapple on pizza.
कार्ड ले लो दो दो बच्चे आप देखना हो मैं नंबर नोट कर लेता हूँ ताकि कोई आते रहते हैं ना बच्चे कोई आईटी वाले बच्चे हैं कोई बस आईटी वाले ये चढ़ गया किधर भी था वो तो चढ़ा हुआ यहाँ पे नहीं यहाँ तो कब से ये फर्स्ट
Sir, it seems to be that you are hot micing.
हाँ जी वो चढ़ गया पहले मैं पार्टी को दिखाऊंगा
Mute up your mic, or I'm going to do it for you.
777
You kill there.
इस टाइम ना किसी पार्टी को फैमिली को 12,000 तक
Okay, then.
It's so weird, right? Like, there's all these religions that are like, everything that my religion says, you know, in my ancient texts is true, except for that one thing about the earth. But everything else, it's crazy to me, man. Like, yeah, Big Bang. No, religion said it didn't happen. Okay, evolution. No, my religion said it didn't happen. Scientists are wrong. Okay, shape of the earth. Oh no, that's correct. Bible's wrong. You know, it's like, okay, bro. Well, they don't even say it's wrong. No, it's just no. When it's describing that, it's just metaphorical. It's an allegory. It's poetic. It's whatever.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
welcome. How's it going, man?
Do you guys really believe Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
So, so why
You
is
observe
this?
the horizon to be horizontal, and for all practical purposes, you already treat the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. At no point do you treat it like it's moving, nor do you treat it like it's round. You just go outside and do your thing.
Yeah, but when you step inside the aeroplane, it become rounds.
No, it
Have you
doesn't.
thought about it?
You wouldn't even reach, dude, even according to the mainstream lore, you would not reach an altitude high enough to be able to see curvature.
Bro,
The horizon is
step
optical
inside.
phenomenon anyway. It has to do with the limits of your vision.
Have you
Like your
ever gone
plane.
to right?
Yes.
Have you ever climbed mountain?
What? Why would I have to climb a mountain if I've been in a plane? Planes fly higher than mountains.
Yeah, so when you see from higher altitude, you will see it like scope up, like it bends horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Have you ever seen that?
The Earth itself does not curve.
How high? How high do we need to go to
Actually,
see the curve?
yeah, well, actually, I was going to say, well, yeah, no, good points, dude. I love that. Like, get in an airplane. Yep, you'll see how flat it is. Climb a mountain, and what you'll see is too far.
Have you
You'll
ever seen
see
moon?
too,
Have you
bro. Do you
ever
understand?
seen
You'll
moon?
see too far. You'll see too much of the Earth's surface
No way, you
than
guys
would be
never
allowed.
saw that.
Do you understand that? That we
No way.
see
No,
too much of the Earth's surface for it to be a ball.
no.
Yes. Yes,
Have
why
you
do you think
ever
people are flat
saw
earthers?
moon?
In this modern day and age, people went out with their cameras and zoomed in over long distances and realized they were seeing well in excess of the curvature of the earth. The claimed curvature of the earth. So because they tell us that the earth's a certain size and that at a certain distance away the earth curves down and away from you, so you can't see any more of the surface or anything on top of it because it's getting blocked by the curvature of the earth. And
Have
people
you
went out
ever
with their high
saw
powered zoom technology and realized that that's a
have
load
you
of bullshit.
ever have you ever saw moon, or have you ever heard of high tide, low tide? How will you explain that?
Dude, you've got to listen though. If you're going to have a conversation with the guys, you've got to actually listen to what they said. You just sidestepped and hand waved that.
Yeah, they have to listen.
No, you need to listen. Did you not just hear what T-Dub said? You think you
What
can
did
see
he
the
say?
curve. You think you can see the curve from an aeroplane, but on an aeroplane, all you will see is the Earth as far as the horizon will allow, and your horizon will be roughly at your eye level. You're not seeing any curve. You need to listen, dude. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. Because if you're going to engage in this conversation, you need to be able to actually take in the points that are being said. You can't just be saying, no, 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 what about the moon? No, 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 what about tide? Like, you actually have to listen to the answers. Yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm not trying to butt in or anything. I just want to make sure he's actually engaging properly.
No, you're good. I'm just a bit busy in the kitchen at the moment anyway. Oh, did he just dip? Is he still here? Who was it? Was it Flames?
I didn't catch his name. I know AG started talking to him. Can't stand the guys that come in here start saying no, 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 and just don't listen to a word.
Okay, go on. Say. You guys are not even talking. So what's the point?
Dude, we thought you left because
You're
you
just
went quiet.
no.
I asked you a
I was
question.
listening.
I asked you,
What?
did you understand what T-Dub said?
No, I don't.
Okay. If the Earth is a ball,
Yeah.
right, the Earth must be a ball with a radius of 3959 or a circumference of 25,000 miles or thereabouts. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So the ball has a specific curvature rate. That curvature rate is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared. Do you agree?
I don't.
You don't agree?
Why do you say? Yeah. Why do you say that?
Because if the ball has a radius of 3,959 miles, with a little bit of math, you can figure out that the Earth will be curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so if the Earth is curving at 8 inch per mile squared, that means at a certain point the Earth is curving away from you and you shouldn't be able to see beyond that point where the Earth is curving. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right. Well, T-Dub has just told you that whether you're on an aeroplane or whether you're at ground level, we see way further than we should if the Earth is curving at 8 inch per mile squared. We don't have a
Okay.
physical block obstruction where the horizon is supposed to be. So how is the Earth a ball with a curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared if we're seeing objects beyond the horizon, beyond the curvature of the Earth, sorry, and we can see at ground level, we're seeing 10, 20, 20 miles when we should only be seeing 3 to 5 miles from ground level? How is this possible?
From ground level, how much we can see?
Yeah.
Did you say?
So from a 1 foot observer's height, yeah, if you set your camera up at 1 foot, you should expect to see, really, the Earth should start curving at 1.2 miles. Objects on the horizon should be fully behind the curve at 3 to 5 miles. Yet we can show you observations of 10, 15, 20 miles. How is that possible?
Are you guys embarrassed by being flat earthers, like with your family and friends?
Did you hear the question?
No. He jumps directly into straw man farming.
What do you mean? How is that straw man?
My family and friends are flat earthers as well.
Really? Like you're?
Aren't
like
you
you're, do you have
embarrassed that you're
children?
such a? Aren't you embarrassed that you're such a bigot?
A bigot? I mean, I wouldn't say that's. I mean, I guess I am bigoted, but that's just like a weird way to talk about bigotry. Usually, bigotry is like about other
Why
things.
would we be embarrassed? Why would we be embarrassed?
Well, I'm just asking if you are, because it's just
Why?
like such a fringe.
Give
Because
me
it's
a
such a
reason
fringe.
why I'd be embarrassed.
I just told you because it's such a. Because I just told you it's a fringe view. Yeah. Let's just grant it's
So if
true.
you-
I'm just asking if you're embarrassed by it.
So hold on. Any subject, if you're in the minority, you will be embarrassed.
Well, it's not just the minority. It's just like so fringe that most people think like flat earthers are crazy, right? It's not just like
You might get
you know,
people like you probably do, but I'm not really too
people like
fussed about those people.
okay, that's fine, but like, look, like when you tell people like that you have just met that you're a flat earther, don't you feel like a little like apprehension
I
with them
don't go
hearing that?
around telling people I've just met I'm a flat earther, unless we're in
Okay,
a
but
flat
like when,
earth
all right,
channel.
well, you know, like somebody that doesn't know that you met somebody, maybe you're developing a relationship, and then you like break the news. Like, don't you feel a little bit apprehensive about what they might think?
Not at all.
No, what? No. Why would we?
You have
Why would we
kids?
feel embarrassed?
I don't know. It's
Listen,
just like a
dude,
strange view.
if we had a debate, not even a debate, if we had a discussion in real life, and I explained to you my position, you would come away from that conversation and you would be like, I completely now fully understand your position. I may not agree, but I understand why you believe or why you say the earth is flat. You wouldn't be walking away from that conversation thinking, oh, he's crazy. Because this whole argument is built on no, this whole argument is built on logical empiricism. And just because we lean towards logic, logic and empiricism.
Empiricism. Oh, no, okay, no logical empiricism. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
No, logic, and it's based on logic and empiricism. We treat and utilize the Earth as flat. So when it comes down to it,
what's the biggest reason why you think the Earth is flat?
This is the reason. When it comes down to it, the ball is a belief. You're going to have to put your faith in either Einsteinian relativity or some other philosophy in order to.
Why do you think the Earth is flat, though?
Because it's empirically measured and utilized as flat.
Okay, but why? All right. Well, what empirical evidence are you talking about?
You don't seem to understand, do you? Like, if you
no,
fly
I understand exactly what you're saying. I can repeat it if you want.
If you fly a plane, if you build a building, you're not building a building or flying a plane in respect to a curving surface, curving spinning surface on the ground. Why is that?
What's the question? Why you don't do it in respect to those properties? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, in industry.
Because they're irrelevant for the building, right?
Right, so we don't take curvature into account in building. We don't take curvature or spin into account in aviation or ballistics. So we're outside measuring.
Well, I think they do in aviation.
Measuring the Earth to be flat. That's a logical. That's an empirical position.
Yeah, but look, like on the other theory where the Earth is a globe, right? Those things would be true. That you don't need to take into account for the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, so you're going to have to believe.
That can't be evidence against the globe theory. I'm looking for evidence why you think the Earth is flat. The reason why
I've just told you the globe. You're going to have to believe in Einsteinian relativity in order to be able in relativity.
What's the reason you think that's false?
Why do I think that's false?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the reason you believe the Earth is flat. That's all.
Because I don't want to believe.
You don't want to? That's why it
cannot be. You're gonna let me finish before you butt in. I don't want to believe something that can't be proven in nature.
Okay, what do you mean by proof? Do you mean like no with epistemic certainty? That can't be true of anything. Like, why do you think like the time dilation work and like gravitational lensing, right, and the mathematics like over my head? Like, why do you think that's not a reason to think it's reasonable that relativity is true?
Regardless of what phenomena we see that you can attribute to gravity or the warping and bending of time and space, doesn't prove that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Wait! Come on, look. You said the reason that you have to believe, the reason that you don't want to believe in globe Earth is because you have to believe in relativity, right? And then you said it's not reasonable to believe in relativity. And I'm asking you, like, why are the evidence usually provided to make it reasonable to believe in relativity, like, not reasonable? And then now you're like saying something else.
Because you don't have a force of gravity to begin with to be able to build upon this spiderweb theory of relativity.
What do you mean by that?
There is no experiment you can do to detect a force of gravity, or anybody.
Well, I mean, like, well, what do you mean? Like, you could do the dropping things in vacuums and Cavendish and stuff like that, right?
Oh well, that's specific gravity, right? So we know why things go down. Yeah, we don't need a force to be able to describe why things more dense than the atmosphere go down.
I mean, like, gravity isn't like general relativity like says gravity isn't a force, like, technically, right? So, like, what again? I gave you like 3 reasons to think relativity is true. Why not reasonable?
Hello.
Yeah, because you don't have any experiments. All you
have gravitational
is a theory. All you have is a theory that when it comes down to it, you have to say we're too small to be able to detect any of this motion.
Well, what about curvature. Come on, dude. So what about gravitational lensing and time dilations? Those are experiments.
That's a belief system that you're in. You're in a
I'm
religion.
asking you a direct question, man. What about time dilation? No, I'm not. But
I
what about
already
time
answered that
dilation
question.
in gravitational lensing? Why are you dodging, dude?
Hello?
I've already
Why
answered
don't you
that
think
question.
gravitational lensing
You're
or time
attributing.
dilation are good reasons?
Guys, I'm trying to talk. How are you?
Yes,
Look, I
hello,
asked this
hello.
question like a bunch of times. I'm just going to mute you if you don't.
Yeah, okay. I have one question. This is the first time for me in this location. So if anyone can support me, I wanted to know how to deal and how to use this application. Thank you, guys.
Look, I mean, I'm earnestly just asking you what you think about time dilation, gravitational lensing, the other things that people think are good reasons to believe in relativity, and you just keep dodging.
Because you can't prove that mass bends space and time.
Look.
You
Again, the evidence
for me to believe in
for that is
gravitational
time
lensing.
dilation.
For me to believe, I'm going to mute you if you keep talking through me.
Okay, you're
For you
going
to believe in gravitational lensing, you're going to have to believe that mass bends space and time. Now, how do we prove that mass bends space and time?
Wait, gravitational lensing proves it. It's supposed to prove that. It's not the other way around, right?
So, how do
that's
we
the reason
know
that-
that space and time is bending in between masses? How do we? What experiment
By
can we do to
gravitational
prove that?
lensing experiments and time dilation experiments.
Like what? Name me a gravitational lensing experiment.
There's a bunch of them. I don't know them by name, but there's a bunch. You can just look it up.
Name one. Name one.
I can't. I don't know them by name. I know that they were done like
So
in the
you don't know
50s,
this.
40s, and 50s.
So you don't know this to be true. You don't know this to be
Well,
true. You just
I have
believe it.
on good authority that these experiments have been done many times and that they're reasonable. Right?
Which
I don't
one?
know the technical details.
Name one. Name one.
I just told you I don't know them by name. Right? You could just
No,
Google it real quick.
you
I looked it up. I looked up the first one a long time ago. I just don't remember what it was called by name exactly. What's the problem with that? Okay, so are you saying that the gravitational lensing experiments are like faulty or something? Why would you think that?
But you don't even know an experiment to cite.
Dude, I've looked. Do you think it's unreasonable for me to believe that they have happened? Like, I'm confused.
It's not.
Is it
It's not a
unreasonable?
scientific. It wasn't determined scientifically that gravitational lensing is the cause. It's an explanation.
Exactly.
Of course, that's what theories are.
Observation. There was one observation during a solar eclipse, and they made an assumption. You don't even know what
One
an
observation.
experiment is by the sound
There
of
have
it.
been tons of gravitational lensing experiments that have been reproduced.
The famous one is
People
the
didn't want to
Arthur-Eddington
believe.
eclipse of 1919, which involved
There's-
an observation
Yeah,
in
there's more of them.
Madagascar.
Just that. Just look it up.
Exactly.
Where they threw
Yeah,
out
you know that experiment has been reproduced a bunch of times.
Dude,
Just
stop
look it up.
talking. Stop talking and let someone who knows what they're talking about speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
go ahead,
Arthur
Yoda.
Eddington was accused of fraud for coming up with the explanation of gravitational lensing when he observed the 1919 eclipse from Madagascar. The reason being is he cherry-picked photographic plates to support Einstein's theory and threw out dozens and dozens of others that did not.
Okay, so are you denying that? That's fine. Let's just say that's true. Are you denying that gravitational
I can
lensing?
post articles from
Okay,
like
I'm
the
just
Scientific
fine.
American.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Great. It's true. Look, are you denying that gravitational lensing experiments have?
Why should I accept it as an explanation?
Dude, just
When
calm
there
down. Look,
there
are you
other
denying? Are you denying that gravitational lensing experiments have been reproduced? Yes or no?
Should I just blindly accept anything?
Are you denying that gravitational lensing experiments have been reproduced? Yes or no?
Listen, you're asking me if I'm denying something that has never been proven scientifically to exist.
Dude, that's Are you denying that gravitational lensing experiments have been
Are you
reproduced?
accepting gravitational lensing without scientific evidence, without causal evidence?
No, I think there is scientific evidence. I'm asking you about it.
What is it? In what form? In what form?
Yeah.
Look, I'm just Googling right now. It says,
Give
yes,
us the
gravitational lensing observations has been extensively confirmed and reproduced. Are you denying that?
You believe Google AI answers. Excellent. Good
Yeah,
for
why would
you.
I deny
Critical
it?
thinker. Gold star.
Why would I deny it? What's a good reason to deny it?
So you wouldn't want to see evidence. So people could just say, "Yeah, I saw the spaghetti monster," and you believe them.
Look, if a bunch of scientists are saying that, we've got this.
Oh,
I don't believe it. Why
say
not?
the spaghetti monster exists, but only they
Okay,
can
but what's
see
the
it.
reason? Why do you deny it? What's the reason to deny it?
I already gave you the reason. The reason is it
No,
wasn't
you didn't. You
determined
said you said one experiment was like faulty or something. I'm granting it. Okay, what's the reason to deny all the other ones?
Experiment. Hey, it didn't follow the steps of the scientific method. How's that?
Okay, so you think if by experiment you mean like varying an independent variable? Okay, but
An
you know, if the
experiment,
term
yeah.
experiment.
Oh, this isn't your
The term
first
experiment.
rodeo,
An
is it?
experiment.
Is this your first
The
rodeo, bro?
term. Well, I
You've
actually
talked to
spoke to
us
Jim
before,
Bob
have
about
you?
this, and no, I spoke to Jim Bob about this.
Right. Okay.
I spoke. Yeah, so like experiment has a larger kind of definition than just like the thing you learn about in fourth
Yeah,
grade.
you can make the
Right?
definition as broad as you want to support your unscientific claim.
Okay, let's just say. All right, fine. Let's just say it's not scientific. It's not an experiment. What's a good reason to think it's false?
What's a good reason to accept it?
Well, that it's been reproduced a bunch of times.
Oh, really? Okay, so we can throw out the Arthur Eddington one, the most famous one out. Give me another one.
I don't know any by name.
He hasn't
Right?
got a
Here
clue.
we go.
So I should
Numerous
accept something
independent
that you have
surveys
no
and
knowledge
instruments
about.
by Hubble, JWST, Keck, VLA have consistently
Yeah, why
detected
don't you stop
gravitational lensing
shotgunning
signatures.
vagaries and give me a specific case? You can't because you
Why
don't
would I have to know a specific case? Why would I have to know one?
Because you're asking me to accept a specific case.
Exactly.
Look,
We're
I'm
not
asking.
chumps,
All right,
bro. We're not chumps like you that just see a headline and go, "Oh, wow."
Okay, so you think they're
I know.
lying about this?
Is he, cool guy, you're even trying to laugh at us for actually asking for specific data. You clearly
Look,
are
I'm
not
sure we can find.
interested.
Okay,
You are not
look, I'm driving
interested
right
in
now. I'm
finding
happy to
this
find it.
evidence.
Look, I'm
You're not
happy to. I'm
interested.
happy to look it up. I'm happy to look it up and send it to you. Right, but like, what's the good reason to think that these guys are all lying or something? Right? You need to
You're not
support your
built for
claim.
this. Cool guy, Jeff, you're not built for this. I'm sorry.
I don't think they're lying. I think they're subject to their own biased interpretation. That's it.
Guys,
Okay,
I
so like,
wanted
all right, so
to.
are we denying that they've reproduced it, or are we saying that they're lying? Like, I mean, I'm sorry, are you saying that they're lying or that they're just confused about the results?
No, I didn't
Which
say
is it?
confused. I said they're subject to their own bias of interpretation.
Okay, so
You
are
don't
you
know
just
what
saying
an
that they're
experiment
biased
is.
and that they're misinterpreting the data? What's the issue?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said,
So how do you know that?
because they haven't determined anything scientifically.
Okay, look, let's just say it's not scientific. Okay, but what's the reason to deny it? Do you think that everything that is not scientific is
Why am I obligated to accept this?
well, because
Because
it's
he wants you in
reproduced,
his
right, and
religion.
consistent results, and it
Here you
supports the
go
theory.
around the carousel again.
Right?
Reproduced what? Unscientifically?
Okay, again, like, look, if I
Okay, again, yeah.
why
on
would it
the
have to be
carousel.
scientific to be? Look, I'm just granting it's not scientific for discussion, but why would it have to be
Yeah.
scientific to be reasonable to believe?
I'd rather accept a scientific claim than a non-scientific claim. How about them apples?
Okay, look. Okay, if I have like hands and I keep looking at my hands, do you think like that's good reason to believe I have hands, even though it wasn't a scientific like study?
I know you
Damn,
have
cool
hands.
guy, Jeff. That's about the stupidest argument.
No, look,
I've
I'm
heard.
asking. Here's a direct question: what's the reason to deny it, other than
What
it
are you
not being
talking about,
scientific?
Jeff? Gravitational
Your question isn't
lensing.
scientific to begin with, so you're in the wrong category.
Question's not scientific to begin with.
Yeah, because if you ask me for the cause of your
Hello.
hands that we can test, well, then now we're in the realm of science.
So are their hands could be understood as a scientific question? It's just not, because it's just not like
No,
what
it's
scientists
Because
would
it's
be
not, like I
interested
said.
in
Okay,
finding
are
out.
you agreeing with me or disagreeing? I can't figure you out, dude.
Disagree with what?
With
He's all
me.
over the place.
No, the point I brought up with the hands is not that it's scientific. I'm saying,
I
look,
thought you were
something,
didn't
it's
believe you
reasonable
had
to
hands.
believe something, even if it wasn't determined through a scientific method. Right? I'm just granting that the
So
gravitational lensings weren't an
subjective
experiment, and it wasn't.
subjective reasonableness.
As
Excellent.
opposed to what? What does it mean? What does it
As
mean for
opposed
reasonable to not be
As
subjective?
opposed to objective causal determination.
Okay, what does it mean for something reasonableness to be objective?
So wait, didn't you appeal to the fact that this is being presented to
Okay, you guys are going to
by
ping pong around.
scientists? Didn't you appeal to the fact that this is being presented to you by scientists, but
Yeah.
they're not doing science?
No, I'm only granting that just to get you to tell me why you think it's false.
Because there's no evidence. You
Okay,
idiot.
what's the reason to believe there's no evidence? You're just saying that.
Well, present it then. Okay, you're
What do you mean
standing right
present it
here
then?
on
Look.
their behalf. Present the evidence then.
Look, this is the
For
reason
them.
why you guys think
Or
most
go
people
and
think you're
get them
crazy.
and get them in here to support their evidence.
Okay, I'm going
If
to go
you're
get
just
the
a chump
gravitational
that just
lensing
wants to read a
scientists
headline
coming here,
and
right?
go,
Yeah.
oh, well, I believe everything they say because a bunch of scientists said it, then that's your prerogative. We're not interested.
Look,
Sorry.
Look, here's the way why I'm reasonable. Because there is a body of experts that know things that I don't know.
Who? Says who? Says who? Says them?
Calm down. Just stop spurging.
No, who
Calm
says
down.
that? Who says there's a body of experts?
So you don't think there are astronomers?
So what? The newspaper said there was a body of experts. Who? Who said
You don't
it?
think you don't think there are astronomers, sir?
Who said it?
You don't think there are astronomers?
Where's this so-called claim of a body of experts coming from?
I mean, I consider astronomers a PhD level education, right, to be experts in the field. You don't?
Experts in what?
Experts in what?
Astronomy, physics.
And what's that? What's that?
Relevant
being an
fields for
expert
this.
in?
I'm sorry?
What would that make you an expert in?
Make me an expert in?
Looking at the sky.
Looking at the lights in the sky and telling a
I mean,
preconceived
it's about
story
an
about them.
expert in the field of astronomy and physics.
Hey, we've got some experts in Dungeons
You
and
guys are so
Dragons.
crazy. This is why nobody takes it seriously. You can't even reason. You're just
You
fucking
sound
retarded.
nervous. Cool guy Jeff, cool
You
down.
think I'm nervous? I'm asking direct questions that you're dodging.
Hey,
Why would I be
cool
nervous?
guy Jeff, what is gravity?
What is gravity? Gravity is supposed to be space, bending in space-time.
Oh, bending in
It was originally
space-time.
thought
What
to
is
be
that?
like one of
Explain
the
that.
four fundamental
Explain that
forces.
to us. Explain that to us and then show us the evidence for that.
Well, I don't know it very well. I just understand that there's supposed to be a space-time that's worked by massive objects that can bend.
Your whole lensing argument is what? The bending and warping of space-time.
Look, I'm using external as justification. I'm asking you.
If there's any credibility to your claim here. So you're saying
Why would I have to be an expert in that?
The bending and warping of space-time lensing is what you're saying, right?
Well, gravitational lensing is an effect of space-time bending, is my understanding.
Right. So space-time, what is that?
Space-time is it's a four-dimensional structure in which...
Four-dimensional structure? Okay, could you show me that? Can you show me that?
Could I show you that? No, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
Look, is this how you work? You just ask lay people about all these technical questions, and then that means you're justified in thinking the Earth is flat. Is that how this works?
Does that mean it's just a concept?
Well, it's a theory. Yeah, that's how this works.
Oh, all right. So it's just a concept. Your space-time.
Yeah, it's a theory. A theory is a concept. Sure.
Okay. You've got a concept.
Not science.
Concept lensing is your argument.
It's called gravitational lensing. It's a theory, therefore a concept. Sure.
The gravity you just said, that's a concept. The space-time concept.
Well, all posits about the world are concepts, right?
No.
You having hands is a concept. You understand that, right?
It's with empirical reality. You see.
Okay, you're just saying it's false. What's the reason to think it's false?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's a concept, cool guy Jeff, and you're saying
the fact that you have hands is a concept too. You understand that, right?
You're saying disprove your imagined concept.
Yeah. Did you know that you think you have hands is an imagined concept?
No, hands are hands, cool guy Jeff.
Yeah, that's you think your concept's true. Yeah, your concept is true.
Remember, Jeff, we could show you hands. Hands are readily available for.
Yeah, and we could show you gravitational lensing, right? Which is evidence for space-time.
No, you couldn't remember because your gravitation that you just said was a concept, your space-time concept.
Oh, you're retarded. You're just confusing the concept with a referent, dummy.
Oh, the concept, right? So imagined concept. So you're saying my imagined concept is proof of what?
Oh, the thing that's being proved is the concept, dummy. You're so dumb. The concept is the theory, you fucking retard. Are you stupid?
You don't understand. So your concept isn't real, Jeff. Yeah. So you're asking us why do we not believe
concepts exist? They refer.
Real?
Oh my god, you're so fucking dumb.
Your concept is imaginary. That's why it's a concept.
The concepts are imaginary, but they either refer or don't refer, dummy. Just like
why don't you believe
species are a concept, yet they refer to things in the world, dummy.
Jeff, you're asking us why we don't believe your imaginary concept.
Yeah, and you haven't given me a reason. You said because it's a concept, it's imaginary.
Yes, because it's an.
Well, how do you know it's false? How do you know it doesn't refer, stupid?
Because it's an imaginary concept, Jeff.
Yeah, that's begging the question. Do you know what begging the question is?
No, the begging the question, Jeff, would be you asserting that your imaginary concept is real. That would be begging the question.
Okay, why is it false? Why is it false?
You understand that, Jeff? That if you claim your imaginary concept is real, that is begging the question.
You're begging the question. This is like projection. Cool guy.
Yeah, look, your whole view is circles around this concept being false, and I'm asking you for a reason. You're just saying it's false. You're saying it's imaginary, therefore it's false.
Yes, Jeff. Because it's imaginary, it is not real.
Yeah, how do you know that? What's the reason to believe that? What's the good reason to think that's true?
Because you've just admitted it's imaginary.
No, the concept is imaginary, but the concept could either refer or not.
We have to be simpler, Jeff. Are imaginary things real?
Imaginary things real. Imaginary things, if you mean imaginary things by concepts, yes, concepts refer, dummy.
Oh, so
you understand that we have concepts of
so if I have an imaginary friend, he's real.
No, that's a non-referring
No,
concept.
right.
I
So
mean,
imaginary things are not real then, Jeff.
no. Okay, if by imaginary you think they're
Okay, so
mental
Jeff,
or
this is
concepts,
why we
some
don't
are real and
believe
some
your
are not.
imaginary concept, because it's not real.
You're so
Do
dumb. Did you
understand
know that like diabetes is a concept?
Have you worked
Right?
it out now, Jeff? Your imaginary
Did you know that
concept is
diabetes
not
is a
real?
concept? And do you think diabetes
Wow, look
refers?
at
Yes or
this
no?
spiral. So you've gone from
You think I'm
imaginary
spiraling
concept
right now? I'm making
eclipse.
fun of you. You're
Hold
dumb.
on, yeah,
Yeah,
no, we're
you're
making fun of
spiraling.
you, Jeff.
You're
So
spiraling.
you've gone from imaginary concept eclipse lensing to diabetes.
Yeah, I'm trying to show you the difference
That's
between
how
it.
you guys prove the
Why
globe.
do you keep
Imaginary
interrupting every time I talk?
concept, imaginary concept to diabetes, therefore globe.
Dude, you're so fucking retarded. I'm trying to teach you
I'm
a
so
basic
retarded,
concept.
Jeff. I've just completely demonstrated to everyone that your entire argument is a begging the question fallacy.
I didn't give an
retard
argument,
test,
dummy.
And now you've conceded it, so now you're talking about diabetes, Jeff.
Didn't give an argument, dummy. You're just not tracking.
Yes. I pointed out, and you conceded that your argument is
I
imaginary.
asked you a question
from the
why you
beginning.
deny something, and you haven't given me a
Why
reason.
do we deny your imaginary concept? Why do you think, Jeff?
Again, why do you keep saying that? Like, are you like stupid, or are you just like trying to be rhetorical?
You just said it's an imaginary concept.
Look,
you not remember,
if
Jeff?
imaginary. Okay, let me know when I can talk.
He said a medical condition is a concept. That is crazy talk.
Yeah.
Let me know when I can talk.
He's putting medical conditions in with space time, the concept.
Yeah, let me know when I can talk.
That's how
Are you
desperate you globies are. Jeff, we don't need you to talk. You've embarrassed yourself enough.
You've talked enough.
You've
You just don't understand the difference between a concept and the referent. You're dumb.
So you've given us an imaginary concept, and how's that going to help you?
Yeah, what do you think imaginary concept means?
It means it's an imaginary concept from the human imagination.
So you think imaginary concept means imaginary concept? That's informative.
Yeah, you don't know what an imaginary you think an imaginary concept is hands, Jeff, you fucking retard.
Depends what you mean by that. If by imaginary concept you mean a concept that doesn't refer,
our hands imaginary.
Why do you keep interrupting? When I'm trying to be clear, you just keep interrupting because you're afraid to engage.
And it's only worth really baiting you.
What do you mean I'm not trying to be clear? I was trying to define the term, retard.
Or Jeff, our hands imaginary.
Yeah, if by imaginary concept you mean a concept that doesn't refer, like a unicorn, okay, yeah, I would say space-time is not an imaginary concept, but concepts are imaginary in the sense that they only exist in minds. Now, some of these concepts refer, right? Like, the concept of diabetes or the concept of apples or species, they refer. Some concepts like unicorns, right, don't refer. Okay, so do you understand the concept now?
Jeff.
Talk too much, Jeff.
You are a retard.
Talk way too much, dude.
Retard. That was insane.
You just expose yourself, Jeff.
Yeah. That was classic. Before we go back to retard guy Jeff, is there any other normal humans in here? A6, Art, John Segovia, MS Benita. Someone save us. Niabengi 12. Bunch of new names in here. Someone speak up. Does anyone else think hands are an imaginary concept like apples? Like retard Jeff there?
Did you say Segovia? Who? Where's that?
Who?
John Segovia. Are you the YouTube guy?
No.
You're not the YouTube guy. Okay, cool. Carry on.
Oh, did Jeff run away? Jeff ran away.
It is for his own benefit, to be honest. He's shooting himself in the foot every 2 minutes.
His imaginary concept argument. Oh, well, diabetes, hands.
Hands. Yeah, he said hands and diabetes were concepts. Oh my god.
And apples. Yeah, space-time, just like apples or hands, except I've got no evidence and it only comes from one man's imagination.
Yeah, space-time, just like cancer, yeah? Oh my god. Wow.
Oh, these guys. That was classic. Appendizo, what's up?
What's up, bro?
You've arrived at just the right time. We were just saying how the next guy who comes in here is definitely going to have some evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's you, right?
I like debates, but my English is no good. So
Oh man,
if I have to debate, I will lose.
It doesn't have to be a debate because apparently the Earth is already proven to be a globe, isn't it?
Okay.
Okay, so what's the proof?
the proof the Earth is globe.
Yeah, yeah.
How do we know?
Good question.
Good question.
Because
That's what we do here.
um, mm, let me think a moment, please.
That's all right. You think. You have a think.
Somebody's got to get on the soundboard.
It's obviously the Earth is globe because
Mhm.
when the NASA
Mhm.
persons
Mhm.
astronauts take a photo
Mhm.
outside the Earth, you
Right.
see always the Earth is globe. So obviously,
Okay.
what the best proof is that, yeah,
The images.
exactly.
Okay, but it's quite easy to make fake images and videos, right?
Recently, yes, but I don't think it will be
Oh no,
easy
for a
in the
long
past.
time.
In the past, yeah.
Yeah, for a long time. Like from the 1800s, they've been making fake images.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah. As soon as cameras
Yep.
were invented, they were faking images. And
There's lots
and
of
really,
famous photos of people with their heads in their arms and other parts of the photo edited and body parts moved. This was in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They had like their own form of Photoshop back then.
yeah, yeah. You just have to think. We're not necessarily saying they were using modern computer programs, but they were using different techniques. You could make a painting, a photorealistic painting of something, and then take a photo of that and say this is a real planet in space or something. So they've got loads of different techniques. So is there anything better? Because images and videos can easily be faked even from the earliest NASA images. And also, NASA are an intelligence agency like the CIA. So lying and propaganda is literally part of their job description. So when I'm saying what's the best proof that the Earth's a globe, there must be something better than a propaganda agency's images, right?
I got it. I got it. But what about if I tell you that there are some airplanes which uh, go straight on, and they use I don't know, maybe
But see, with
they
the airplanes, the pilots all say that when they're flying, they're treating the Earth as flat and motionless, not a ball that's spinning.
no. I mean,
Uh-oh.
what about if a pilot fly an airplane and just go straight on and arrives at the
Yeah.
same position, just going straight on?
Now, no one's doing that, but when they are flying, they're treating the ground, the Earth, as flat and motionless when they're flying. So flying doesn't really tell you the Earth's a ball that spins. It would actually tell you that it's flat and motionless. So come on,
Uh-oh.
another proof, another proof. Can you think of anything else?
So the only thing it can prove to you that Earth is globe for you is if you go outside the Earth and you see with your own eyes, right?
No, you could measure it on the ground here. Like if you could measure, because they're saying the whole surface is a ball, right? It's curved. Yeah. So let's
Yeah.
take like a big lake, like a 10-mile lake or a 20-mile lake. Could you not just measure some curvature over that lake? That would be good. Has anyone ever done that?
Okay, okay. I got. I just say it's a lake.
Yeah, like a lake.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it curve or is it flat?
Flat.
Oh, I thought they said it was a ball. It would have to be curved. No?
Yes. Yes. Obviously.
Okay, but the lake is flat.
Uh-oh.
Ah.
Oh, so then
Uh-oh.
so they're not a ball.
But this is a very lazy argument.
Is it?
What?
I think it's
Why?
geometrically distinct.
Why is that a lazy argument?
Because if you
Think
so sorry,
about this.
all of you.
Your claim, dude. Your claim was pictures from NASA. That's a lazy argument. Taking
That's true.
actual measurements is the opposite of lazy.
Yeah, it's true. I would say it's more effort and it's more to the point and verifiable for the public to know that the Earth is a ball, because you would just be trusting the government stories with the pictures.
Exactly.
But if
It's
you're
more
going out
effective.
the way, you could measure it.
May I ask you a question? You are just debating me, arguing me, or
No.
you really think the Earth is flat?
Yes, well, the water, the bodies of water, the lakes, like you said, those are flat. Yeah?
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
And
but
they say
my question is,
hold on. They say that over 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, right?
Uh-oh.
Oceans, lakes, right? So if all that water is flat, then we cannot have a 70% flat ball. Do you understand? That means it's flat overall, with little islands sticking out of it.
maybe I don't understand because I am low IQ. Sorry.
That's all right. You've maybe been intentionally educated to be that way, but it's very simple, and you understood it. The lake is flat, not curved. The bodies of water are flat, not curved, which means the Earth overall is flat, not curved. You see?
Okay. So I want to ask you something. You really think the Earth is flat,
Yes.
or you?
Yes, I know.
Oh,
The
okay.
water is flat. Like like you answered. I said, "Is the lake curved or flat?" And you said it's flat because you know bodies of water are flat. Yeah. So I know that overall the Earth is flat, and you at least know that bodies of water are flat. And now you might start to realize, well, the majority of the Earth is covered in water, so that must mean that the majority of the Earth is flat, not a ball. You can't have flat water on a ball.
I didn't think in that way. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
because they don't teach us to think like this. And we generally just think the way we're taught to think in school and by the media. So it usually takes someone asking you these questions to make you think, oh, wait, okay, maybe water is flat. That does make sense. So don't worry about that. That's not because you're low IQ. That was because you were indoctrinated in a public education system like we all were. You understand?
I got it.
We believed
got
it.
it.
We believed it too. You know, it wasn't until someone posed these questions to us that we could actually use critical thinking and recognize that the Earth is utilized, measured, treated as flat. Every industry.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. I got it. So I am not low IQ. It's just my school's indoctrination makes
Yeah.
me stupid. Stupid. Ah, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
You're not
basically.
stupid. Not stupid. Not stupid. It just you assume that these experts have proven the Earth is a ball, but they never
You
tell you.
also
They never tell you who measured the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah, you're not stupid. The fact that you're here asking questions means you're not stupid.
Roots. You also think the Earth is flat, or you just
Yeah, well, it's just an empirical position. If we're not measuring curvature and we're not measuring motion, to be a glober is a choice. You need to choose to believe the story that they've told us. You can't go out and measure or confirm any curvature or motion of the Earth. Why would I just believe, like a religion, that the Earth is a ball just because most people believe it? That would make me a sheep.
So my recommendation to you, now that you understand that the bodies of water are flat, you need to go and find some good globe measurement where they've measured the bodies of water not to be flat. The bodies of water are
may
curved.
I ask you? May I ask you another question?
Sure.
I remember Elon Musk release a rocket through the space, and that rocket has a camera. And I saw this in live, and when the rocket gets the space, I see the Earth. I see the Earth.
Yeah, that's just
Good
more
quality,
special
good quality
effects.
video.
Yeah,
And I
it's
see
just
the Earth. It has
it's
a
special
curve.
effects. It's special effects. Look, I'll show you in the. Are you in the text chat? You see the text chat? Do you see the text chat of this this VC? Or
But let me tell you, it was in live, on live.
hold on, live on YouTube or something? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look in the text chat.
Okay. Welcome to your World Earth Studio.
Look, this is the kind of thing they do. You see? A lot of special effects, a lot of money. Very convincing, but special effects.
What about the moon?
Never trust anything you can see on a screen if you can't see it or experience it in reality.
What about the moon?
The moon is real, you can observe it in the sky, but it's not the ball of rock spinning around a ball that you've been told.
This isn't a question of the sky, this is a question of the ground. The moon is known as a lunar disk. You see the face of the moon. It's not relevant to whether the Earth is
Okay.
curving or not.
Let's suppose the Earth is flat. Okay. I mean, for me, not for you. For me, let's suppose the Earth is flat. What is the goal of the government wanted us
Just
to think that?
standard control over your mind and how you think and why you think people are here and what we should be doing with ourselves and our lives.
How they can control my mind, making me
Because they've
believe?
made you because they've controlled what you think about your environment and how you got here. Big Bang, evolution, all that kind of stuff. So
Have
it
you heard of the
informs what you
saying?
think.
Sorry, Cyclone. I like this
No, you're
question.
right.
Have you heard of the saying, my friend? If you don't know where you've come from, you don't know where you're going. Have you heard of that saying? If you don't know where you've come from, then you don't know where you're going. Have you ever heard that term?
Yeah, it's very popular in my language. Is also the same phrase.
Yeah, because there's a truth to that. If you wanna control and manipulate someone, then all you need to do is lie about their history and their origin. They will have you believe you evolved from initially swamp goo, which came from a big bang, and that we're lucky to be here, and we're on the edge of a galaxy, which puts us as an insignificant part of a bigger primordial chaos. That has a profound effect on your philosophy, on the way you see other humans, on your importance. Has
Yeah,
a profound effect.
and then that thought will impact how you will behave and what you believe and how you act in society and all these things. It's just control. It's basic control. You've heard the phrase knowledge is power. Why is knowledge power? Think about that. Because knowledge is what makes people behave in certain ways. So maybe they want to hold on, maybe the people who have put this in the education system, maybe they want to hold on to that knowledge for themselves and have everyone else believing a bunch of dumb shit. I don't know though, because we're not them, right? We're not them. So we're just basically pointing out that all the water is flat, so obviously that story is untrue. Why they've decided to do this? That's a big question, and we could talk about it all day. But at the end of the day, we're not them. Yeah?
Kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, it's natural. It's the natural question that you should ask once you realize that all the water is flat and therefore the earth is not a ball. Naturally, you're going to ask, well, why have they told us this? Who has told us this? What's the whole point? What the hell is going on? Those are natural questions you should ask. But unfortunately, we're not in a position to tell you with certainty. We can give you good speculation. It is essentially control, but
Your hot mic in. Who is that?
I do not know. I'm not really looking at the chat, so. So Appendizo, you understand all that? You understand what we're saying?
I am processing, bro. I am processing. Remember, I
Oh
am
well, here
OSU.
we've got introductory resources and loads of resources that you can look at if you want us to send you resources.
So all of you are Spanish speakers, right?
English speakers.
Okay, okay.
But there are plenty of Spanish speakers talking about this subject. Who can send him the server link or give him an easy way to get to the server, the home
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
server?
But I get what you say. You said.
The home server.
Yeah, with the resources. Because
You
there's a
you.
bunch of multilingual stuff in there. Eric Dubé has a bunch of Spanish stuff and all that.
Yeah, yeah. But you were very clear
got
in
you,
your
bro.
words. I understood you and roots. So
Okay, no,
thank you
that's
for
good.
that.
That's good. I'm just saying because when you first hear this, you're going to have a lot of questions in your head, and you're not really going to know where to look for resources, information. Because if you type it into Google or YouTube, they are going to give you the globe propaganda, right? They're not going to give you the real information and questions that we're giving you here. So I'm just saying we have resources available that we can send to you if you want to research on your own so that you can translate it, take your time, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, okay. So in that way, in that thinking way, you must not believe in everything the government wants you to believe. I mean,
It
you
depends. It
don't believe
depends. If the government, let me
in
explain.
religion, you don't believe the
No, let
earth
me
is globe,
explain.
you don't
No,
believe
it's not that simple.
in.
It's not that simple. When it comes to the globe, yes, anything that's claimed about the globe, I understand cannot be true because the water is flat. So it measures flat. We can't have a globe with flat water. But when it comes to other claims, my position would be if someone tells me something, I don't just automatically believe it, but if I can verify it to be true, if I can go and experience it, if I can go and see the thing that they're talking about seeing, of course I will believe it. I will accept it because it's true. But if they tell me this is something that you cannot know, you cannot prove it to yourself, you cannot verify it, you just have to trust me. No, I do not trust them. Okay? And that makes sense, right? That's a logical position, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you believe in God?
I accept that there is a creator, which you would call God, yeah. Because this is another thing that the flat earth proves. Creation, intelligent creation. Because the whole point, part of the reason that they've told us about this globe is to make people doubt creation, God. So that instead of looking to God for guidance, they look to government. You understand? So instead of guidance from God, it's guidance from man. And the man guidance is the government. So this is where the power comes in. Because your God might say, thou shalt not kill. But your government might say, you must go here to your neighbor and kill. Right? So the government has a harder time convincing us to go and kill our neighbors if we follow a God that says, thou shalt not kill. You understand?
I got it.
There you go.
Facts, bro.
That's it. Power and control.
What happened? Head exploded?
He's doing all right. He's keeping it together. He hasn't started
cool.
talking about diabetes or hands yet.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said he left.
Oh, did he leave? I don't know.
That's what I thought someone said, but no, I was mistaken. My bad.
That was a different guy. Different guy.
Cyclone, could you please go to ask a Christian part, and could you please tell them all you are telling to me?
Just tell them to come here.
Yeah, ask them to come here.
See, we stream live to YouTube 24/7. We've told tens of thousands of people about this. So if anyone wants to know, you can just come and talk to us. Look it up, listen on YouTube.
Yeah. It was a joke. It was a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, if they're Christian, well, in the Bible it says the earth is flat and motionless as well. So we're not saying anything that the Bible isn't saying, or the Quran, or the Torah, or any of the ancient cultures, really. They all said it was flat and motionless too. The Aztecs, the Mayas, the Egyptians, the Hindu, the Norse, all of them, the Greeks, the Romans, all of them, they understood flat, motionless, not a ball.
Do you believe in ghosts? In ghosts?
In what?
Ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts?
Ghosts.
Yeah, it's
I've never
spirit.
seen
You
them.
believe in
I've
the
never.
spirit?
Well, yeah. If you're talking about a soul or a spirit within human beings, yeah, I could get on board with that. In terms of ghosts, like ghost spirits walking around the earth, I've never seen one. I don't dismiss it as a possibility, but what that phenomena would be, I have no idea. I don't place a claim on that.
You never go to a place at night and maybe you feel the environment very, very heavy,
Yeah, but
like
there could be a whole number of reasons why you feel a certain way in a certain place. To attribute it
Right.
to something like a ghost would be a fallacy of thinking. You wouldn't know that. I mean, I don't blame anyone who does believe it and has had experiences and thinks a certain way. That's fine. But me personally, I've not had those experiences to tell me that something like that is going on. So I don't know. But there's definitely more evidence for ghosts than there is for a globe Earth. That's for sure.
Well, there's lots of claims. My skepticism is all these claims always come at night when the person is in a heightened state of being. They heard a noise. Hallucinations play when the body is in a certain state of being. And it just so happens all these claims of ghosts, when you hear them from regular people or online, it's always at night. It's always at some creepy place. You know what I mean? Like people's imaginations run wild at these times.
It's more credible than the globe, though. I'd say that.
Yeah, theoretically, it's more credible, but
We
I
haven't
don't.
measured ghosts not to exist. Unlike the globe.
Somebody's hot micing again. Nikhil,
Who's
you're hot
having a party
micing.
over there?
Nikhil?
Who else have we got? Acic, Arch. I appreciate that Pingu profile pic, Arch. Pingu's a legend. Laura, what's up, Laura? John Segovia.
Pingu's a legend.
Maestro Snoopy. Martin, Mo. Oh, got a heap of people in here. Security's back. Hello. And you guys got questions or comments, concerns? You can let us know.
Preferably not about ghosts.
Yeah, preferably about the Earth.
Hello,
specifically.
thank you for everybody. How are you?
Welcome. Yeah, we're very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I have a question. I want to improve my speaking.
Okay.
I can speak, but I can't speak in deep and technical, just basic.
That's
I
okay.
want yes.
Yep, that's fine.
You have recommend and for me in any person you have recommend, you can say it me.
I recommend
What?
you listen in. This is the most advanced room in the English Hub server. This is the most advanced. We discuss very complicated scientific, technical, and philosophical topics in here.
I don't know.
So
I think we can make it pretty simple as well, though. If you understand the words water and flat, you're 80-90% of the way there.
that's great. Yeah, if you didn't notice, check out the name of the room at the top.
So yeah, I mean, you can listen here. We're on 24/7. It'll improve your English just listening. But if you've got questions, you can try asking them. And if it's too complicated, we'll tell you you'll need better English for that. But do you understand that this is a flat Earth channel? We're talking about the Earth being flat, not a globe. Mo?
No understand any this talk. No understand more, but little
Okay.
understand. I understand a little, not more, not all.
Okay, okay. All you have to understand water. You understand the word water?
Water.
Water, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. I understand
Okay.
this part.
And you understand the word flat?
Yes.
Okay. Water, like a bathtub or a swimming pool or a lake. Surface, flat. Yes.
What? What? Again? Again? Can you? I'm sorry.
Water, surface, flat. Water, flat.
Water
Water.
flat.
Water, flat.
Water flat.
Water, flat.
What? Water. I think water same in sea. Same in this drink water, right?
Yeah, fill up
Yes.
in your glass, water, flat. In a swimming pool, water, flat. In a lake,
Oh.
water, flat. In the ocean, water, flat. Understand?
Oh. Yeah. 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 Water
Yes.
flat. Okay. Yes.
Water, flat. Okay, so
Oh.
most of Earth, flat. And the ground, the land, comes up out of the flat water. Understand?
I'm sorry. No.
Water flat.
Okay.
And we have islands. You know the word island or
Yes.
continent?
Yes.
They come out of the water. Yes?
The
Yes.
flat water. The flat water.
So the land comes out of the flat water, which means Earth, not a globe.
Why?
It's because the water is flat, not a ball, not curving.
If Earth was a ball, water must curve.
Yes, curve is not flat.
No curve, no ball.
That's about as simple as we can make it, Mo, so that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep,
Do you
there you go.
understand the point, Mo? No curve, no ball. Do you get that?
Yes.
So
There
where's
you
the
go.
curve?
Simple.
Curve. Yes. This curve in. I know curve, but I can't teach the for you what is curve. I know
But
curve. I know.
but
No, I said
But
water.
it's
where.
hard for me, and it is hard for me.
Yeah, it's okay. Water though, no curve.
Yes, no curve. What ordinary? Yes, no curve.
Yeah, so Earth overall, no curve.
Overall.
Yes, so water, 70% of Earth. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So most of Earth, flat water. Yes?
Most again. Most of
Most of Earth is
oh,
flat water. 70% flat water. on Earth.
Yes, flat water. Yes.
So you cannot have a 70% flat globe.
What? What?
You cannot have a 70% flat globe
Why?
because globes are 100% curved, not flat.
Okay.
Yes, a sphere
No
is
curve, no
curved.
ball.
Yes.
Yeah. So water being flat debunks the globe. Very simple.
Bye bye
Could you
ball.
could you write it? Could you write in the chat, please? Cyclone.
Someone put it in the chat. I'm busy. Someone will put it in the chat. Yes.
Okay. ترى هذه تكنيكال، ما هذه عميقه، ما هي بيسك. ولادك لسه ما وصلت المرحله.
It's very
What
simple.
you
Salam alenko.
Very simple.
Water flat, no curve, no globe. Huh?
There you go. There you go. Bing bang boom.
Water flat, no curve, no globe.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
No, no, no,
Easy.
no, 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 no,
Easy.
no.
Yes,
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no.
yes.
I am not agree, bro. I am not agree with that.
Okay, okay. Then you just have to show us who has measured a curved lake. Simple. Who
Yeah,
measured
but
that?
you see a lake because you are very close to the lake, and obviously you wanna see it flat.
Yeah, it looks flat, but you're saying it actually would measure to be curved. Okay, where's that ever been measured? I'll give you a hint. It has not. It measures flat too.
Measure. So let me translate measure. Sorry, 1 second.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we've been looking for these curved lakes for 10 years. No one's ever proven them. So they look flat because they are flat. But the US government comes along and says, oh, they look flat, but they're actually just on a giant ball. Bullshit. Not true. You see?
Yes, I got your point, but I keep thinking that
I know. You keep wanting to believe.
it's not a good argument.
No, it's the
But
perfect
I
argument.
don't
It's a
know.
beautiful argument. It is a beautiful argument. It's so simple. It conforms to your senses. It's the only thing you've ever known. Flat
Let
water.
me
And that alone
argument.
debunks the globe.
Let me
Very
argue.
simple.
Let me argue you.
As long as you
Uh,
argue with evidence, not just
yeah, yeah,
claims.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's why I want you to let me try.
Okay.
Let me,
You are welcome to try. God loves a trier, they say.
do you know what is a ant? The bug?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Imagine you are an ant and you are
Yep.
in a garden of a house.
Yep. I know what the argument
Um,
is. You're
what is
saying,
my argument?
well, I assume you're saying because we're so small, the ball seems flat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. Now imagine these ants had high-powered zoom lenses, cameras, telescopes, and high-powered lasers. They could measure that they are on a basketball because they could put the straight line, the laser, on top of the ball, and they will see that the surface will curve away from the straight line. Yes?
Okay, could you repeat, please? Could you repeat?
If the ants had access to advanced optics, technology,
Okay.
cameras, and
Uh-huh.
lasers, they would be able to figure out that they are on a ball because they could shoot the laser, which is a straight line, and they could
Uh-huh.
see that over the distance, the ground, the surface, goes down and away from the laser. Yeah? It curved. The ground curved, the laser doesn't. Yeah? So the ant could figure this out. And this is what we have figured out because we can measure over these long distances using high powered optics, cameras, telescopes, lasers. Yeah?
Okay,
And when
so
we
you
measure
are
it,
saying,
no curve. No curve of the lake.
but what is the distance? I got, but what is the distance of that laser?
What distance?
I
Varying.
mean,
There's a number of them.
what is the potential of that laser? 1
They
kilometer?
can go for tens of miles. I mean the military, the government militaries are using lasers to target things 100 kilometers away.
Okay, okay. And what they found?
They find no curve, they hit the target over the water, which they wouldn't be able to if the water was curved because the targets would be on the other side of the curve. You see, curvature would block a laser, but it doesn't because there is no curvature to block it. If you look in the chat, people here can post videos for you to
Yeah,
understand.
I am watching it. I'm watching it. I'm watching
There
it.
you go. There you go. It's easy. But they didn't teach you about this
Hi
in school.
guys,
Hello. So if
I
you want to know
hear
something, you
you're
need to
talking about.
we're talking about how the Earth has no curvature. The water is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat overall.
Yeah,
We are talking about gases. Gas.
the topic is so fun to discuss.
Yeah, it's the most interesting topic. It's the most important topic you can discuss right now.
Yeah, I'm listening to you about maybe 15 minutes, and I want to ask you, the Psyclone, do you
Right.
have a real name? Or
Yes, I do have a real name, but that's not important for this discussion.
okay, okay. I would ask you how the sun moves, if
Oh, good
the
question.
flat is
How would we figure that out?
if the Earth is flat, how the sun works.
Well, whether the Earth is flat or not, how could we figure out what is making the sun move?
I don't know, but
Well,
if
how would I know? Can we go to it and ask it? Hey, what's making you move?
but
No.
if the
We can
Earth
only
would be
observe and speculate. If I were to give you my answer, I would say the entire system is created. It has been created to be this way, and the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars, have all been set in their particular motion, right? They have been set in particular courses in a cycle around us, and that cycle repeats, and it has repeated for all of human history. Now, what the physical mechanism of that motion is undetermined. We cannot test it. It could be a whole number of things. It could be electrical in nature. It could be, what do they call it? I don't know. What was it? Electrolevitation. What's the one with the, help me out, flat earth guys? The cold, what the hell is it?
Cold fusion?
Cold fusion? I don't know. The
Yeah.
demonstration they've got where it's like the little metal objects floating around being levitated and it's like dipped in liquid nitrogen to be freezing.
Quantum locking?
I don't know, whatever the hell. This is the point. There could be a whole number of things, a whole number of mechanisms at play that is making the sun, the luminary, the light move. But it's not something that human beings on Earth can test. Right? We can't change something and make it stop to then say that was the mechanism and then start it up again. Right? The creator of the system, God, if you want to call it that, has set these things in motion, in my view. Okay? And what the mechanism is, I don't pretend to know. What I do know is that water is flat, measures flat, and so the system that we are in is a flat, motionless, contained system. That doesn't mean I understand how it all works. You understand?
Yeah, you say it about cycle, that
Yes.
that it is nerve
Repeated cycles.
and repeating
Repeating
of
cycles,
it.
the sun, moon, and stars, same patterns every year for all of recorded history. Yeah. So which shows that we're not in a random explosion of a big bang with a ball flying through an empty universe with everything randomly, chaotically moving around for no purpose. Everything has order because it was created and set in motion to have order. And the sun it's essentially like a giant clock, right, in the sky. The sun tells us the days and the nights. The moon gives us the months. Why they're called months from the moon, moonths. And the stars tell us the seasons so that human beings know when to plant and when to harvest. So the sky is there for signs and seasons, right? Tell us the time. It's a guide for human beings. They're not random balls of gas floating around in a vacuum, flying around at billions of miles an hour for no reason. There's a very clear and important reason for them. And all of human being, like the entire existence of humans history has understood this. It's only in the last few hundred years at the most that we've been educated out of this knowledge.
Yeah, it is a comfortable way of thinking because recently humans discover some, comfortable things to live, and we apply it nowadays because it's most of us use it. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, well, this is how human beings have always understood the earth that they live in. But now we are being educated in schools in a way that essentially says you cannot understand the earth or the universe where you live. There's only a small number of government scientists that understand, and we'll tell you how it all works. So they want you to be ignorant, basically.
But I want to think that the Earth is a ball, because my
Well, you can
statement
think.
is on
You can think
the
it,
sun,
whatever you like.
on the sun moving, because if we have a flat Earth, I think the sun works for all surface same. Like in every regions we have the same hour, minutes, and seconds.
No, those are human concepts based on the movement of the sun. So seconds, minutes, and hours, that is how human beings have used the motion of the sun to create a concept of time so that we can order our lives. But these are concepts that we've come up with, right? There's no minute in nature, only the movement of the sun that you can divide into these pieces based on its movement. And yeah, you can want to believe that the earth is a ball. That's fine, but the water is flat. So the earth cannot be a ball. It is a geometric impossibility.
But I believe that we you talk about the water and sun. When we see the horizon of it, we see how sun reflects on the surface.
Yeah, the
So
sun reflection on the surface is another thing that tells us that the surface is flat. We get this
no,
long reflection of the sun to our feet, and it is unbroken, an unbroken reflection of light from below the sun to our feet. Whereas if the surface was
Uh-oh.
curved, that light would not reach all the way across that surface. And you can demonstrate this at home, right? You can shine a light on a piece of curved card versus a piece of flat card, and you will only get the light coming all the way to you, the observer, on the flat card. So that proves, again, that the surface is flat, not curved. The reflection of the light shows us this as well.
but I hear that someone say that you can imagine that you are an aunt.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to give you
But
an example.
then I pointed out if these ants had tools like we do for measuring surfaces, they could measure and find out if they're on a ball. Well, the Earth has been measured, and it measures flat, not a ball.
But if we had a flat Earth, the sun would goes under the surface of the Earth, and
No, no,
then
no. No, the sun
over.
is always above.
How
The sun is always above.
you imagine?
No, the sun is always above. It's always above for someone. Might not be above where you can see it all the time because it's moved away from you, but it's just moved to another part of the earth, and now it's above that person. Everyone has the same up and the same down. You know, they say in Australia they're upside down playing football. That's not true. The guy in Australia has the same up and down that you do. You understand?
What about gravity?
Depends what you mean by gravity.
Uh, like systems between the space and the Earth. We have uh, like a middle system that works on the Earth and makes the gravity. Maybe I'm not a scientific
No, see, they've just given
man.
you a story because they have to come up with a story for how you could possibly be living on the outside of a ball that's moving at millions of miles an hour. Because logically, you would think, well, you would just fly off of it. So they had to come up with a story saying you're essentially stuck to the outside of the ball. And the evidence they give you is to say, drop a pen. You understand? That does not
Yeah.
tell you. That doesn't tell you that you're on the outside of a spinning ball. In fact, when you go outside, you have no experience of a curved surface or a surface that's in motion unless you're in an earthquake or something, right? So you experience a flat, motionless Earth every single day, and every single human being in all of history has experienced the same thing. And it is only these stories and these cartoons from NASA, from Russia, from China, from India, from like 5 or 6 different organizations telling us that they can see it's a ball, but everyone else just has to trust them. You gonna trust the US government with your entire worldview? I don't think so.
But why do you think they create that illusion
Well,
and knowledge, fake knowledge?
we've kind of been through this not too long ago, but basically it's just about control over your mind. Because if they control your mind, they control how you behave.
Yeah,
They want the
that's a
government
good point.
they want the government to be seen as the ultimate authority on earth. Not the Bible, not the Quran, not the Torah, They want you to think government tells me how to behave.
But do you agree that there is no right side of knowledge that the Earth is flat or is a
No,
ball?
knowledge,
Because
no. The Earth is proven to be flat. It is flat. That is correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, that's your point.
Yeah. It's measured to be that way. It would be like saying if you have a table in your house and you measure it to be flat, are you then going to say, well, I don't know that it's flat? No, you do know it's flat. You measured it. Or like you measured yourself to be 6 foot tall. You're going to say, I don't know that I'm 6 foot tall. No, you do know. You measured it. It's like that.
But I think that um, it's not about only it's like different sides of knowledge. I know that many people's mm, like divides on different sides, and sometimes and be um, like super oversight of usual thinking, like flat, like that the earth is flat. And I think that these people just want to be
Yeah,
unique.
people might have different
I,
ideas and theories, but then it's decided by measurement.
yeah, but I think that these people just want to be unique
Okay.
thinkers.
Okay. Well, but that
They are
thought,
not like sheeps.
that would be an emotional thought from you. That's not you haven't measured anything to know that, right? I mean, you can say that, but then that would be like me saying when you measure your table flat and you say I've measured the table flat, so it's flat. That would be like me saying to you, well, I think you're just saying the table is flat because you want to feel special. No, you measured the table flat. So that doesn't make any sense.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Table measures flat, it's flat. Earth measures flat, it's flat. But you're just, I mean, you've only thought about the Earth being a globe, which is why you want it to be that way. And we all did. We all thought it was a globe, but it's not. So you've either just got to deal with that and accept it or deny reality. That's up to you. That's obviously your right to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We live in Matrix. In a Matrix.
Well, in a way, yeah, kind of is. In the sense that the reality that we've been told about is a fantasy, a construct, not real. The globe, not real. You go outside into reality, that is real. But you watch TV, you see the cartoons from NASA of the globe, that's not reality. It's cartoons.
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
your opinion and point that we should not to come up with others side and
Yeah. And to think
have
for yourself. Verify.
yeah,
Yeah.
have own arguments.
100%. Because if you're not thinking for yourself, you're letting someone else think for you. And do they have your best interest in mind? No. Any other questions?
No, I would listen other mind
Okay.
about it.
You're welcome to listen and ask
Thank you.
questions whenever you want. You're welcome. Welcome to the chat. All right, we got anyone else? Anyone else got any more for any more? I should go on mute. I've been chatting for a while. Someone else wants to take over.
Is it just quiet, or did I drop?
No, it's quiet.
Only quiet, Roots. What's going on? Cyclone got tired of talking, I guess. He shut up. Is there any new
All
people
good,
here?
Dave. Can't complain. Yep. Go ahead.
I was just asking if there's any new people here with questions. That's what we're here for. Can you accept reality as it presents yourself? Can you go outside and just observe reality, or do you have to see it on a screen? I don't know.
I gotta see you on TV.
Well, if nobody's talking, just to reiterate the main simple point of this entire thing, the bodies of water don't curve and they can't curve. It's physically impossible. So the globe is physically impossible. Somebody prove me wrong. This is the part where you guys hit me with all this empirical globe evidence, so I'm waiting. Go ahead. Okay, this has been Dead Air Dave. I think my job is done here. I'll shut up.
Dave does not need to shut up. I remember back in the day, I used to listen to hours of Dead Air Dave.
That's unfortunate, but I appreciate it, Rick.
Wasn't unfortunate. I enjoyed it every minute.
Yeah. I like to come in and chime in and speak my mind about just observing reality and accepting truth, you know, stuff we like to talk about. But
There's a picture of bent water in the chat.
you did what with water? Did you make it curve? Did you say it's in the chat?
Are you talking about the meme I posted with the lighthouse?
He's not going to answer you. Who said that anyway, Rick?
I'm not even sure who asked the question.
Sounded
Well,
like
the new
off the
people I
Richter.
see are off the Richter or Arch. So was it one of those guys? Yeah, I don't know.
Gotta be British if he's got Pingu in his display picture. Did you guys know about Pingu in the US?
Never heard of Pingu. Inform us. Educate me about Pingu.
Oh, Pingu. It was a legendary kids program, but I think it was in the UK.
Yeah, never heard of him.
He was a cheeky chappy.
Was he good or evil?
He was a kid. He was a little mischievous kid who got into all sorts of trouble. Pingu.
Okay.
Great show. Show your kids if you've got kids. Great show.
Got some grandkids. I'll run it by 'em.
Pretty sure Pingu lived in the Arctic, and all that ice was flat.
Now, speaking of the Arctic, right now, I wish that all this Arctic air that's hovering around above me would go the F back to wherever it come from. Thank you. Too freaking cold. Damn globe's spinning the wrong way, Roots. What's wrong with this globe?
You know, maybe it hit a gravity pocket and started to spin the other way. I don't know.
It's amazing how all this different dynamic weather patterns and movements and stuff happen on a uniformly spinning globe, right? How does that work? Relativity? Gravity? I don't know.
Don't know, but I'd really appreciate a Glober to come and explain it for us.
It's just very
Sort this flat
people
Earth thing
call it
out, right?
too basic. People call it too basic, but just if you got a ball in space that's getting lit up halfway by the sun all the time, you'd have 50% sunlight on at any given time on the surface, right? That doesn't happen anyway. That's all down to refraction and stuff like that. So I'm just a stupid flat earther. I'll shut up.
Well, gravity's a hell of a drug, right?
Still looking for new people to say hi to. I guess nobody was any questions at the moment. If you do, feel free to open your mic, say hello. Roots has all the answers. Just ask him.
What? Excuse me?
Well, you know that just saying I don't know counts as an answer, so you technically have the answer, but that's just the answer. People don't like to hear it, but that's a lot of times we have to say that because we don't actually have evidence for what they're asking about. Anyway.
How about in an alternate universe? Did Artemis 2 happen today?
Did they push back the launch? Oh my God, I was looking forward to that. I had my alarm set and everything. It didn't happen?
No.
Oh. That ruined my whole day, Crit. Damn, thanks. Today was the day they're going to go orbit the moon again. Are they actually going to land on it this time, or which one was it? I forgot.
Yeah, just another orbit.
Oh, a crucial orbit, man. They had to push it back because of weather, or what's their reason?
No, they couldn't fuel it. They during the
No fuel.
the wet rehearsal, it was leaking all over the place again.
Oh, they got to fix that leak in the fuel tank. Okay, that makes sense. Just need to increase the budget a few more million or whatever and get the guy in there and fix that fuel tank and they'll be good to go, right? So it's next month.
Well, that's what they were saying. That because if you look at the launch windows, they had a couple more in February, but for some reason they're not even entertaining them, and they're talking about March now.
Well, they're
Just
still
in
on
time for the
target.
equinox.
They're on target and on budget, so they'll definitely do it in March. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, they tend to time these things around astronomical alignments and weird things like this. I wouldn't be surprised if they start pushing it towards like, the equinox.
I wonder, guys, do they have an official story why they're just doing orbits now instead of actually landing on it? Because
Yeah, they don't have a
56 years,
lander. There's no lander even constructed yet.
but 56 years ago, Neil and the boys figured that out, and all those guys, right? They had the moon buggy, they played golf, everything, but now we can't figure out how to land on it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it says it's still in development. They don't know which one they want to use. They've got the Orion capsule. They got the whatever the Starship one's called. And then Blue Origin just sued to get their name on the list because apparently they thought it was like all this money going to Elon. And then there's like then last month, maybe it's I don't know, a little bit ago. I think it's about a month ago. The the interim director of NASA, the guy who's like transportation secretary, he said we're going to open it up to other startups, just anybody who's got an idea worldwide. It doesn't. You don't have to be an American defense contractor anymore. You can be anybody if you've got design for a lunar lander. We're listening. And then Elon called them retarded, like on social media. He's like, "Look at this retard." So apparently you got the whole world working together in accordance with, drumroll, the Artemis Accords, which according to Elon is retarded for doing so, and according to Jeff Bezos, he wants some of that sweet defense money.
I'm still wondering, Crit, if they're going to cook up an epic disaster. Nothing could be more timely now that the Epstein files are creating such controversy.
Oh yeah, that was kind of at home. There's a kind of a practical joke. My girlfriend, I had mentioned something about like about how you can put your name on the thumb drive that's going to fly around the moon. Like what type of blood magic, like human sacrifice thing is this going to be? Like some sort of like crazy, like put your name on this document, or something like.
So that's true too. Also serving as a distraction.
Yeah, all of nowhere. Let's say you could say we, so they could say, "Oh, I went around the moon too. My name was on a thumb drive or whatever." So out of nowhere, she's like, "Oh, hey, I put our, like, because I wasn't talking to her when I said it. It was like online, on a Discord call. So she's like, "Oh, hey, I think you might find this funny, but I put our names on the, like a Artemis thumb drive. Like, I'm like, you did what?" And she's like, "Gotcha."
Guys, for the people that are actually believing this, that they're actually making these sincere efforts to get back to the moon, I just don't understand their thought. How do they justify that we used to be able to land on it 56 years ago, but now we can't even, we barely orbit the thing? And like Yoder was saying, they're probably going to have some kind of dramatic people die accident or something, so it'll delay space for another 20, 30 years, right? You know what I mean?
I had to buy a thumb drive the other day to reinstall Windows on my laptop. Do you think I could just send that to them and they could put it up there for me and make me feel good? Like
Probably
maybe thank
could. Sorry, no. They'll let
for
you
me.
go up there and play golf too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, brother. I think I was lying there.
On this other server, this dude was talking about he can't wait. I can't wait till February 6th. You like talking for like I don't know, like a month now. I mean, they've been talking about this for, like, it's like going to be like, the greatest day ever. The return of manned space flight. Like, I got in the breakdown where, like, low orbit, okay, is not manned space flight. Manned space flight would be you get into a rocket or whatever, you fly off of Earth, go someplace, and then come back. And you finally, after a while, like, agreed to that. Like, you wouldn't say I went on vacation and then just go to the airport and just taxi around the runway for, like, a week and come home, then get off the plane and just, what an amazing vacation that was. So then I bumped her. I think it's a her. I haven't talked to the voice, but they have like a girl's username. And she responded with just a crying emoji. I'm like, it's it's the 6th of February. It kind of reminded me of that. I was gonna look up that song where it's like it's Susie's turn to cry. Like
So, Crit, do you happen to know they have a stated objective of like what their point is of just flying around the moon, or it's just that's
Yeah,
it? We're just
this time, because like the last time in the Apollo program, it was America only. God bless America. God loves
right.
capitalism. America is so powerful. A big ego flex on the world stage, and there's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. This time, they're doing it with the Artemis Accords, which is supposed to be a worldwide endeavor. Some 80 countries have signed it. And now it's going to be a giant leap forward. It's going to be part of a world community, American led, but we're all in this together. And their showcase is to add a Canadian astronaut for some reason. See, look at it's worldwide. We got a Canadian on there.
So basically, we're all going to fly around the moon and sing "Kumbaya" as we go around the moon. It's all good.
Yeah,
There's
and let's see what.
Nothing scientific going on.
Well, that's a scientific experiment, cause and effect. Like the cause of flying around the moon would be the effect of the overview effect. So they're saying this will be an experiment. Does humanity snap out of this delirium? The nuclear regulatory body just clicked, the doomsday clock another few seconds closer to midnight. Will this unclick? Like a year from now, will they be like, we're 3 hours from doomsday? Or whatever, like I predict on the flat earth that no one's going to give a shit. And the people who do give a shit won't give a shit either. That day that Artemis takes over, you will have some of the most epic, spiraling free falls out of control over flat earth. There'll be a clown. I mean, we like sometimes you think like the lobby is like a parade of clown shoes. The day Artemis takes over, you will have just a string of non-stop freakouts. And I'm like, dude, you couldn't even take the day, the hour to reflect on the return of manned spaceflight. God bless America. You couldn't do that. You had to. So your version of a giant leap forward is to go on the social media and freak the fuck out over a few people who think something that you disagree with. And they'll be like, yeah, that's right. He's it.
Rick, did you get my
Yep, that
message?
Artemis moon mission makes a lot of sense, right? Sorry, somebody want to say something there? Go ahead. Was that you, Arthur Richter? You have a question or comment?
Yeah, can I get pick permission and Crit? I sent you a message.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm
Okay,
tabbed
no
out. I'll
problem.
look in a second there. Yeah, the pick perms come. Oh wait, no, I think there's a. Yeah, there is a command for it. Are you It's like I'll have to look it up.
Anyone else new on here got any questions,
Yeah,
comments, concerns?
off the Rick
Go
that's
ahead.
here. I just gotta get to it.
Go ahead, Crit.
He's gonna talk about this here. Oh, there we go. All right, go ahead, off the Rick. What's this demonstrating for you?
Bending water.
Which is
So static electricity bending water is your proof of Earth curvature. Oh, this is great.
is that supposed to be? Is this a curvature of the Earth right here? That bucket that all the water is falling into?
That's it, guys. It's a globe. He proved it. Shut the channel down.
Well, I proved you don't know what you're talking about, Dave.
Really? How'd you do that?
So it's physically impossible for water to bend. That were his words.
Yeah, so you misunderstood what he said.
No, I said bodies of water. If you're talking about what I said, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so you actually demonstrated him correct. That big tub of water at the bottom there, that's what he was talking about. And you showed he's right.
Good point, Crit. That tub, the level of water is laying level, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly. You said Dave was like, "Hey, check this out. Large bodies of water always find hydrostatic equilibrium. It's a state of matter. It's the physics of water." And you're like, "Oh, hold my beer real quick. Watch this static electricity slightly push water dripping into a bucket that's hydrostatically equilibrium." And then you say Dave's wrong. Dude, you demonstrated. Dave couldn't have got a better demonstration if you wanted to look one up. Watch this. Like, hold my beer.
Yeah, so
This is why you should try to
is this
listen.
live?
You should try to listen, dude. Try to pay attention to what people are saying. And then you could be like,
Right.
"Oh, let me see here. Here's a wave or something." Come back with something like a tide or like here's like a droplet of water, like a raindrop. I mean, try harder, dude. I mean, for fuck's sake. At least now I know how to look up image perms. This dude's too retarded.
Do you actually think that what you showed us is comparable to an ocean, a body of water? Do you honestly think that?
No, I don't. I don't think that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, and good morning, Crit. You were talking a moment ago, but I couldn't talk just then about the people who see this gigantic leap forward for mankind of going to the moon, and here we are. They'd rather come on social media and holler at the few people who supposedly disagree. And I've recently learned that the algorithm of social media, especially YouTube, is based on what they call the pattern interrupt. That they have engineered the thinking minds of people to go on, look for a topic, and then they'll interrupt that pattern, and then the pattern interrupt becomes more overwhelming and becomes the new direction to keep them stuck looking for videos and things of this nature and doom scrolling. And so I imagine that that's why we see a lot of what we see from these people doing ignorant stuff like that. It opens up a loop in their mind, and then a lot of those people, once that loop's opened in their mind, they really can't move on with life until that one thing is settled. Hence why I've not enjoyed YouTube in the last 5 years. But it shows pretty much what we experience here daily.
It's all platforms. You can't just say one.
Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
I said that is across all platforms. You can't just say one. And they've gotten more and more advanced at it over the years.
Oh no, absolutely. It's I think it's recognized that YouTube perfected the pattern interrupt, and then the rest of them followed suit. Facebook does it, especially TikTok does it, and so the idea is they don't want somebody looking for flat Earth. So if you're going looking for flat Earth, they're not going to show you what you want because they want to do that pattern interrupt. But who they want to show flat Earth content to will be somebody who was looking for fake Professor Dave or something like that. And then, so when they see something like Dave Weiss or whatever, it gets them stuck in a loop until they can cognitively close that loop, that pattern interrupt. Facebook does it, TikTok, Twitter, or X, whatever you want to say. And
I think it started when they put the books in the library. They chose which books went in. Started shaping the mindset. It's way before all this. It's not just thing.
Well, but see, what they can do now that's different than the library is they've gotten very good at predicting what is the pattern interrupt for a particular user. So whereas the library could just throw in a book somewhere here and there, now they can do it specifically to a person. And so they may not throw it against you for 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years, but at some point they're going to do it because they know that you'll take the bait.
Well, it's just on such another level now because once you dig into the pattern office, you find out that they're watching the way you walk through your Wi-Fi. Your smart meter does a lot. There's so much more that they can do now. And then, you start talking about what's in the patent office, and people think you're crazy.
Yeah, I'll get. Yeah, yeah, and they're really good at integrating it. They're good at using that active listening technology to hear what you're talking about in your daily life. It's absolutely nuts.
Hey bro, why you all are
And that,
not answering my question?
and that on top of the power you already have, because when you speak of somebody, they show up. You speak things or think things into existence without all this extra help.
So, Dave, my apologies. I went back and looked. You did, in fact, say bodies of water. My memory did not serve me correctly. My apologies. You were correct in saying bodies of water.
Hello everyone. I just get here and I don't really know what is going on much. So I would like to ask a few questions so I can catch up with what is going on here. So I have two questions to be exact. One is what make you believe that Earth is flat, and what made you believe that Earth is not flat? Thank you.
We know it's flat because it's measured flat. There's no measured curvature. And I didn't hear what your second question was. Sorry.
Oh, let me repeat it again. So I have two questions. The first one is what made you believe that Earth is flat, and the other one is what made you do not believe that Earth is not flat.
Well, they're answered by the same thing, the way it's measured. There's no measured curvature. So if it's measured as flat, then it's also measured as non-curving. If it's not curving, you don't have a ball or a sphere.
I've never seen one of those flat measurements, though. Can you guide me to one?
Look in the side chat. Great Salt Lake 21-mile laser test. Logical observations just posted in there. 14 minutes past the hour.
I have one here that I was working on for a guy, but he freaked out over the idea of a water level is not a ruler. Like it was just the most amazing freak out ever. Like somehow, like a measure or measurement, we had to go through verbs and nouns. I go, if you measure something, is that a verb or a noun? And he's like, potato. Okay, so a ruler, is that if a verb or a noun? And he's like, just is bacon, like this is literally word soup right now. This is a schizophrenic word soup. You're just saying random words. Like, are you having a stroke right now? It all started too because of the word flat and earth. Like he thought a flat earth was a noun. And this wasn't even an English hub, mind you. This was like politics. I'm like, how do you measure something? How do you do that? Do you use a tool and then construct a measurement? So here we go. We'll start very, very easy, very slow and easy. Make an observation. What do you see here? You got to observe it before you measure it. What is that?
Looks like you're looking across a little bit of a hill out towards the ocean.
Yeah, Rika, what is that? What do you see? Is that be curved or that be flat? Your observation. Describe what you see. And then we can measure it right after. Did we lose contact?
Oh, he's probably watching the Great Salt Lake laser test, the 21 mile job.
Is there like any credible evidence that can prove that Earth is actually flat? I do not want any theory, but an actual evidence that can actually prove it.
Same for you, side chart.
Yeah, it's right there, dude. Let's make an observation. Is that curved or is that flat?
See, next you'll be telling us about your credible source that it has to come from NASA. Well, that just leaves you back as a believer again, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, no, he says a credible source. So I think in his worldview,
Yeah, but
he's taking government out.
define credible source.
Well, not government.
Your mom?
That's for damn sure. Government is not credible. So I think he's on the right path. He's like, hey, I want some credible source. The Earth is flat. Okay, well, good. Let's throw all the stuff that isn't credible. Who's saying it's a globe? And he'd be like, yeah, let's do it.
I'd be happy to go with repeatable, verifiable, measurable. I don't care who does it. You could go and do it, saw your name all over it. Where did you do this at? At this place? Excellent, let's go and check it out. As long as someone else can go and replicate it. Is there anything wrong with you verifying things for yourself, Carter?
I'm not here to argue about anything. I just want to know because
You have needs, yes.
No.
You have needs and wants. Okay, how about let's try it this way? Why should anyone care what you want? Am I your are you on my tax returns? Are you a dependent?
No, I just want to
Yeah, you want.
join
I get
this-
it. You want something. Why would I care what you want?
Yes, because it's right here in this server. It's like where we learn, we share each other information. So I
Okay, yeah,
believe
that includes that you would want that too then. Because you would join a channel for something that you're looking for. It wouldn't be like I joined a channel, but I want you guys to do this, this, and this. No, you're doing that yourself. Step one was like, hey, here's a channel. I can click on this to get what I want.
Well,
Or did you click on a channel to not get what you wanted? Because then we've
I'm
got a
actually
problem
joining
here.
to learn. I am not coming here to argue much if it's unnecessary.
Oh, well, there you go
I'm
then.
actually coming here. There's so many channels that I can learn from, and
So you
I
want to
actually
learn.
joined here because I
Do you
think
want
it'll
to
be
learn or you
great.
don't want to learn?
I am here to learn, and I'm asking
there you go.
and asking everybody here to know so they can share their knowledge. I am not here to disagree
Yeah,
with
yeah.
their belief. They can believe in whatever they want. They can
Yeah, no
believe
beliefs.
whatever
No
they
beliefs
want.
talked about here. No one's talking
I'm
about
just
belief system.
here to learn from people. I do not want to like.
You don't want to
disrespect
now.
anybody, you know.
Okay, no wants again.
Well, just someone walking through the measurements, the observations. The water is flat. It's very simple. Just explain
Yeah,
that to them.
I tried that. Didn't do it. I posted
Carter,
there.
did you hear that point made to you, Carter? The bodies of water lie flat and level.
There's an observation right there in the text chat. Did you bother to even look at it? No, he didn't. He then prefaces, I need credible sources. They're like, yeah, certainly, Toby.
Well,
So
what about
NASA's not
when
credible.
people flying a plane, right? What about when people flying a plane across one to another country? Where's the edge? Can they see the edge when they're on the sky or something?
What edge?
No.
It's just
No.
like in this, like the question of the channel itself. It said, but if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? And
What
what if
edge?
when people flying on a plane?
What
across from
edge,
another
homie? What
country,
edge are you talking about?
edge of the flat Earth.
Why would the flat Earth have an edge?
Isn't it flat? It's supposed to be an edge, right?
Why? Why?
Do you
Walk
know
me through
what
that.
is flat?
Yeah, walk me
or
through that
do you know-
logic. Is that that is not connected to any sort of understanding. Why does a flat Earth have to have an edge?
Do you know what is flat mean?
Yes, I know what flat means.
Yes, and Earth is also had its own side. And let's say it's like 500 million square kilometer, right? So they're supposed to be edge something.
Why would there be? Okay, so the universe is said to be flat. The solar system is said to be flat. Where's the edge? Uh-oh,
I don't
SpaghettiOs.
think you understand what is flat mean.
Yeah, I know what flat means. Okay, so if you look up, just ram into your Google, is the solar system flat? And Google will tell you yes. And I assume you think Google's a credible source. Then ask it where the edge is. And then when it can't tell you where the edge is, then say the solar system is not flat. There's no edge. And they'll tell you not all flat things have edges. Meanwhile, on the globetard, they're telling you the leading physical geometry of a balltard, the physical edge, that ships disappear bottom up. See, what you're doing here is like, that's a globe claim about an edge. Then they try to say, well, we can't prove our edge. Let's ask somebody else to prove their edge that they made absolutely no claim to.
So what you're trying to say is that flat Earth has no ending?
No, what I'm trying to
It just
say,
keep going everywhere.
what I'm trying to say is this. Where's your edge?
No, I
I
asked you a
want to
question,
see.
so you
Hear
gotta
this. I want
answer it
this.
first.
Can you
I
show
will
me the
know
edge
because
of this globe?
it is
The leading
actually
physical edge.
crazy that there is
Can you
an
show me
edge
the
and
edge?
there's no
Dude,
end.
where's the edge?
So you say an
Yeah,
Earth,
hold
so
on.
there's
Carter, no one here is claiming an edge of the surface that we live on. That would essentially mean an edge of reality as we know it.
Well, the
No
globe
one's
is
ever
claiming
seen
that.
that. No one's ever seen that. So we're not claiming it. But we are claiming and pointing out that bodies of water, whether they're lakes or oceans, are observed and measured to be flat. And since water covers the majority of the Earth's surface, it cannot be a ball. You understand? That's what our claim is. We're not saying it's a disc or a square floating around in space. That's absolutely not what we're saying. We're not even making a claim to its overall shape or size. We're simply pointing out that the surface property is flatness, not curved. Right? The water is flat, and then the land sticks out of it. So we're not making big claims about an edge or how far it extends or any of that. Now, you mentioned planes earlier. The pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless, just like we all experience when they fly. So that lines up with what we're saying. You understand? Yes? No?
Doesn't look like it. It's a hard
Think about
reset.
it would be better if you like explain it once again. I'm trying to catch up more information of it.
Well, yeah, okay. The bodies of water, the lakes, the oceans, they are observed and measured to be generally flat, not curved. They don't curve like would be required on a ball. Okay? So the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water. That water is generally flat, so we know that we don't live on a ball. That doesn't mean we're claiming a shape or a size of the overall system that we live in. We've never found an edge, but we haven't really looked. I mean, how far have you looked? Where have you gone? So we're not making big claims like that. We're just pointing out the Earth's surface is observably and measurably generally flat due to the water. So it's not a ball, it's not in space, it's not flying around, it's not moving, it's stationary. That's what we're saying. You understand that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, proceed on that basis.
It's actually nice of you that you actually explain to me instead of like saying random thing and just shouting for no reason. I really thankful for that, and I really like. I just thank you, because you are really actually
This guy
respectful
can't
and
be
actually
real.
willing to share information and help me learn here. I
That's all
come
right,
here just
Carter.
I
I'm more
seek no
charitable than
problem.
others. You
Do you
just
say
have to
that people
frame
are
your
yelling at him?
questions properly. You just have to frame your questions
I
properly and listen to the answers being given.
Yeah, I come here
Okay.
I just want to learn. I seek no problem. I seek no nothing, only knowledge. So whatever you believe, I do not disrespect it. I respect everyone. They can be a Satanic, they can be a Christian, they can be Muslim, they can be an earth
All right. Well, that's
like
fine. Well,
flat
we're not
earth.
talking about opinions or beliefs. We're just talking about measurements, geometry,
Yeah,
facts. Okay.
yeah.
So
I
yeah, we've got loads of resources. We can send you resources if you want to investigate further. Yeah,
that
that's
would
fine.
be great. I
Okay.
am at I am neutral in this. I neither both of them. So I'm thank
Okay.
you.
Someone
You
someone in the chat send Carter the link to the home server, show him where the information is.
thank
Just
you
walk him
for your
through it.
help.
Walk him through it. Okay, peace, Carter. I'm gonna have to dip off for a bit, but good luck in your search.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody's here?
Yep, Roger.
Hey, how are you? Where are you from?
Louder.
Hello guys, I'm back.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Just done an MRI.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Romania.
Romania. Okay.
Yep,
Okay, great. Which is your native language?
Romanian.
Okay, your language is Armenia?
Romanian N at the end.
Armenian. Okay.
Yep, yep,
Armenian language. Okay.
yep. That's right.
Great. Well, good. So, are you good in English?
I believe I'm decent.
Okay. I think I'm not. I'm also not good in English, so that's why. But sometimes I think now currently I'm very well according to my perspective. Okay, so you want to relocate from your country or not?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, are you want to relocate to your country? I'm not just referring, I'm just telling.
So you basically are asking me if I'm willing to migrate from my own native country.
Yeah,
Right now, like right in this moment, no, but I take into the consideration this option.
okay. If I mean you are thinking about this for relocate.
What?
from one
Could
country.
you please repeat that?
I'm just telling, you are thinking for your future, you will relocate from your country for a good career or not.
Why do you assume this?
Just making conversation with you. Yeah, are you like to relocate the countries?
What?
You like to relocate from your country, from source to destination. You like to go
What the
in
fuck is
overseas
happening right
countries.
now?
What the fuck?
Well, as I said before, I'm taking into consideration.
Okay. It means you like, I think. Hey James, hey Grit, hey Grit,
Yeah.
where are you from?
America.
Oh, great.
Which one?
US. Oh my God, great. You are a citizen in America?
What?
Are you citizen in US?
Am I 3DM?
What?
I
I think the guy needs a favor, Crit.
Are you
Yeah.
citizen?
Am I 3DM? I don't know what that means.
No, he wants to DM you directly.
Oh, DM.
Born
Yeah, you can DM me. Go ahead.
I'm just telling. Are you born? You are born in US.
Oh yeah, I was born in Arkansas.
Where are you? In which country you take birth?
America. I was born in
America. It means
Arkansas. Arkansas is a state.
in America,
Yeah.
but in the American state. Okay. It means you are American people. You're already settled in America, and
Yep.
you are a citizen.
Yep. There's a city. There's a state called Arkansas.
I'm not telling city. I'm telling citizen. CITIZEN.
What season?
Citizen.
Oh, citizen. Yes. U.S. citizen.
Citizen. Yeah, you are citizen. Oh, great. So, you know about the lottery of the US visas, lottery visas.
You lost me.
How much old are you? How
A
much old?
lottery?
What's your age?
A lottery
What's
for
your
the.
age? What's your age?
All right, dude.
What's
I
up
feel
with
like
all these questions?
yeah, it's getting kind of weird, man.
This is
What is
Kadura.
your-
This is typical. He will ask questions about everything except subject matter.
Hey, so hey,
I would like
what is
to ask.
your age? What is your age, Grit?
Dude, I'm really having a hard time understanding you.
To be honest,
Kadura,
the same.
what
It
has
means you are
Crit's
not
age
you are not
got to do with
my
the
understanding.
shape of the ground?
Yeah, but my age is irrelevant.
So if Crit's 45, does that make the ground flat, or does he have to be 37? Maybe the real answer is 42. I don't know.
Where are you from?
What's his age got to do with the shape of the ground?
Where are you from?
Okay. What's Crit's
Where are you-
birthplace got to
where-
do with the shape of the ground?
Where you are from?
Okay. What is where I'm from got to do with the shape of the ground?
Okay, so you can stop now. Start the conversation if you are the from the ground. So now forget to interrupting me. And that's it.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make an appointment after. So because this guy goes on and on and on, I'm gonna have to make an appointment for my next question. So yeah.
No, just jump in.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, code. Like, I think you're looking for a dating channel.
What? Please repeat. Please repeat again.
I said I think you're looking for a dating channel, a channel that's talk about people's dating and whatnot.
I am not thinking what you want to say. Not understand which channel.
Can
Not
we just move on
understanding
to
which
this
is the channel
other
you are
fellow that wants
asking.
to make an appointment?
Yeah, we should do that. This got weird, and it got weird quick.
Okay. I'm not understand you which channel you want to tell me.
This is pretty frustrating, honestly.
Yes, you cannot take any appointment, bro. You can speak now if you want.
Yep,
Malakto.
Kadura. He would like to speak, except someone else keeps speaking too much. So how about you just be quiet for a minute, so let the other fella ask his question. Where is he? Mal, go for it, mate.
Yeah, that's me. It's my name is it's in another language, but that's irrelevant to be honest. But I would like to ask the flat earthers and flat earthers only, is global warming or the climate change in any relevance linked to the flat Earth?
No.
I mean,
Okay.
you could. Well, how it's linked. I mean, like the short answer is no. The long answer is that in 2012, Obama did a no time speech, a famous speech where you've got no time to wait anymore. Like 2012 is literally the last year to take action on man-caused global warming. If they fail to take action, it's ogre. And he's got time though to meet with anyone he needs to meet with to make it possible. But there's one group of people he won't meet with. And people are like, oh, okay, who's this going to be? Like oil barons? You know, like what type of group of people will just never be on board with man-caused global warming? He said flat earthers. No shit. No cap. Just straight up said he won't meet with flat earthers. Then the time when I heard that, I'm like, so you're trying to tell me, Mr. President of the free world, that there's a group of people at my time, the conceptual idea of flat earth was like a greenhouse, a closed system. You've got people who think they live in a greenhouse, and you're not going to talk to them about curbing greenhouse gas emissions. What type of retard is this? Wouldn't that be the first people you talk to? So in a speech where he's like, I've got no time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Hey guys, do you want to talk about greenhouse gases? The one group of people we'll exclude are people who think they live in a greenhouse. So I would say no. I'll just follow what President Obama said. He doesn't want to talk to me about greenhouse gases. I won't talk to him about it. No problem. Leave me out of it. Source, you. They probably should have thought that out before they started squawking about who is who. So the long answer and the short answer are both no.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know how long my will stay stable here, but what does man-created global warming have to do with the shape of the Earth? It would seem to me that if you accept one, it does not necessarily mean you have to accept the other. But Crit, you make a good, strong, solid point that wouldn't you want to talk to those who think the Earth is a closed system where the pollution cannot escape? I think that's a very strong, solid point. But my question for our friend here who originally posed the question is, why do you ask the further delineation of what the shape of the Earth is compared to man-made global warming?
Yeah. Anybody say here?
Yep, still here, Code.
Who is muted me?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna DM me. I didn't get a DM from you yet. I was like waiting for that
Okay.
DM. Hit me up, dude.
Okay.
Send me some DMs.
Okay, you can send me friend request firstly.
No, you can just DM me, just straight up. You don't need to be friends. We share a server together. Just send me a message, man.
If you can accept my friend request, so then after I'm eligible to send you a message. So that's why I am telling to you.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so that's the reason messages cannot coming to you. You're sending me a friend request.
Yep, I just sent it right there. Clicked add friend. Yep,
Yeah, I sent
got it.
it. Now you accept.
Yep, we're friends now.
You accepted.
Yep. Yeah, we're friends now. Like, glad to meet you.
Yeah, now you received the message.
Yep, got the message too. Oh, that's a nice message.
Yeah, great.
Very thoughtful.
Now you received my message.
Yep, received message, loud and clear.
You received my message again or
Yep.
not?
Yeah, I'm getting them. I get your messages.
So what I am telling to you.
You're asking about what I do for a work and whatnot. Yeah, I got
You're
you.
not replying. You're not replying my last question.
Yeah, I was trying to think of how to phrase it.
Okay, you not understand it.
No, I do.
You
Right
cannot.
here. This is me right now.
Okay. You are cooking job. You are doing cooking job. Great. Hey, great.
Yeah, let's try to get back on topic. What do you think of the flat Earth?
Okay, great.
Who said Earth is flat?
Why do you think it's something else?
It's a sphere, actually a square.
It's a sphere.
Great.
Why do you say sphere?
So we didn't see any edges. Like if it was a flat, then there will be no signs. Science cannot apply to this.
If it's flat, there's no science. Really? So why would there be no science?
Maybe we should define science versus pseudoscience first.
Our friend dropped out. That's a shame.
I mean, the scientific method would certainly change if, depending on the shape of the Earth. I mean, how can you all not get that? I mean, making a hypothesis, that would be different if you had a different shape of the Earth.
See, a lot of people, they think the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, make a hypothesis, and then build a computer model and manipulate the model.
And that all depends on whether the Earth is a big, squishy water cover ball. I mean, because how could you have science in a world that rejects it, like a big, spinny water cover ball world that rejects science and gives you pseudoscience? How could you have it?
Yeah, that word science gets tossed